was music. In the space of 2 hours, she attempted to teach me to play the harp, the sea pipes, and then the flute. Every time I came close to working out a few notes on one or the other of them, she snatched it away and commanded that I try a different one. She ended that session by saying that I had no aptitude for music. This morning it was poetry. She set herself to teaching me the one about Queen Heelsall and her garden. It has a long bit about all the herbs she grew and what each was for, and she kept getting it bungled and got angry at me when I repeated it back to her that way, saying that I must know that catmint is not for poultices and that I was mocking her. It was almost a relief when she said I had given her such a headache that we must stop. And when I offered to bring her buds from the ladyshan bush for her headache, she sat right up and said, "There, I knew you were mocking me." I don't know how to please her, Burrick.
"Why would you want to?" he growled, and I let the subject drop.
That evening, Lacey came to my room. She tapped, then entered, wrinkling her nose. "You'd better bring up some strewing herbs if you're going to keep that pup in here, and use some vinegar and water when you scrub up his messes. It smells like a stable in here." "I suppose it does," I admitted. I looked at her curiously and waited. "I brought you this. You seem to like it best." She held out the sea pipes. I looked at the short, fat tubes bound together with strips of leather. I had liked it best of the 3 instruments. The harp had far too many strings, and the flute had seemed shrill to me, even when Patience had played it. "Did Lady Patience send it to me?" I asked, puzzled. "No, she doesn't know I've taken it. She'll assume it's lost in her litter, as usual." "Why did you bring it?" "For you to practice on. When you've a little skill with it, bring it back and show her." "Why?" Lacey sighed. "Because it would make her feel better, and that would make my life much easier. There's nothing worse than being maid to someone as heartsick as Lady Patience. She longs desperately for you to be good at something. She keeps trying you out, hoping that you'll manifest some sudden talent so that she can flout you about and tell folk, 'There, I told you he had it in him.' Now, I've had boys of my own, and I know boys aren't that way. They don't learn or grow or have manners when you're looking at them. But turn away and turn back, and there they are, smarter, taller, and charming everyone but their own mothers." I was a little lost. "You want me to learn to play this so that Patience will be happy?" "So that she can feel she's given you something. She gave me Smithy. Nothing she can ever give me will be better than him." Lacey looked surprised at my sudden sincerity. So was I. "Well, you might tell her that, but you might also try to learn to play the sea pipes, or recite a ballad, or sing one of the old prayers. That she might understand better." After Lacey left, I sat thinking, caught between anger and wistfulness. Patience wished me to be a success, and felt she must discover something I could do. As if before her I had never done or accomplished anything. But as I mulled over what I had done and what she knew of me, I realized that her image of me must be a rather flat one. I could read and write and take care of a horse or dog. I could also brew poisons, make sleeping draughts, smuggle, lie, and do sleight of hand, none of which would have pleased her even if she had known. So was there anything to me, other than a spy or assassin? The next morning I arose early and sought Fedron. He was pleased when I asked to borrow brushes and colours from him. The paper he gave me was better than practice sheets, and he made me promise to show him my efforts. As I made my way up the stairs, I wondered what it would be like to apprentice with him. Surely it could not be any harder than what I had been set to lately. But the task I had set myself proved harder than any Patience had put me to. I could see Smithy asleep on his cushion. How could the curve of his back be different from the curve of a rune? The shades of his ears so different from the shading of the herbal illustrations I painstakingly copied from Fedron's work. But they were, and I wasted sheet after sheet of paper until I suddenly saw that it was the shadows around the pup that made the curve of his back and the line of his haunch. I needed to paint less, not more, and put down what my eyes saw rather than what my mind knew. It was late when I washed out my brushes and set them aside. I had 2 that pleased, and a third that I liked, though it was soft and muzzy, more like a dream of a puppy than a real puppy. More like what I sensed than what I saw, I thought to myself. But when I stood outside Lady Patience's door, I looked down at the papers in my hand and suddenly saw myself as a toddler presenting crushed and wilted dandelions to his mother. What fitting pastime was this for a youth? If I were truly Fedron's apprentice, then exercises of this sort would be appropriate, for a good scriber must illustrate and illuminate as well as scribe. But the door opened and there I was, my fingers smudged still with paint and the pages damp in my hand. I was wordless when Patience irritably told me to come inside, that I was late enough already. I perched on the edge of a chair with a crumpled cloak and some half-finished bit of stitchery. I set my paintings to one side of me, on top of a stack of tablets. "I think you could learn to recite verse, if you chose to," she remarked with some asperity. "And therefore you could learn to compose verse, if you chose to. Rhythm and metre and no more than— Is that the puppy?" "It's meant to be," I muttered, and could not remember feeling more wretchedly embarrassed in my life. She lifted the sheets carefully and examined each one in turn, holding them close and then at arm's length. She stared longest at the muzzy one. "Who did these for you?" she asked at last. "Not that it excuses your being late, but I could find good use for someone who can put on paper what the eye sees, with the colours so true. That is the trouble with all the herbals I have. All the herbs are painted the same green, no matter if they are grey or tinged pink as they grow. Such tablets are useless if you are trying to learn from them." "I suspect he's painted the puppy himself, ma'am," Lacey interrupted benignly. "And the paper, this is better than what I've had to—" Patience paused suddenly. "You, Thomas?" And I think that was the first time she remembered to use the name she had bestowed on me. "You paint like this?" Before her incredulous look, I managed a quick nod. She held up the pictures again. "Your father could not draw a curved line, save it was on a map. Did your mother draw?" "I have no memories of her, lady." My reply was stiff. I could not recall that anyone had ever been brave enough to ask me such a thing before. "What, none? But you were 5 years old. You must remember something. The colour of her hair, her voice, what she called you." Was that a pained hunger in her voice, a curiosity she could not quite bear to satisfy? Almost for a moment I did remember. A smell of mint, or was it? It was gone. "Nothing, lady. If she had wanted me to remember her, she would have kept me, I suppose." I closed my heart. Surely I owed no remembrance to the mother who had not kept me, nor ever sought me since. "Well," for the first time, I think Patience realized she had taken our conversation into a difficult area. She stared out of the window at a grey day. "Someone has taught you well," she observed suddenly, too brightly. "Fedron." When she said nothing, I added, "The court scribe, you know. He would like me to apprentice to him. He is pleased with my letters, and works with me now on the copying of his images. When we have time, that is. I'm often busy, and he is often out questing after new paper reeds." "Paper reeds?" she asked distractedly. "He has a bit of paper. He had several measures of it, but little by little he has used it. He got it from a trader who had it from another and yet another before him, so he does not know where it first came from. But from what he was told, it was made of pounded reeds. The paper is a much better quality than any we make. It is thin, flexible, and does not crumble so readily with age, yet it takes ink well, not soaking it up so that the edges of runes blur. Fedron says that if we could duplicate it, it would change much. With a good sturdy paper, any man might have a copy of tablet law from the keep. Were paper cheaper, more children could be taught to write and read, or so he says. I do not understand why he is so... I did not know any here shared my interest. A sudden animation lit the lady's face. Has he tried paper made from pounded lily root? I have had some success with that. And also with paper created by first weaving and then wet-pressing sheets made with threads of bark from the kinyu tree. It is strong and flexible, yet the surface leaves much to be desired. Unlike this paper. She glanced again at the sheets in her hand and fell silent. Then she asked hesitantly, You like the puppy this much? Yes, I said simply, and our eyes suddenly met. She stared into me in the same distracted way that she often stared out of the window. Abruptly, her eyes brimmed with tears. Sometimes you are so like him that... She choked. You should have been mine. It isn't fair. You should have been mine. She cried out the words so fiercely that I thought she would strike me. Instead, she leapt at me and caught me in a flying hug, at the same time treading upon her dog and overturning a vase of greenery. The dog sprang up with a yelp, the vase shattered on the floor, sending water and shards in all directions, while my lady's forehead caught me squarely under the chin, so that for a moment all I saw was sparks. Before I could react, she flung herself from me and fled into her bedchamber with a cry like a scolded cat. She slammed the door behind her. And all the while, Lacey kept on with her tatting. She gets like this sometimes, she observed benignly and nodded me toward the door. Come again tomorrow, she reminded me, and added, You know, Lady Patience has become quite fond of you. Chapter 14. Galen. Galen, son of a weaver, came to Buckkeep as a boy. His father was one of Queen Desire's personal servants who followed her from Pharaoh. Solicity was then the skillmaster at Buckkeep. She had instructed King Bounty and his son Shrewd in the skill, so by the time Shrewd's sons were boys, she was ancient already. She petitioned King Bounty that she might take an apprentice, and he consented. Galen was greatly favoured by the Queen, and at Queen-in-Waiting Desire's energetic urging, Solicity chose the youth Galen as her apprentice. At that time, as now, the skill was denied to bastards of the Farseer house, but when the talent bloomed unexpected amongst those not of royalty, it was cultivated and rewarded. No doubt Galen was such a one as this, a boy showing strange and unexpected talent that came abruptly to the attention of a skillmaster. By the time the prince's chivalry and verity were old enough to receive skill instruction, Galen had advanced enough to assist in their instruction, though he was but a year or so older than they. Once again my life sought a balance and briefly found it. The awkwardness with Lady Patience gradually eroded into our acceptance that we would never become casual or overly familiar with one another. Neither of us felt a need to share feelings. Instead, we skirted one another at a formal distance, and nevertheless managed to gain a good understanding of one another. Yet, in the formal dance of our relationship, there were occasional times of genuine merriment, and sometimes we even danced to the same piper. Once she had given up the notion of teaching me everything that a Farseer prince should know, she was able to teach me a great deal. Very little of it was what she initially intended to teach me. I did gain a working knowledge of music, but this was by the loan of her instruments and many hours of private experimentation. I became more her runner than her page, and from fetching for her, I learned much of the perfumer's arts, as well as greatly increasing my knowledge of plants. Even Shade became enthused when he discovered my new talents for root and leaf propagation, and he followed with interest the experiments, few of them successful, that Lady Patience and I made into coaxing the buds of one tree to open to leaf when spliced into another tree. This was a magic she had heard rumoured but did not scruple to attempt. To this day, in the women's garden, there is an apple tree, one branch of which bears pears. When I expressed a curiosity about the tattooer's art, she refused to let me mark my own body, saying I was too young for such a decision. But without the least qualm, she let me observe and finally assist with the slow pricking of dye into her own ankle and calf that became a coiled garland of flowers. But all of that evolved over months and years, not days. We had settled into a blunt-spoken courtesy toward one another by the end of 10 days. She met Fedrin and enlisted him in her root paper project. The pup was growing well, and was a greater pleasure to me every day. Lady Patience's errands to town gave me ample opportunities to see my town friends, especially Molly. She was an invaluable guide to the fragrance stalls where I purchased Lady Patience's perfume supplies. Forging and red ship raiders might still threaten from the horizon, but for those few weeks they seemed a remote terror, like the remembered chill of winter on a midsummer day. For a very brief period I was happy, and an even rarer gift, I knew I was happy. And then my lessons with Galen began. The night before my lessons were to start, Burrick sent for me. I went to him wondering what chore I had done poorly and would be rebuked for. I found him waiting for me outside the stables, shifting his feet as restlessly as a confined stallion. He immediately beckoned me to follow him and took me up to his chambers. "Tea?" he offered, and when I nodded, poured me a mug from a pot still warm on his hearth. "What's the matter?" I asked as I took it from him. He was strung as tight as I had ever seen him. This was so unlike Burrick that I feared some terrible news that Sooty was ill or dead, or that he had discovered Smithy. "Nothing," he lied, and did it so poorly that he himself immediately recognized it. "It's this boy," he confessed suddenly. "Galen came to me today. He told me that you were to be instructed in the skill, and he charged me that while he was teaching you I could interfere in no way, not to counsel, or ask chores of you, or even share a meal with you. He was most direct about it." Burrick paused, and I wondered what better word he had rejected. He looked away from me. "There was a time when I'd hoped this chance would be offered to you, but when it wasn't, I thought, well, perhaps it's for the best. Galen can be a hard teacher, a very hard teacher. I've heard talk of it before. He drives his pupils, but he claims he expects no more of them than he does of himself. And, boy, I've heard that gossiped about me too, if you can credit it." I permitted myself a small smile that brought an answering scowl from Burrick. "Listen to what I'm telling you. Galen makes no secret that he has no fondness for you. Of course, he doesn't know you at all, so it's not your fault. It's based solely on what you are and what you caused, and hell knows that wasn't your fault. But if Galen admitted that, then he'd have to admit it was chivalry's fault, and I've never known him to admit that chivalry had any faults. But you can love a man and know better than that about him." Burrick took a brisk turn around the room, then came back to the fire. "Just tell me what you want to say," I suggested. "I'm trying," he snapped. "It's not easy to know what to say. I'm not even sure if I should be speaking to you. Is this interference or counsel? But your lessons haven't started yet, so I say this now. Do your best for him. Don't talk back to Galen. Be respectful and courteous. Listen to all he says, and learn it as well and quickly as you can." He paused again. "I hadn't intended to do otherwise," I pointed out a bit tartly, for I could tell that none of this was what Burrick was trying to say. "I know that, Fitz." He sighed suddenly and threw himself down at the table opposite me. With the heels of both hands, he pressed at his temples as if pained. I had never seen him so agitated. "A long time ago, I talked to you about that other magic, the wit, the being with the beasts, almost becoming one of them." He paused and glanced about the room as if worried someone would hear. He leaned in closer to me and spoke softly but urgently.
Stay clear of it. I've tried my best to get you to see it's shameful and wrong. But I've never really felt that you agreed. Oh, I know you've abided by my rule against it most of the time. But a few times I've sensed or suspected that you were tinkering with things no good man touches. I tell you, Fitz, I'd sooner see you forged. Yes, don't look so shocked, that's truly how I feel. And for Galen, look, Fitz, don't even mention it to him. Don't speak of it, don't even think of it near him. It's little that I know about the skill and how it works, but sometimes when your father touched me with it, it seemed he knew my heart before I did, and saw things that I kept buried even from myself.
A sudden deep blush suffused Berich's dark face, and almost I thought I saw tears stand in his dark eyes. He turned aside from me to the fire, and I sensed we were coming to the heart of what he needed to say, needed, not wanted. There was a deep fear in him, one he denied himself. A lesser man, a man less stern with himself, would have trembled with it.
Fear for you, boy.
He spoke to the stones above the mantelpiece, and his voice was so deep a rumble that I almost couldn't understand him. Why? A simple question unlocks best, Shade had taught me.
I don't know if he will see it in you, or what he will do if he does. I've heard... No, I know it's true. There was a woman, actually little more than a girl. She had a way with birds. She lived in the hills to the west of here, and it was said she could call a wild hawk from the sky. Some folk admired her and said it was a gift. They took sick poultry to her, or called her in when hens wouldn't set their eggs. She did aught but good for all I heard. But Galen spoke out against her. Said she was an abomination, and that it would be the worse for the world if she lived to breed. And one morning she was found beaten to death.
Galen did it? Berich shrugged, a gesture most unlike him.
His horse had been out of the stable that night, that much I know, and his hands were bruised and he had scratches on his face and neck. But not the scratches a woman would have dealt him, boy. Talon marks, as if a hawk had tried to strike him.
And you said nothing? I asked incredulously. He barked a bitter laugh.
Another spoke before I could. Galen was accused by the girl's cousin, who happened to work here in the stables. Galen would not deny it. They went out to the witness stones and fought one another for El's justice, which always prevails there. Higher than the king's court is the answer to a question settled there, and no one may dispute it. The boy died. Everyone said it was El's justice, that the boy had accused Galen falsely. One said it to Galen, and he replied that El's justice was that the girl had died before she bred, and her tainted cousin too.
Berich fell silent. I was queasy with what he had told me, and a cold fear snaked through me. A question once decided at the witness stones could not be raised again. That was more than law, it was the very will of the gods. So I was to be taught by a man who was a murderer, a man who would try to kill me if he suspected I had the wit.
Yes,
Berich said, as if I had spoken aloud.
Oh, Fitz, my son, be careful, be wise.
And for a moment I wondered, for it sounded as if he feared for me. But then he added,
Don't shame me, boy, or your father. Don't let Galen say that I've let my prince's son grow up a half-beast. Show him that chivalry's blood runs true in you.
I'll try, I muttered, and I went to bed that night wretched and afraid. The Queen's garden was nowhere near the women's garden or the kitchen garden or any other garden in Buckkeep. It was instead on top of a circular tower. The garden walls were high on the sides that faced the sea, but to the south and west the walls were low and had seats along them. The stone walls captured the warmth of the sun and fended off the salt winds from the sea. The air was still there, almost as if hands were cupped over my ears. Yet there was a strange wildness to the garden founded on stone. There were rock basins, perhaps bird baths or water gardens at one time, and various tubs and pots and troughs of earth intermingled with statuary. At one time, the tubs and pots had probably overflowed with greenery and flowers. Of the plants, only a few stalks and the mossy earth in the tubs remained. The skeleton of a vine crawled over a half-rotted trellis. It filled me with an old sadness, colder than the first chill of winter that was also here. Patience should have had this, I thought. She would bring life here again. I was the first to arrive. August came soon after. He had Verity's broad build, much as I had Chivalry's height, and the dark farcier colouring. As always, he was distant but polite. He dealt me a nod and then strolled about, looking at the statuary. Others appeared rapidly after him. I was surprised at how many, over a dozen. Other than August, son of the king's sister, no one could boast as much farcier blood as I could. There were cousins and second cousins of both sexes and both younger and older than I. August was probably the youngest, at 2 years my junior, and Serene, a woman in her mid-20s, was probably the oldest. It was an oddly subdued group. A few clustered, talking softly, but most drifted about, poking at the empty gardens or looking at the statues. Then Galen came. He let the door of the stairwell slam shut behind him. Several of the others jumped. He stood regarding us, and we in turn looked at him in silence. There is something I have observed about skinny men. Some, like Shade, seem so preoccupied with their lives that they either forget to eat or burn every bit of sustenance they take in the fires of their passionate fascination with life. But there is another type. One who goes about the world cadaverously, cheeks sunken, bones jutting, and one senses that he so disapproves of the whole of the world that he begrudges every bit of it that he takes inside himself. At that moment I would have wagered that Galen had never truly enjoyed one bite of food or one swallow of drink in his life. His dress puzzled me. It was opulently rich, with fur at his collar and neck, and amber beading so thick on his tunic it would have turned a sword. But the rich fabrics strained over him, the clothing tailored so snugly to him that one wondered if the maker had lacked sufficient fabric to finish the suit. At a time when full sleeves slashed with colours were the mark of a wealthy man, he wore his shirt as tight as a cat's skin. His boots were high and fitted to his calves, and he carried a little quirt, as if come straight from riding. His clothing looked uncomfortable, and combined with his thinness to give an impression of stinginess. His pale eyes swept the Queen's garden dispassionately. He considered us and immediately dismissed us as wanting. He breathed out through his hawk's nose, as does a man facing an unpleasant chore. "Clear a space," he directed us. "Push all this rubbish to one side. Stack it there against that wall. Quickly now, I have no patience with sluggards." And so the last lines of the garden were destroyed. The arrangements of the pots and beds that had been shadows of the little walks and arbours that had once existed here were swept aside. The pots were moved to one side, the lovely little statues stacked crookedly on top of them. Galen spoke only once to me. "Hurry up, bastard," he ordered me, as I struggled with a heavy pot of earth, and he brought down his riding crop across my shoulders. It was not much of a blow, more a tap, but it seemed so contrived that I stopped in my efforts and looked at him. "Didn't you hear me?" he demanded. I nodded and went back to moving the pot. From the corner of my eye I saw his odd look of satisfaction. The blow, I felt, had been a test. but I was not sure if I had passed or failed it. The tower roof became a bare space, with only the green lines of moss and old runnels of dirt to indicate the garden that had been. He directed us to form ourselves into 2 lines. He ordered us by age and size, and then separated us by sex, putting the girls behind the boys and off to the right.
I will tolerate no distractions or disruptive behavior. You are here to learn, not dally, he warned us.
He then spaced us out, having us stretch our arms in all directions to show that there we could not touch one another, not even so much as a fingertip. From this, I expected physical exercises would follow, but instead he directed us to stand still, hands at our sides, and attend to him. So, as we stood on the cold tower top, he lectured us. For 17 years, I have been skillmaster of this keep. Before this, my lessons were given to small groups discreetly. Those who failed to show promise were turned away quietly. During that time, the 6 Duchies had no need for more than a handful to be trained. I trained only the most promising, wasting no time on those without talent or discipline. And for the last 15 years I have not initiated any into the skill. But evil times are upon us. The Out-Islanders ravage our shores and forge our people. King Shrewd and Prince Verity turn their skills to protecting us. Great are their efforts, and many their successes, though the common folk never even guess at what they do. I assure you, against the minds I have trained, the Out-Islanders stand small chance. A few paltry victories they may have won, coming upon us unprepared, but the forces I have created to oppose them will prevail. His pale eyes burned, and he lifted his hands to the heavens as he spoke. He held a long silence, staring upward, his arms stretched out above his head, as if he clawed down power from the sky itself. Then he let his arms slowly fall. This I know, he went on in a calmer voice. This I know. The forces I have created will prevail. But our king, may all gods honour and bless him, doubts me. And as he is my king, I bow to his will. He requires that I seek amongst you of lesser blood, to see if there are any with the talent and will, the purity of purpose and sternness of soul to be trained in the skill. This I will do, for my king has commanded. Legends say, in days of old there were many trained in the skill, who worked alongside their kings to avert dangers from the land. Perhaps it was truly so, perhaps the old legends exaggerate. In any case, my king has commanded me to attempt to create such a surplus of skilled ones, and so I will try. He totally ignored the 5 or so women of our group. Not once did his eyes turn toward them. The exclusion was so obvious that I wondered how they had offended him. I knew Serene slightly, for she also had been an apt pupil of Fedron. I could almost feel the warmth of her displeasure. In the row beside me, one of the boys shifted. In a flash, Galen had leapt in front of him. "Bored, are we? Restless with an old man's talk?" "Just a cramp in my calf, sir," the boy rejoined foolishly. Galen slapped him, a backhand that rocked the boy's head. "Be quiet and stand still or leave, it's all one to me. It's already obvious that you lack the stamina to achieve the skill. But the king has found you worthy to be here, and so I will attempt to teach you." I trembled inside, for when Galen spoke to the boy, it was me he stared at, as if the boy's movement had been my fault somehow. A strong distaste for Galen flooded through me. I had taken blows from Hod in the course of my instruction in staves and swords, and endured discomfort even from Shade as he demonstrated touch spots and strangling techniques and ways to silence a man without disabling him. I'd had my share of cuffs, boots, and swats from Burrick, some justified, some the vented frustration of a busy man. But I'd never seen a man strike a boy with such apparent relish as Galen had. I strove to keep my face impassive, and to look at him without appearing to stare, for I knew that if I glanced away, I'd be accused of not paying attention. Satisfied, Galen nodded to himself and then resumed his lecture. To master the skill, he must first teach us to master ourselves. Physical deprivation was his key. Tomorrow we were to arrive before the sun was over the horizon. We were not to wear shoes, socks, cloaks, nor any woolen garment. Heads were to be uncovered. The body must be scrupulously clean. He exhorted us to imitate him in his eating and living habits. We would avoid meat, sweet fruit, seasoned dishes, milk, and frivolous foods. He advocated porridges and cold water, plain breads and stewed root vegetables. We would avoid all unnecessary conversation, especially with those of the other sex. He counselled us long against any sort of sensual longings, in which he included desiring food, sleep, or warmth. And he advised us that he had arranged for a separate table to be set for us in the hall, where we might eat appropriate food and not be distracted by idle talk or questions. The last phrase he added almost like a threat. He then put us through a series of exercises. Close the eyes and roll your eyeballs up as far as they would go. Strive to roll them all the way around, to look into the back of one's own skull. Feel the pressure this created. Imagine what you might see if you could roll your eyes that far. Was what you saw worthy and correct? Eyes still closed, stand on one leg. Strive to remain perfectly still. Find a balance, not just of body but of spirit. Drive from the mind all unworthy thoughts, and you could remain like this indefinitely. As we stood, eyes always closed, going through these various exercises, he moved amongst us. I could track him by the sound of the riding crop. "Concentrate," he would command us, "or try, at least try." I myself felt the crop at least 4 times that day. It was a trifling thing, little more than a tap, but it was unnerving to be touched with a lash, even without pain. Then, the last time it fell, it was high on my shoulder, and the lash of it coiled against my bare neck, while the tip caught me on the chin. I winced, but managed to keep my eyes closed and my precarious balance on one aching knee. As he walked away, I felt a slow drip of warm blood form on my chin. He kept us all day, releasing us when the sun was a half copper on the horizon and the winds of night were rising. Not once had he excused us for food, water, or any other necessity. He watched us file past him, a grim smile on his face, and only when we were through the door did we feel free to stagger and flee down the staircase. I was famished, my hands swollen red with the chill, and my mouth so dry I couldn't have spoken if I had wished to. The others seemed much the same, though some had suffered more acutely than I. I at least was used to long hours, many of them outdoors. Mary, a year or so older than I, was accustomed to helping Mistress Hasty with the weaving. Her round face was more white than red with the cold, and I heard her whisper something to Serene, who took her hand as we went down the stairs. "It wouldn't have been so bad if he had paid any attention to us at all," Serene whispered back. And then I had the unpleasant experience of seeing them both glance back fearfully, to see if Galen had seen them speak to one another. Dinner that night was the most cheerless meal I had ever endured at Buckkeep. There was a cold porridge of boiled grain, bread, water, and boiled mashed turnips. Galen, uneating, presided over our meal. There was no conversation. I don't think we even looked at one another. I ate my allotted portions and left the table almost as hungry as I had arrived. Halfway up the stairs I remembered Smithy. I returned to the kitchen to get the bones and scraps Cook saved for me, and a pitcher of water to refill his dish. They seemed an awful weight as I climbed the stairs. It struck me as strange that a day of relative inactivity out in the cold had wearied me as much as a day of strenuous work. Once inside my room, Smithy's warm greeting and eager consumption of the meat was like a healing balm. As soon as he had finished eating, we snuggled into bed. He wanted to bite and tussle, but soon gave up on me. I let sleep claim me. And woke with a jolt to darkness, fearing that I had slept too long. A glance at the sky told me I could beat the sun to the rooftop, but just barely. No time to wash myself or eat or clean up after Smithy, and it was just as well Galen had forbidden shoes and socks, for I had no time to put mine on. I was too tired even to feel a fool as I raced through the keep and up the stairs of the tower. I could see others hurrying before me by wavering torchlight, and when I emerged from the stairwell, Galen's quirt fell on my back. It bit unexpectedly sharp through my thin shirt. I cried out in surprise as much as pain. "Stand like a man and master yourself, bastard," Galen told me harshly, and the quirt fell again. Everyone else had resumed their places of the day before. They looked as weary as I, and most, too, looked as shocked as I felt by Galen's treatment of me. To this day I don't know why, but I went silently to my place and stood there facing Galen. "Whoever comes last is late and will be treated so," he warned us. It struck me as a cruel rule, for the only way to avoid his quirt tomorrow was to arrive early enough to see it fall on one of my fellows. There followed another day of discomfort and random abuse. So I see it now. So I think I knew it then in my heart of hearts. But ever he spoke of proving us worthy, of making us tough and strong. He made it an honor to be standing out in the cold, bare feet going numb against the chill stone. He roused in us a competition, not just against each other, but against his shabby images of us. "Prove me wrong," he said over and over again. "I beg you, prove me wrong that I may show the king at least one pupil worthy of my time." And so we tried. How strange now to look back on it all and wonder at myself. But in the space of one day, he had succeeded in isolating us and plunging us into another reality, where all rules of courtesy and common sense were suspended. We stood silently in the cold, in various uncomfortable positions, eyes closed, wearing little more than our undergarments. And he walked among us, dealing out cuts from his silly little whip, and insults from his nasty little tongue. He cuffed occasionally, or shoved, something that is much more painful when one is chilled to the bone. Those who flinched or wavered were accused of weakness. During the day he berated us with our unworthiness, and repeated that he had only consented to try to teach us at the king's behest. The women he ignored, and though he often spoke of past princes and kings who had wielded the skill in defence of the realm, he never once mentioned the queens and princesses who had done likewise. Nor did he ever once give us an overview of what he was attempting to teach us. There was only the cold and the discomfort of his exercises, and the uncertainty of when we would be struck. Why we struggled to endure it, I don't know. So quickly we were all made accomplices in our own degradation. The sun finally ventured once again toward the horizon, but Galen had saved 2 final surprises for us that day. He let us stand, open our eyes, and stretch freely for a few moments. Then he gave us a final lecture, this one to warn us against those among us who would undermine the training of all by foolish self-indulgences. He walked slowly among us as he spoke, wending his way in and out of our rows, and I saw many a rolling eye and intake of breath as he passed. Then, for the first time that day, he ventured over to the women's corner of the court. "Some," he cautioned us as he strolled, "think themselves above rules. They think themselves worthy of special attention and indulgences. Such illusions of superiority must be driven from you before you can learn anything. It is hardly worthy of my time for me to have to teach these lessons to such laggards and dolts as need them. It is a shame that they have even found their way into our gathering. But they are among us, and I will honour the will of my king and attempt to teach them. even though there is only one way I know to waken such lazy minds. To Mary he gave 2 quick cuts with the quirt, but Serene he shoved down onto one knee and struck 4 times. To my shame, I stood there with the rest, as each cut fell, and hoped only that she would not cry out and bring more punishment on herself. But Serene rose, swayed once and then stood again, still, looking out over the heads of the girls before her. I breathed a sigh of relief. But then Galen was back, circling like a shark around a fishing boat, speaking now of those who thought themselves too good to share the discipline of the group, of ones who indulged in meat in plenty, while the rest limited ourselves to wholesome grains and pure foods. I wondered uneasily who had been so foolish as to visit the kitchen after hours. Then I felt the hot lick of the whip on my shoulders. If I had thought he was using the lash to his full capability before, he proved me wrong now. You thought to deceive me. You thought I would never know if Cook saved her precious pet a plate of tidbits, didn't you? But I know all that happens in Buckkeep. Don't deceive yourself about that. It dawned on me that he was speaking of the meat scraps I'd taken up to Smithy. That food wasn't for me, I protested, and then could have bitten my tongue out. His eyes glittered coldly. You'd lie to save yourself a little just pain. You'll never master the skill. You'll never be worthy of it. But the king has commanded that I try to teach, and so I will try, despite you or your low birth. In humiliation, I took the welts he dealt me. He berated me as each fell, telling the others that the old rules against teaching the skill to a bastard had been to prevent just such a thing as this. Afterwards I stood, silent and shamed, as he went down the rows, dealing a perfunctory swat with the quirt to each of my fellows, explaining as he did so that we all must pay for the failure of the individuals. It did not matter that this statement made no sense, or that the whip fell lightly compared to what Galen had just inflicted on me. It was the idea that they were all paying for my transgression. I had never felt so shamed in my life. Then he released us, to go down to another cheerless meal, much the same as yesterday's. This time, no one spoke on the stairs or at the meal, and afterwards I went straight up to my room. Meat soon, I promised the hungry pup that waited for me. Despite my aching back and muscles, I forced myself to clean up the room, scrubbing up Smithy's messes and then making a trip for fresh stewing reeds. Smithy was a bit sulky at being left alone all day, and I was troubled when I realized I had no idea how long this miserable training would last. I waited until late, when all ordinary folk of the keep were in their beds, before venturing down to get Smithy's food for him. I dreaded that Galen would find out, but what else was I to do? I was halfway down the big staircase when I saw the glimmering of a single candle being borne toward me. I shrank against the wall, suddenly sure it was Galen. But it was the fool who came toward me, glowing as white and pale as the wax candle he carried. In his other hand was a pail of food and a beaker of water balanced on top of it. Soundlessly, he waved me back to my room. Once inside, the door shut, he turned on me. I can take care of the pup for you, he told me dryly. But I can't take care of you. Use your head, boy. What can you possibly learn from what he's doing to you? I shrugged, then winced. It's just a toughness. I don't think it will go on much longer before he gets down to actually teaching us. I can take it. Then, wait, I said, as he fed bits of meat to Smithy from the pail. How do you know what Galen's been putting us through? That would be telling, he said blithely. And I can't do that. Tell, that is. He dumped the rest of the pail out for Smithy, replenished his water, and stood. "I'll feed the puppy," he told me. "I'll even try to take him outside for a bit each day. But I won't clean up his messes." He paused at the door. "That's where I draw the line. You'd better decide where you will draw the line, and soon. Very soon. The danger is greater than you know." And then he was gone, taking his candle and warnings with him. I lay down and fell asleep to the sounds of Smithy worrying a bone and making puppy growls to himself. Chapter 15. The Witness Stones. The skill, at its simplest, is the bridging of thought from person to person. It can be used a number of ways. During battle, for instance, a commander can relay simple information and commands directly to those officers under him, if those officers have been trained to receive it. One powerfully skilled can use his talent to influence even untrained minds or the minds of his enemies, inspiring them with fear or confusion or doubt. Men so talented are rare. But, if incredibly gifted with the skill, a man can aspire to speak directly to the elderlings, those who are below only the gods themselves. Few have ever dared to do so, and of those who did, even fewer attained what they asked. For it is said, one may ask of the elderlings, but the answer they give may not be to the question you ask, but to the one you should have asked. And the answer to that question may be one a man cannot hear and live. For when one speaks to the elderlings, then is the sweetness of using the skill strongest and most perilous. And this is the thing that every practitioner of the skill, weak or strong, must always guard against. For in using the skill, the user feels a keenness of life, an uplifting of being that can distract a man from taking his next breath. Compelling is this feeling, even in the common uses of the skill, and addictive to any not hardened of purpose. But the intensity of this exaltation when speaking to the elderlings is a thing for which we have no comparison. Both senses and sense may be blasted forever from a man who uses the skill to speak to an elderling. Such a man dies raving. But it is also true, he dies raving of his joy. The fool was right. I had no idea of the peril I faced. I plunged on doggedly. I have no heart to detail the weeks that followed. Suffice to say that with each day, Galen had us more under his sway, and that he also became more cruel and manipulative. Some few pupils disappeared early on. Mary was one. She stopped coming after the 4th day. I saw her only once after that, creeping about the keep with a face both woebegone and shamed. I learned later that Serene and the other women had shunned her after she had dropped the training, and when they later spoke of her, it was not as if she had failed at a test, but rather had committed some low and loathsome act for which she could never be forgiven. I know not where she went, only that she left Buckkeep and never returned. As the ocean sorts pebbles from sand on a beach and stratifies them at the tide mark, so did the poundings and caressings of Galen separate his students. Initially, all of us strove to be his best. It was not because we liked or admired him. I do not know what the others felt, but there was nothing in my heart but hate for him, a hatred so strong that it spawned a resolution not to be broken by such a man. After days of his abuse, to wring a single grudging word of acknowledgement from him was like a torrent of praise from any other master. Days of his belittling should have made me numb to his mockery. Instead, I came to believe much of what he said, and tried futilely to change. We vied constantly with one another to come to his attention. Some emerged clearly as his favourites. August was one, and we were often urged to imitate him. I was clearly his most despised. And yet this did not stop me from burning to distinguish myself before him. After the first time, I was never last on the tower top. I never wavered from his blows. Nor did Serene, who shared my distinction of being despised. Serene became Galen's grovelling follower, never breathing a word of criticism about him after that first lashing. Yet he constantly found fault with her, berated and reviled her, and struck her far more often than he struck any of the other women. This, however, made her only more determined to prove she could withstand his abuse, and she, after Galen, was the most intolerant of any who wavered or doubted in our teaching. Winter deepened. It was cold and dark on the tower top, save for what light came from the stairwell. It was the most isolated place in the world, and Galen was its god. He forged us into a unit. We believed ourselves elite, superior, and privileged to be instructed in the skill. Even I, who endured mockery and beatings, believed this to be so. Those of us he broke, we despised. We saw only one another for this time. We heard only Galen. At first I missed Shade. I wondered what Berwick and Lady Patience were doing. But as months went by, such lesser occupations no longer seemed interesting. Even the Fool and Smithy came to be almost annoyances to me, so single-mindedly did I pursue Galen's approval. The Fool came and went silently then. There were times, though, when I was sorest and weariest, when the touch of Smithy's nose against my cheek was the only comfort I had, and times when I felt shamed by how little time I was giving to my growing puppy. After 3 months of cold and cruelty, Galen had whittled us down to 8 candidates. The real training finally began then, and also he returned to us a small measure of comfort and dignity. These seemed by then not only great luxuries, but gifts from Galen to be grateful for. A bit of dried fruit with our meals, permission to wear shoes, brief conversation allowed at the table, that was all, and yet we were grovellingly grateful for it. But the changes were only beginning. It comes back in crystal glimpses. I remember the first time he touched me with the skill. We were on the tower top, spaced even further now that there were fewer of us, and he went from one of us to the next, pausing a moment before each, while the rest of us waited in reverent silence. Ready your minds for the touch. Be open to it, but do not indulge in the pleasure of it. The purpose of the skill is not pleasure. He wended his way among us in no particular order. Spaced as we were, we could not see one another's faces, nor did it ever please Galen that our eyes follow his movements. And so we heard only his brief, stern words, then heard the indrawn gasp of each touched one. To Serene he said in disgust, "Be open to it, I said, not cower like a beaten dog." And last he came to me. I listened to his words, and as he had counselled us earlier, I tried to let go of every sensory awareness I had and be open only to him. I felt the brush of his mind against mine, like a soft tickle on my forehead. I stood firm before it. It grew stronger, a warmth, a light, but I refused to be drawn into it. I felt Galen stood within my mind, sternly regarding me, and using the focusing techniques he had taught us. Imagine a pail of purest white wood, and pour yourself into it. I was able to stand before him, waiting, aware of the skill's elation, but not giving in to it. Thrice the warmth rushed through me, and thrice I stood before it. And then he withdrew. He gave me a grudging nod, but in his eyes I saw not approval, but a trace of fear. That first touch was like the spark that finally kindles the tinder. I grasped what it was. I could not do it yet. I could not send my thoughts out from me. But I had a knowledge that would not fit into words. I would be able to skill. And with that knowing, my resolve hardened. and there was nothing Galen could have done that would stop me learning it. I think he knew it, for he turned on me in the days that followed with a cruelty that I now find incredible. Hard words and blows he dealt me, but none could turn me aside. He struck me once in the face with his quirt. It left a visible welt, and it chanced that when I was coming into the dining hall, Brink was also there. I saw his eyes widen. He started up from his place at table, his jaw clenched in a way I knew too well. But I looked aside from him and down. He stood a moment glaring at Galen, who returned his look with a supercilious stare. Then, fists clenched, Brink turned his back and left the room. I relaxed, relieved there would be no confrontation. But then Galen looked at me, and the triumph in his face made my heart cold. I was his now, and he knew it. Pain and victories mixed for me in the next week. He never lost an opportunity to belittle me. And yet I knew I excelled at each exercise he gave us. I sensed the others groping after his touch of skill, but for me, it was as simple as opening my eyes. I knew one moment of intense fear. He had entered my mind with the skill and given me a sentence to repeat aloud. "I am a bastard, and I shame my father's name," I said aloud, calmly. And then he spoke again within my mind. "You draw strength from somewhere, bastard. This is not your skill. Do you think I will not find the source?" And then I quailed before him and drew back from his touch, hiding Smithy within my mind. His smile showed all his teeth to me. In the days that followed, we played a game of hide-and-seek. I must let him into my mind to learn the skill. Once there, I danced on coals to keep my secrets from him. Not just Smithy, but Shade and the Fool did I hide, and Molly and Kerry and Dirk, and other older secrets I would not reveal even to myself. He sought them all, and I juggled them desperately out of his reach. But despite all that, or perhaps because of it, I felt myself growing stronger in the skill. "Don't mock me!" he roared after one session, and then grew infuriated as the other students exchanged shocked glances. "Attend to your own exercises!" he roared at them. He paced away from me, then spun suddenly and flung himself at me. Fist and boot he attacked me, and, as Molly once had, I had no more thought than to shield my face and belly. The blows he rained on me were more like a child's tantrum than a man's attack. I felt their ineffectiveness, and then realized with a chill that I was repelling at him. Not so much that he would sense it, just enough that none of his blows fell exactly as he had intended. I knew more that he had no idea what I was doing. When at last he dropped his fists and I dared to lift my eyes, I felt momentarily that I had won, for all the others on the tower top were looking at him with gazes mingled of disgust and fear. He had gone too far for even Serene to stomach. White-faced, he turned aside from me. In that moment, I felt him reach a decision. That evening in my room I was horribly tired, but too enervated to sleep. The Fool had left food for Smithy, and I was teasing him with a large beef knuckle. He had set his teeth in my sleeve and was worrying it while I held the bone just out of his reach. It was the sort of game he loved, and he snarled with mock ferocity as he shook my arm. He was near as big as he would get, and I felt with pride the muscles in his thick little neck. With my free hand, I pinched his tail, and he spun, snarling, to this new attack. From hand to hand I juggled his bone, and his eyes darted back and forth as he snapped after it. "No brain," I teased him. "All you can think of is what you want. No brain, no brain." "Just like his owner." I startled, and in that second Smithy had his bone. He flopped down with it, giving the Fool no more than a perfunctory wag of his tail. I sat down out of breath. I never even heard the door open, or shut. He ignored that and went straight to his topic.
Do you think Galen will allow you to succeed?
I grinned smugly. Do you think he can prevent it? The fool sat down beside me with a sigh.
I know he can. So does he. What I cannot decide is if he is ruthless enough. But I suspect he is.
So let him try, I said flippantly.
I have no choice in that.
The fool was adamantly serious.
What I had hoped to do was dissuade you from trying.
You'd ask me to give up, now? I was incredulous.
I would.
Why? I demanded.
Because, he began, and then stopped in frustration. I don't know. Too many things converge. Perhaps if I pluck one thread loose, the knot will not form.
I was suddenly tired, and the earlier elation of my triumph collapsed before his dour warnings. My irritability won, and I snapped, If you cannot speak clearly, why do you speak at all? He was as silent as if I had struck him.
That's another thing I don't know,
he said at last. He rose to go.
Fool,
I began.
Yes, I am that,
he said, and left. And so I persevered, growing stronger. I grew impatient with our slow pace of instruction. We went over the same practices each day, and gradually the others began to master what seemed so natural to me. How could they have been so closed off from the rest of the world, I wondered? How could it be so hard for them to open their minds to Galen's skill? My own task was not to open, but rather to keep closed to him what I did not wish to share. Often, as he gave me a perfunctory touch of the skill, I sensed a tendril of seeking slinking into my mind, but I evaded it. You are ready, he announced one chill day. It was afternoon, but the brightest stars were already showing in the blue darkness of the sky. I missed the clouds that had yesterday snowed upon us, but had at least kept this deeper cold at bay. I flexed my toes inside the leather shoes that Galen permitted us, trying to warm them to life again. Before, I have touched you with the skill to accustom you to it. Now, today, we will attempt a full joining. You will each reach out to me as I reach out to you, but beware. Most of you have coped with resisting the distractions of the skill touch, but the power of what you felt was the lightest brush. Today will be stronger. Resist it, but stay open to the skill. And again he began his slow circuit amongst us. I waited, enervated but unafraid. I had looked forward to attempting this. I was ready. Some clearly failed, and were rebuked for laziness or stupidity. August was praised. Serene was slapped for reaching forth too eagerly, and then he came to me. I braced, as if for a wrestling contest. I felt the brush of his mind against mine, and offered him a cautious reaching of thought. Like this? Yes, bastard. Like this. And for a moment we were in balance, hovering like children on a seesaw. I felt him steady our contact. Then abruptly he slammed into me. It felt exactly as if the air had been knocked out of me, but in a mental rather than physical way. Instead of being unable to get my breath, I was unable to master my thoughts. He rifled through my mind, ransacking my privacy, and I was powerless before him. He had won, and he knew it. But in that moment of his careless triumph, I found an opening. I grasped at him, trying to seize his mind as he had mine. I gripped him and held him, and knew for a dizzying instant that I was stronger than he, that I could force into his mind any thought I chose to put there. "No!" he shrieked, and dimly I knew that at some former time he had struggled like this with someone he had despised. Someone else who had also won, as I intended to. "Yes!" I insisted. "Die!" he commanded me, but I knew I would not. I knew I would win, and I focused my will and bore down on my grip. The skill does not care who wins. It does not allow anyone to surrender to any one thought, even for a moment. But I did. And when I did, I forgot to guard against the ecstasy that is both the honey and the sting of the skill. The euphoria rushed over me, drowning me, and Galen too sank below it, no longer exploring my mind, but seeking only to return to his. I had never felt the like of that moment. Galen had called it pleasure, and I had expected a pleasant sensation, like warmth in winter, or the fragrance of a rose, or a sweet taste in my mouth. This was none of these. Pleasure is too physical a word to describe what I felt. It had nothing to do with the skin or body. It suffused me. It washed over me in a wave that I could not repulse. Elation filled me and flowed through me. I forgot Galen and all else. I felt him escape me, and knew it mattered, but could not care. I forgot all except exploring this sensation. "Bastard!" Galen bellowed, and struck me with his fist on the side of my head. I fell, helpless, for the pain was not enough to jolt me from the entrancement of the skill. I felt him kick me. I knew the cold of the stones under me that bruised and scraped me, and yet I felt I was held, smothered in a blanket of euphoria that would not let me pay attention to the beating. My mind assured me, despite the pain, that all was well, that there was no need to fight or flee. Somewhere a tide was ebbing, leaving me beached and gasping. Galen stood over me, dishevelled and sweating. His breath smoked in the cold air as he leaned close over me. "Die," he said, but I did not hear the words. I felt them. He let go of my throat, and I fell. And in the wake of the devouring elation of the skill came now a bleakness of failure and guilt that made my physical pain as nothing. My nose was bleeding, it was painful to breathe, and the force of the kicks he had dealt me had scraped skin from my body as I had slid across the tower stones. The different pains contradicted one another, each clamouring for attention so that I couldn't assess what damage had been done to me. I could not even gather myself together to stand up. Looming over all was the knowledge that I had failed. I was defeated and unworthy, and Galen had proven it. As if from a distance, I heard him shouting at the others, telling them to beware, for this was how he would deal with those so undisciplined that they could not turn their minds from pleasure of the skill. And he warned them all of what befell such a man, who strove to use the skill and instead fell under the spell of the pleasure it bore with it. Such a man would become mindless, a great infant, speechless, sightless, soiling himself, forgetting thought, forgetting even food and drink until he died. Such a one was beyond disgust. And such a one was I. I sank into my shame. Helplessly I began to sob. I merited such treatment as he had given me. I deserved worse. Only a misplaced pity had kept Galen from killing me. I had wasted his time, had taken his painstaking instruction and turned it all to selfish indulgence. I fled myself, going deeper and deeper within, but finding only disgust and hatred for myself layered throughout my thoughts. I would be better off dead. Were I to throw myself from the tower roof, it would still not be enough to destroy my shame, but at least I need no longer be aware of it. I lay still and wept. The others left. As each one passed, they had a word, a gobbet of spittle, a kick or a blow for me. I scarcely noticed. I rejected myself more completely than they could. Then they were gone, and Galen alone stood over me. He nudged me with his foot, but I was incapable of response. Suddenly he was everywhere, over, under, around, and inside me, and I could not deny him. "You see, bastard," he said archly, calmly. "I tried to tell them you were not worthy.
I tried to tell them the training would kill you, but you would not listen. You strove to usurp that which had been given to another. Again, I am right. Well, this has not been time wasted if it has done away with you.
I don't know when he left me. After a time, I was aware that it was the moon looking down on me, and not Galen. I rolled onto my belly. I could not stand, but I could crawl. Not quickly, not even lifting my stomach completely off the ground, but I could scuffle and scrape myself along. With a singleness of purpose, I began to make my way towards the low wall. I thought that I could drag myself up onto a bench, and from there to the top of the wall, and from there down. Ended. It was a long journey in the cold and the dark. Somewhere I could hear a whimpering, and I despised myself for that too. But as I scraped myself along, it grew, as a spark in the distance becomes a fire as one approaches. It refused to be ignored. It grew louder in my mind, a whining against my fate, a tiny voice of resistance that forbade that I should die, that denied my failure. It was warmth and light, too, and it grew stronger and stronger as I tried to find its source. I stopped. I lay still. It was inside me. The more I sought it, the stronger it grew. It loved me. Loved me even if I didn't love myself. Loved me even if I hated it. It set its tiny teeth in my soul and braced and held so that I couldn't crawl any further. And when I tried, a howl of despair burst from it, searing me, forbidding me to break so sacred a trust. It was Smithy. He cried with my pains, physical and mental. And when I stopped struggling toward the wall, he went into a paroxysm of joy, a celebration of triumph for us. And all I could do to reward him was to lie still and no longer attempt to destroy myself. And he assured me it was enough, it was a plenitude, it was a joy. I closed my eyes. The moon was high when Barich rolled me gently over. The fool held the torch, and Smithy capered and danced about his feet. Barich gathered me up and stood as if I were still a child just given into his care. I had a glimpse of his dark face, but read nothing there. He carried me down the long stone staircase, the fool bearing the torch to light the way. And he took me out of the keep, back to the stables, and up to his room. There, the fool left Barich and Smithy and me, and I do not recall that there had been one word spoken. Barich set me down on his own bed, and then dragged it, bedstead and all, closer to the fire. With returning warmth came great pain, and I gave my body over to Barich, my soul to Smithy, and let go of my mind for a long while. I opened my eyes tonight, I knew not which one. Barich sat next to me still, undozing, not even slumped in his chair. I felt the strictures of bandaging on my ribs. I lifted a hand to touch it, but was baffled by two splintered fingers. Barich's eyes followed my motion.
They were swollen with more than cold. Too swollen for me to tell if it were breaks or just sprains. I splintered them in case. I suspect it's just a sprain. I think if they were broken, the pain of my working on them would have wakened even you.
He spoke calmly, as if telling me that he had purged a new dog for worms as a preventative against contagion. And just as his steady voice and calm touch had worked on a frantic animal, so it worked on me. I relaxed, thinking that if he were calm, not much could be wrong. He slipped a finger under the bandages supporting my ribs, checking the tightness. "What happened?" he asked, and turned aside from me to pick up a cup of tea as he spoke, as if the question and my answer were of no great import. I pushed my mind back over the last few weeks, tried to find a way to explain. Events danced in my mind, slipped away from me. I remembered only defeat. Galen tested me, I said slowly. I failed, and he punished me for it. And with my words, a wave of dejection, shame, and guilt swept over me, washing away the brief comfort I had taken in the familiar surroundings. On the hearth, a sleeping Smithy abruptly waked and sat up. Reflexively, I quieted him before he could whine. Lie down, rest. It's all right. To my relief, he did so, and to my greater relief, Burrick seemed unaware of what had passed between us. He offered me the cup.
Drink this. You need water in you, and the herbs will deaden the pain and let you sleep. Drink it all now.
It stinks, I told him, and he nodded and held the cup my hands were too bruised to curl around. I drank it all and then lay back.
That was all? He asked carefully, and I knew what he referred to. He tested you on a thing he had taught you, and you did not know it. So he did this to you.
I could not do it. I didn't have the self-discipline. So he punished me. Details eluded me. Shame washed over me, drowning me in misery.
No one is taught self-discipline by beating him half to death.
Burrick spoke carefully, stating the truth for an idiot. His movements were very precise as he set the cup back on the table. It was not to teach me. I don't think he believes I can be taught. It was to show the others what would happen if they failed.
Very little worth knowing is taught by fear, Burrick said stubbornly, and more warmly. It's a poor teacher who tries to instruct by blows and threats. Imagine taming a horse that way, or a dog. Even the most knot-headed dog learns better from an open hand than a stick.
You've struck me before when trying to teach me something.
Yes, I have. But to jolt or warn or awaken, not to damage. Never to break a bone or blind an eye or cripple a hand. Never. Never say to anyone that I've struck you or any creature in my care that way, for it's not true.
He was indignant that I could even have suggested it. No, you're right about that. I tried to think how I could make Burrick understand why I had been punished. But this was different, Burrick, a different kind of learning, a different kind of teaching. I felt compelled to defend Galen's justice. I tried to explain. I deserve this, Burrick. The fault was not with his teaching. I failed to learn. I did try. But like Galen, I believe there is a reason the skill is not taught to bastards. There is a taint in me, a fatal weakness.
Horse shit.
No, think on it, Burrick. If you breed a scrub mare to a fine stud, the colt you get is as likely to get the weakness of the mother as the fineness of the father. The silence was long. Then,
I doubt much that your father would have lain down beside a woman that was a scrub. Without some fineness, some sign of spirit or intelligence, he would not. He could not.
I've heard it said he was tranced by a mountain witch woman. For the first time, I repeated a tale I'd heard whispered often.
Chivalry was not a man to fall for such magicry. And his son is not some snivelling, weak-spirited fool that lies about and whines that he deserved a beating.
He leaned closer, gently prodded just below my temple. A blast of pain rocked my consciousness.
That's how near you were to losing an eye to this teaching.
His temper was rising, and I kept my mouth closed. He took a quick turn around the room, then spun to face me.
That puppy, he's from Patience's bitch, isn't he?
Yes.
But you haven't. Oh, Fitz, please, tell me that it wasn't your using the wit that brought this on you. If he did this to you for that, There's not a word I can say to anyone, or an eye I can meet anywhere in the keep or the whole kingdom.
No, Berwick, I promise you. This had nothing to do with the pup. It was my failure to learn what I had been taught. My weakness.
Quiet, he ordered me impatiently. Your word is enough. I know you well enough to know your promise will always be true. But for the rest, you're making no sense at all. Go back to sleep. I'm going out, but I'll be back soon enough. Get some rest. It's the real healer.
A purpose had settled on Berwick. My words seemed to have satisfied him finally, settled something for him. He dressed quickly, pulling on boots, changing his shirt for a loose one, and putting only a leather jerkin over it. Smithy stood and whined anxiously as Berwick went out, but could not convey his worry to me. Instead, he came to the bedside and scrabbled up, to burrow into the covers beside me and comfort me with his trust. In the bleak despair that settled over me, he was my only light. I closed my eyes, and Berwick's herbs sank me into a dreamless sleep. I awoke later that afternoon. A gust of cold air preceded Berwick's entry into the room. He checked me over, casually prizing open my eyes and then running competent hands down my ribs and over my other bruises. He grunted his satisfaction, then changed his torn and muddied shirt for a fresh one. He hummed as he did so, seeming in a fine mood much at odds with my bruises and depression. It was almost a relief when he left again. Below, I heard him whistling and calling orders to the stable boys. It all sounded so normal and workaday, and I longed for it with an intensity that surprised me. I wanted that back. The warm smell of the horses and dogs and straw, the simple tasks done well and completely, and the good sleep of exhaustion at the end of a day. I longed for it, but the worthlessness that filled me now predicted that, even at that, I would fail. Galen had often sneered at those who worked such simple jobs about the keep. He had only contempt for the kitchen maids and cooks, derision for the stable boys, and the men-at-arms who guarded us with sword and bow were, in his words, ruffians and dolts, doomed to flail away at the world, and control with a sword what they can't master with their minds. So now I was strangely torn. I longed to return to being what Galen had convinced me was contemptible, yet doubt and despair filled me that I could even do so much as that. I was abed for 2 days. A jovial Berwick tended me with banter and good nature that I could not fathom. There was a briskness to his step and a sureness to him that made him seem a much younger man. It added to my dispiritedness that my injuries put him in such fine fettle. But after 2 days of bed rest, Berwick informed me that only so much stillness was good for a man, and it was time I was up and moving if I wished to heal well. He proceeded to find me many minor chores to perform, none heavy enough to tax my strength, but more than enough to keep me busy, for I had to rest often. I believe that the busyness was what he was after, rather than any exercise for me, for all I had done was to lie in bed and look at the wall and despise myself. Faced with my unrelenting depression, even Smithy had begun to turn aside from his food. Despite this, he remained my only real source of comfort. Following me about the stable was the purest enjoyment he'd ever had. Every scent and sight he relayed to me with an intensity that, despite my bleakness, renewed in me the wonder I had first felt when I'd plunged into Berwick's world. Smithy was savagely possessive of me as well, challenging even Sooty's right to sniff me, and earning himself a snap from Vixen that sent him yipping and cowering to my heels. I begged the next day free for myself, and went into Buckkeep town. The walk took me longer than it had ever taken me before, but Smithy rejoiced in my slow pace, for it gave him time to snuff his way around every clump of grass and tree on the way. I had thought that seeing Molly would lift my spirits, and give me some sense of my own life again. But when I got to the chandlery, she was busy, filling 3 large orders for outbound ships. I sat by the hearth in the shop. Her father sat opposite me, drinking and glaring at me. Although his illness had weakened him, it had not changed his temperament, and on days when he was well enough to sit up, he was well enough to drink. After a while I gave up all pretense at conversation and simply watched him drink and disparage his daughter, as Molly bustled frantically about, trying to be both efficient and hospitable to her customers. The dreary pettiness of it all depressed me. At noon she told her father she was closing the shop while she went to deliver an order. She gave me a rack of candles to carry, loaded her own arms, and we left, latching the door behind us. Her father's drunken imprecations followed us, but she ignored them. Once outside in the brisk winter wind, I followed Molly as she walked quickly to the back of the shop. Motioning for my silence, she opened the back door and set all that she carried inside. My rack of candles, too, were unloaded there, and then we left. For a bit, we just wandered through the town, talking little. She commented on my bruised face. I said only that I had fallen. The wind was cold and relentless, so the market stalls were near empty of both customers and vendors. She paid much attention to Smithy, and he revelled in it. On our walk back, we stopped at a tea shop, and she treated me to mulled wine and made so much of Smithy that he fell over on his back and all his thoughts turned into wallowing in her affection. I was struck suddenly by how clearly Smithy was aware of her feelings, and yet she did not sense his at all, except on the shallowest level. I quested gently toward her, but found her elusive and drifting, like a perfume that comes strong and then faint on the same breath of wind. I knew that I could have pushed more insistently against her, but somehow it seemed pointless. An aloneness settled on me, a deadly melancholy, that she never had been and never would be any more aware of me than she was of Smithy. So I took her brief words to me as a bird pecks at dry breadcrumbs, and let alone the silences she curtained between us. Soon she said that she could not tarry long, or it would be the worse for her, for if her father no longer had the strength to strike her, he was still capable of smashing his beer mug on the floor, or knocking over racks of things to show his displeasure at being neglected. She smiled, an odd little smile as she told me this, as if it would be less appalling if somehow we thought of his behaviour as amusing. I couldn't smile, and she looked away from my face. I helped her with her cloak and we left, walking uphill and into the wind, and that suddenly seemed a metaphor for my whole life. At her door, she shocked me with a hug and a kiss on the corner of my jaw, the embrace so brief that it was almost like being bumped in the market. "New boy," she said, and then, "Thank you for understanding." And then she whisked into her shop and shut the door behind her, leaving me chilled and bewildered. She thanked me for understanding her at a time when I had never felt more isolated from her and everyone else. All the way up to the keep, Smithy kept prattling to himself about all the perfumes he'd smelt on her, and how she had scratched him just where he could never reach in front of his ears, and of the sweet biscuits she'd fed him in the tea shop. It was mid-afternoon when we got back to the stables. I did a few chores and then went back up to Burrick's room, where Smithy and I fell asleep. I awoke to Burrick standing over me, a slight frown on his face. "Up, and let's have a look at you," he commanded, and I arose wearily and stood quiet while he went over my injuries with deft hands. He was pleased with the condition of my hand, and told me that it might go unbandaged now, but to keep the wrapping about my ribs, and to come back to have it adjusted each evening. "As for the rest of it, keep it clean and dry, and don't pick at the scabs. If any of it starts to fester, come and see me." He filled a little pot with an unguent that eased sore muscles and gave it to me, by which I deduced that he expected me to leave. I stood holding the little pot of medicine. A terrible sadness welled up in me, and yet I could find no words to say. Barik looked at me, scowled, and turned away.
"Now stop that," he commanded me angrily.
"What?" I asked.
"You look at me sometimes with my lord's eyes," he said quietly,
and then as sharply as before,
"Well, what did you think to do? Hide in the stables the rest of your life? No, you have to go back. You have to go back and hold up your head and eat your meals among the keep folk and sleep in your own room and live your own life. Yes, and go and finish those damn lessons in the skill."
His first commands had sounded difficult, but the last I knew was impossible. "I can't," I said, not believing how stupid he was. "Galen wouldn't let me come back to the group. And even if he did, I'd never catch up on all I'd missed. I've already failed at it, Barik. I failed and that's done. And I need to find something else to do with myself. I'd like to learn the hawks, please." The last I heard myself say with some amazement, for in truth it had never crossed my mind before. Barik's reply was at least as strange.
"You can't, for the hawks don't like you. You're too warm and you don't mind your own business enough. Now listen to me. You didn't fail, you fool. Galen tried to drive you away. If you don't go back, you'll have let him win. You have to go back, and you have to learn it. But," and here he turned on me, and the anger in his eyes was for me, "you don't have to stand there like a carter's mule while he beats you. You've a birthright to his time and his knowledge. Make him give you what is yours. Don't run away. No one ever gained anything by running away."
He paused, started to say more, and then stopped. "I've missed too many lessons. I'll never—"
"You haven't missed anything," Barik said stubbornly.
He turned away from me, and I couldn't read his tone as he added,
"There have been no lessons since you left. You should be able to pick up just where you left off."
"I don't want to go back."
"Don't waste my time by arguing with me," he said tightly. "Don't dare to try my patience that way. I've told you what you are to do. Do it."
Suddenly I was 5 years old again, and a man in a kitchen backed up a crowd with a look. I shivered, cowed. Abruptly, it was easier to face Galen than to defy Barik. Even when he added,
"And you'll leave that pup with me until your lessons are done. Being shut up inside your room all day is no life for a dog. His coat will go bad and his muscles won't grow properly. But you'd better be down here each evening to see to both him and Sooty, or you'll answer to me. And I don't give a damn what Galen says about that either."
And so I was dismissed. I conveyed to Smithy that he was to stay with Barik, and he accepted it with an equanimity that surprised me as much as it hurt my feelings. Dispirited, I took my pot of unguent and plodded back up to the keep. I took food from the kitchen, for I had no heart to face anyone at table, and went up to my room. It was cold and dark, no fire in the hearth, no candles in the sticks, and the fouled reeds underfoot stank. I fetched candles and wood, set a fire, and while I was waiting for it to take some of the chill off the stone walls and floors, I busied myself with taking up the floor rushes. Then, as Lacey had advised me, I scrubbed the room well with hot water and vinegar. Somehow I got the vinegar that had been flavoured with tarragon, and so when I was finished, the room smelled fragrant. Exhausted, I flung myself down on my bed and fell asleep wondering why I'd never discovered how to open whatever hidden door it was that led to Shade's quarters. But I had no doubt that he would have simply dismissed me, for he was a man of his word. I would not interfere until Galen had finished with me, or until he discovered that I was finished with Galen. The fool's candles awoke me. I was completely disoriented until he said, "You've just time to wash and eat and still be first on the tower top." He'd brought warm water in an ewer and warm rolls from the kitchen ovens. I'm not going. It was the first time I'd ever seen the fool look surprised. Why not? It's pointless. I can't succeed. I simply haven't the aptitude, and I'm tired of beating my head against the wall. The fool's eyes widened further. I thought you had been doing well before. It was my turn to be surprised. Well? Why do you think he mocked me and struck me? As a reward for my success? No. I haven't even been able to understand what it's about. All the others had already surpassed me. Why should I go back? So Galen can prove even more thoroughly how right he was. Something, the fool said carefully, is not right here. He considered for a moment. Before, I asked you to give up the lessons you would not. Do you recall that? I cast my mind back. I'm stubborn sometimes, I admitted. And if I asked you now to continue, to go up to the tower top and continue to try, why have you changed your mind? Because that which I sought to prevent came to pass. But you survived it, so I seek now to... His words trailed off. It is as you said. Why should I speak at all when I cannot speak plainly? If I said that, I regret it. It is not a thing one should say to a friend. I do not remember it. He smiled faintly. If you do not remember it, then neither shall I. He reached and took both of my hands in his. His grip was oddly cool. A shiver passed over me at his touch. Would you continue, if I asked it of you? As a friend? The word sounded so odd from his lips. He spoke it without mockery, carefully, as if the saying of it aloud could shatter the meaning. His colourless eyes held mine. I found I could not say no, so I nodded. Even so, I rose reluctantly. He watched me with an impassive interest as I straightened the clothes I'd slept in, splashed my face, and then tore into the bread he'd brought. I don't want to go, I told him as I finished the first roll and took up the second. I don't see what it can accomplish. I don't know why he bothers with you, the fool agreed. The familiar cynicism was back. Galen, he has to. The king. Burrick! He just likes bossing me about, I complained, and it sounded childish even to me. The fool shook his head. You haven't even a clue, have you? About what? About how the stable-master dragged Galen from his bed and from thence to the witness stones. I wasn't there, of course, or I would be able to tell you how Galen cursed and struck at him at first, but the stable-master paid no attention. He just hunched his shoulders to the man's blows and kept silent. He gripped the skill-master by the collar, so the man was fair choked, and dragged him along, and the soldiers and guards and stable-boys followed in a stream that became a torrent of men. If I had been there, I could tell you how no man dared to interfere, for it was as if the stable-master had become as Burrick once was, an iron-muscled man with a black temper that was like a madness when it came on him. No one then dared to brook that temper, and that day it was as if Burrick was that man again. If he limped still, no one noticed it at all. As for the skill-master, he flailed and cursed, and then he grew still, and all suspected that he turned what he knew upon his captor. But if he did, it had no effect, save that the stable-master tightened his grip on the man's neck. And if Galen strove to sway others to his cause, they did not react. Perhaps being choked and dragged was sufficient to break his concentration, or perhaps his skill is not as strong as it was rumoured, or perhaps too many remember his mistreatment of them too well to be vulnerable to his wiles, or perhaps... Fool, get on with it! What happened? A light sweat cloaked my body and I shivered, not knowing what I hoped for. "I wasn't there, of course," the fool asserted sweetly. "But I have heard it said that the dark man dragged the skinny man all the way up to the witness stones, and there, still gripping the skill master so that he could not speak, he asserted his challenge. They would fight. No weapons, but hands only, just as the skill master had assaulted a certain boy the day before. And the stones would witness, if Burrick won, that Galen had had no call to strike the boy, nor had he the right to refuse to teach the boy. And Galen would have refused the challenge and gone to the king himself, except that the dark man had already called the stones to witness. And so they fought, in much the same way that a bull fights a bale of straw when he tosses and stamps and gores it, and when he was done, the stable-master bent and whispered something to the skill-master before he and all others turned and left the man laying there, with the stones witness to his whimpering and bleeding.
"What did he say?" I demanded.
"I wasn't there. I saw and heard nothing of it." The fool stood and stretched. "You'll be late if you tarry," he pointed out to me, and left. And I left my room, wondering, and climbed the tall tower to the Queen's stripped garden, and was still in time to be the first one there. Chapter 16. Lessons. According to ancient chronicles, skill users were organized in coteries of 6. These groups did not usually include any of exceptional royal blood, but were limited to cousins and nephews of the direct line of ascension, or those who showed an aptitude and were judged worthy. One of the most famous, Crossfire's coterie, provides a splendid example of how they functioned. Dedicated to Queen Vision, Crossfire and the others of her coterie had been trained by a skillmaster called Tactic. The partners in this coterie were mutually chosen by one another, and then received special training from Tactic to bind them into a close unit. Whether scattered across the Six Duchies to collect or disseminate information, or when massed as a group for the purpose of confounding and demoralizing the enemy, their deeds became legendary. Their final heroism, detailed in the ballad Crossfire's Sacrifice, was the massing of their strength, which they channeled to Queen Vision during the Battle of Besham. Unbeknownst to the exhausted Queen, they gave to her more than they could spare themselves, and in the midst of the victory celebration, the coterie was discovered in their tower, drained and dying. Perhaps the people's love of Crossfire's coterie stemmed in part from their all being cripples in one form or another. Blind, lame, hair-lipped or disfigured by fire were all of the 6, yet in the skill their strength was greater than that of the largest warship, and more of a determinant in the defence of the Queen. During the peaceful years of King Bounty's reign, the instruction of the skill for the creation of coteries was abandoned. Existing coteries disbanded due to aging, death, or simply a lack of purpose. Instruction in the skill began to be limited to princes only, and for a time it was seen as a rather archaic art. By the time of the Red Ship raids, only King Shrewd and his son Verity were active practitioners of the skill. Shrewd made an effort to locate and recruit former practitioners, but most were aged or no longer proficient. Galen, then skillmaster for Shrewd, was assigned the task of creating new coteries for the defence of the kingdom. Galen chose to set aside tradition. Coterie memberships were assigned rather than mutually chosen. Galen's methods of teaching were harsh, his training goal that each member would be an unquestioning part of a unit, a tool for the king to use as he needed. This particular aspect was designed solely by Galen, and the first skill coterie he created he presented to King Shrewd as if it were his gift to give. At least one member of the royal family expressed his abhorrence of the idea. But times were desperate, and King Shrewd could not resist wielding the weapon that had been given into his hand. Such hate, oh how they hated me, as each student emerged from the stairwell onto the tower roof to find me there and waiting, each spurned me. I felt their disdain as palpably as if each had dashed cold water against me. By the time the seventh and final student appeared, the cold of their hatred was like a wall around me. But I stood, silent and contained, in my accustomed place and met every eye that was lifted to mine. That, I think, was why no one spoke a word to me. They were forced to take their places around me. They did not speak to each other either, and we waited. The sun came up, and even cleared the wall around the tower, and still Galen had not come. But they kept their places and waited, and so I did likewise. Finally, I heard his halting steps upon the stairs. When he emerged, he blinked in the sun's pale wash, glanced at me, and visibly startled. I stood my ground. We looked at one another. He could see the burden of hatred that the others had imposed on me, and it pleased him, as did the bandages I still wore on my temple. But I met his eyes, and did not flinch. I dared not. And I became aware of the dismay the others were feeling. No one could look at him and not see how badly he had been beaten. The witness stones had found him lacking, and all who saw him would know. His gaunt face was a landscape of purples and greens washed over with yellows. His lower lip was split in the middle and cut at the corner of his mouth. He wore a long-sleeved robe that covered his arms, but the flowing looseness of it contrasted so strongly with his usual tightly laced shirts and tunics that it was like seeing the man in his nightshirt. His hands, too, were purple and knobby, but I could not recall that I had seen bruises on Burrick's body. I concluded that he had used them in a vain attempt to shield his face. He still carried his little whip with him, but I doubted he had the capability to swing it effectively. And so we inspected one another. I took no satisfaction in his bruises or his disgrace. I felt something akin to shame for them. I had believed so strongly in his invulnerability and superiority that this evidence of his mere humanity left me feeling foolish. That unbalanced his composure. Twice he opened his mouth to speak to me. The third time, he turned his back on the class and said, "Begin your physical limbering. I will observe you to see if you are moving correctly." The ends of his words were soft, spoken through a painful mouth. And as we dutifully stretched and swayed and bowed in unison, he crabbed awkwardly about the tower garden. He tried not to lean on the wall or to rest too often. Gone was the slap, slap, slap of the whip against his thigh that had formerly orchestrated our efforts. Instead, he gripped it, as if afraid he might drop it. For my part, I was grateful that Burrick had made me get up and move. My bound ribs didn't permit me the full flexibility of motion that Galen had formerly commanded from us, but I made an honest attempt at it. He offered us nothing new that day, only going over what we had already learned, and the lessons came to an early end, before the sun was even down.
"You have done well," he offered lamely. "You have earned these 3 hours, for I am pleased you have continued to study in my absence."
Before dismissing us, he called each of us before him for a brief touch of the skill. The others left reluctantly with many a backward glance, curious as to how he would deal with me. As the numbers of my fellow students dwindled, I braced myself for a solitary confrontation. But even that was a disappointment. He called me before him, and I came, as silent and outwardly respectful as the others. I stood before him as they had, and he made a few brief passes of his hands before my face and over my head. Then he said in a cold voice,
"You shield too well. You must learn to relax your guard over your thoughts, if you are either to send them forth or receive those of others. Go!" And I left, as the others had, but regretfully. Privately, I wondered if he had made a real attempt to use the skill on me. I had felt no brush of it. I descended the stairs, aching and bitter,
wondering why I was trying. I went to my room and then to the stables. I gave Sooty a cursory brushing while Smithy watched. Still, I felt restless and dissatisfied. I knew I should rest, that I would regret it if I did not. "Stone walk?" Smithy suggested, and I agreed to take him into town. He galloped and snuffled circles around me as I made my way down from the keep. It was a blustery afternoon after a calm morning. A storm was building offshore. But the wind was unseasonably warm, and I felt the fresh air clearing my head, and the steady rhythm of walking soothed and stretched the muscles that Galen's exercises had left bunched and aching. Smithy's sensory prattle grounded me firmly in the immediate world, so that I could not dwell on my frustrations. I told myself it was Smithy who led us so directly to Molly's shop. Puppy-like, he had returned to where he had been welcomed before. Molly's father had kept his bed that day, and the shop was fairly quiet. A single customer lingered, talking to Molly. Molly introduced him to me as Jade. He was a mate off some Seal Bay trading vessel, not quite 20, and he spoke to me as if I were 10, smiling past me at Molly all the while. He was full of tales of red ships and sea storms. He had a red stone earring in one ear, and a new beard curled along his jaw. He took far too long to select candles and a new brass lamp, but finally he left. "Close the store for a bit," I urged Molly. "Let's go down to the beach. The wind is lovely today." She shook her head regretfully. "I'm behind in my work. I should dip tapers all this afternoon if I have no customers. And if I do have customers, I should be here." I felt unreasonably disappointed. I quested toward her and discovered how much she actually wished to go. "There's not that much daylight left," I said persuasively. "You can always dip tapers this evening, and your customers will come back tomorrow if they find you closed today." She cocked her head, looked thoughtful, and abruptly set aside the wicking she held. "You're right, you know. The fresh air will do me good." And she took up her cloak with an alacrity that delighted Smithy and surprised me. We closed up the shop and left. Molly set her usual brisk pace. Smithy frolicked about her, delighted. We talked in a cursory way. The wind put roses in her cheeks, and her eyes seemed brighter in the cold. And I thought she looked at me more often and more pensively than she usually did. The town was quiet, and the market all but deserted. We went to the beach and walked sedately where we had raced and shrieked but a few years before. She asked me if I had learned to light a lantern before going down steps at night, and that mystified me until I remembered that I'd explained my injuries as a fall down a dark staircase. She asked me if the schoolteacher and the horsemaster were still at odds, and by this I discerned that Varric and Galen's challenge at the witness stones had become something of a local legend already. I assured her that peace had been restored. We spent some little time gathering a certain kind of seaweed that she wanted to flavour her chowder with that evening. Then, because I was winded, we sat in the lee of some rocks and watched Smithy make numerous attempts to clear the beach of gulls. "So, I hear Prince Verity is to wed," she began conversationally. "What?" I asked, amazed. She laughed heartily. "New boy, I have never met anyone as immune to gossip as you seem to be. How can you live right up there in the keep and know nothing of that which is the common talk of the town? Verity has agreed to take a bride, to assure the succession. But the story in town is that he is too busy to do his courting himself, so Regal will find him a lady." Oh no. My dismay was honest. I was picturing big, bluff Verity paired with one of Regal's sugar crystal women. Whenever there was a festival of any kind in the keep, Spring's Edge or Winter Heart or Harvest Day, here they came, from Chalced and Farrow and Bairns, in carriages or on richly caparisoned palfreys or riding in litters. They wore gowns like butterflies' wings, ate as daintily as sparrows, and seemed to flutter about and perch always in Regal's vicinity. and he would sit in their midst in his own silk and velvet hues and preen while their musical voices tinkled around him and their fans and fancy work trembled in their fingers. Prince catchers, I'd heard them called, noble women who displayed themselves like goods in a store window in the hopes of wedding one of the royals. Their behaviour was not improper, not quite, but to me it seemed desperate, and regal cruel as he smiled first on this one and then danced all evening with that one, only to rise to a late breakfast and walk yet another through the gardens. They were Regal's worshippers. I tried to picture one on Verity's arm, as he stood watching the dancers at a ball, or quietly weaving in his study while Verity pondered and sketched at the maps he so loved. No garden strolls. Verity took his walks along the docks and through the crops, stopping often to talk to the seafolk and farmers behind their ploughs. Dainty slippers and embroidered skirts would surely not follow him there. Molly slipped a penny into my hand. "What's this for?" "To pay for whatever you've been thinking so hard that you've been sitting on the edge of my skirt while I've twice asked you to lift up. I don't think you've heard a word I've said." I sighed. Verity and Regal are so different, I cannot imagine one choosing a wife for the other. Molly looked puzzled. "Regal will choose someone who is beautiful and wealthy and of good blood. She'll be able to dance and sing and play the chimes. She'll dress beautifully and have jewels in her hair at the breakfast table, and always smell of the flowers that grow in the rain wilds." "And Verity will not be glad of such a woman?" The confusion on Molly's face was as if I were insisting the sea was soup. "Verity deserves a companion, not an ornament to wear on his sleeve," I protested in disdain. "Were I Verity, I'd want a woman who could do things. Not just select her jewellery or plait her own hair. She should be able to sew a shirt or tend her own garden and have something special she can do that is all her own, like scroll work or herbery." "New boy, the like of that is not for fine ladies," Molly chided me. "They are meant to be pretty and ornamental. And they are rich. It isn't for them to have to do such work." "Of course it is. Look at Lady Patience and her woman, Lacey. They are always about and doing things. Their apartments are a jungle of the lady's plants, and the cuffs of her gowns are sometimes a bit sticky from her paper-making, or she will have bits of leaves in her hair from her herbery work, but she is still just as beautiful. And prettiness is not all that important in a woman. I've watched Lacey's hands making one of the keep children a fishnet from a bit of jute string. Quick and clever as any webman's fingers down on the dock are her fingers. Now that's a pretty thing that has nothing to do with her face. And Hod, who teaches weapons. She loves her silverwork and graving. She made a dagger for her father's birthday with a grip like a leaping stag, and yet done so cleverly that it's a comfort in the hand, with not a jag or edge to catch on anything. Now that's a bit of beauty that will live on, long after her hair greys or her cheeks wrinkle. Someday her grandchildren will look at that work and think what a clever woman she was." "Do you think so, really?" "Certainly." I shifted, suddenly aware of how close Molly was to me. I shifted, yet did not really move further away. Down the beach, Smithy made another foray into a flock of gulls. His tongue was hanging nearly to his knees, but he was still galloping. "But if noble ladies do all those things, they'll ruin their hands with the work, and the wind will dry their hair and tan their faces. Surely Verity doesn't deserve a woman who looks like a deckhand." "Surely he does. Far more than he deserves a woman who looks like a fat red carp kept in a bowl," Molly giggled. "Someone to ride beside him of a morning when he takes Hunter out for a gallop. Or someone who can look at a section of map he's just finished and actually understand just how fine a piece of work it is. That's what Verity deserves." "I've never ridden a horse," Molly objected suddenly, "and I know few letters." I looked at her curiously, wondering why she seemed so suddenly downcast. "What matter is that? You're clever enough to learn anything. Look at all you've taught yourself about candles and herbs. Don't tell me that came from your father. Sometimes when I come to the shop, your hair and dress smell of fresh herbs, and I can tell you've been experimenting to get new perfumes for the candles. If you wanted to read or write more, you could learn. As for riding, you'd be a natural. You've balance and strength. Look at how you climb the rocks on the cliffs. And animals take to you. You've fair won Smithy's heart away from me. She gave me a nudge with her shoulder. You talk as if some lord should come riding down from the keep and carry me off. I thought of August with his stuffy manners, or Regal simpering at her. Ida forbid. You'd be wasted on them. They wouldn't have the wit to understand you, or the heart to appreciate you. Molly looked down at her work-worn hands. Who would then? She asked softly. Boys are fools. The conversation had grown and twined around us, my words coming as naturally as breathing to me. I had not intended any flattery or subtle courtship. The sun was beginning to dip into the water, and we sat close by one another, and the beach before us was like the world at our feet. If I had said at that moment, I would. I think her heart would have tumbled into my awkward hands like ripe fruit from a tree. I think she might have kissed me, and sealed herself to me of her own free will. But I couldn't grasp the immensity of what I suddenly knew I had come to feel for her. It drove the simple truth from my lips, and I sat dumb, and half a moment later Smithy came, wet and sandy, barrelling into us so that Molly leapt to her feet to save her skirts, and the opportunity was lost forever, blown away like spray on the wind. We stood and stretched, and Molly exclaimed about the time, and I felt all the sudden aches of my healing body. Sitting and letting myself cool down on a chill beach was a stupid thing I certainly wouldn't have done to any horse. I walked Molly home, and there was an awkward moment at her door before she stooped and hugged Smithy goodbye. And then I was alone, save for a curious pup demanding to know why I went so slowly, and insisting he was half-starved and wanting to run and tussle all the way up the hill to the keep. I plodded up the hill, chilled within and without. I returned Smithy to the stables and said good-night to Sooty, and then went up to the keep. Galen and his fledglings had already finished their meagre meal and left. Most of the keep folk had eaten, and I found myself drifting back to my old haunts. There was always food in the kitchen, and company in the watchroom off the kitchen. Men-at-arms came and went there all hours of the day and night, so cook kept a simmering kettle on the hook, adding water and meat and vegetables as the level went down. Wine and beer and cheese were also there, and the simple company of those who guarded the keep. They had accepted me as one of their own since the first day I'd been given into Burrick's care. So I made myself a simple meal, not near as scanty as Galen would have provided me, nor yet as ample and rich as I craved. That was Burrick's teaching. I fed myself as I would have an injured animal. And I listened to the casual talk going on around me, focusing myself into the life of the keep as I hadn't for months. I was amazed at all that I had not known because of my total immersion in Galen's teaching. A bride for verity was most of the talk. There was the usual crude soldier's jesting one could expect about such things, as well as a lot of commiseration over his ill luck in having Regal choose his future spouse. That the match would be based on political alliances had never been in question. A prince's hand could not be wasted on something as foolish as his own choice. That had been a great part of the scandal surrounding chivalry's stubborn courtship of Patience. She had come from within the realm, the daughter of one of our nobles, and one already very amicable to the royal family. No political advantage at all had come out of that marriage. But verity would not be squandered so, especially with the red ships menacing us all along our straggling coastline. And so speculation ran rife. Who would she be? A woman from the near islands, to our north in the White Sea? The islands were little more than rocky bits of the earth's bones thrusting up out of the sea, but a series of towers set amongst them would give us earlier warning of the sea raiders' ventures into our waters. To the southwest of our borders, beyond the rain wilds where no one ruled, were the Spice Coasts. A princess from there would offer few defensive advantages, but some argued for the rich trading agreement she might bring with her. Days to the south and east over the sea were the many big islands where grew the trees that the boat builders yearned for. Could a king and his daughter be found there, who would trade her warm winds and soft fruits for a keep in a rocky, ice-bounded land? What would they ask for a soft southern woman and her tall timbered island trade? Furs, said some, and grain, said another. And there were the mountain kingdoms at our backs, with their jealous possession of the passes that led into the tundra lands beyond. A princess from there would command warriors of her folk, as well as trade links to the ivory workers and reindeer herders who lived beyond their borders. On the southern border was the pass that led to the headwaters of the great Rain River that meandered through the rain wilds. Every soldier among us had heard the old tales of the abandoned treasure temples on the banks of that river, of the tall, carved gods who presided still over their holy springs, and of the flake gold that sparkled in the lesser streams. Perhaps a mountain princess, then. Each possibility was debated with far more political sophistication than Galen would have believed these simple soldiers capable of commanding. I rose from their midst feeling ashamed of how I had dismissed them. In so short a time, Galen had brought me to think of them as ignorant sword-wielders, men with brawn but no brain at all. I had lived among them all my life. I should have known better. No, I had known better. But my hunger to set myself higher, to prove beyond doubt my right to that royal magic, had made me willing to accept any nonsense with which he might choose to present me. Something clicked within me, as if the key piece to a wood puzzle had suddenly slid into place. I had been bribed with the offer of knowledge, as another man might have been bribed with coins. I did not think very well of myself as I climbed the stairs to my room. I lay down to sleep with the resolve that I would not let Galen deceive me any longer, nor persuade me to deceive myself. I also resolved most firmly that I would learn the skill, no matter how painful or difficult it might be. And so, dark and early the next morning, I plunged fully back into my lessons and routine. I attended Galen's every word. I pushed myself to do each exercise, physical or mental, to the extreme of my ability. But as the week and then the month wore painfully on, I felt like a dog with his meat suspended just beyond the reach of his jaws. For the others, something was obviously happening. A network of shared thought was building between them, a communication that had them turning to one another before they spoke, that let them perform the shared physical exercises as one being. Sullenly, resentfully, they took turns being partnered with me, but from them I felt nothing, and from me they shuddered and pulled back, complaining to Galen that the force I exerted towards them was either like a whisper or a battering ram. I watched in near despair as they danced in pairs, sharing control of one another's muscles, or as one walked blindfolded the maze of the coals, guided by the eyes of his seated partner. Sometimes I knew I had the skill. I could feel it building within me, unfolding like a growing seed. But it was a thing I could not seem to direct or control. One moment it was within me, booming like a tide against rock cliffs, and the next it was gone, and all within me was dry, deserted sand. At its strength, I could compel August to stand, to bow, to walk. The next, he would stand glaring at me, daring me to contact him at all. And no one seemed able to reach inside me. "Drop your guard. Put down your walls," Galen would angrily order me as he stood before me, vainly trying to convey to me the simplest direction or suggestion. I felt the barest brush of his skill against me, but I could no more allow him inside my mind than I could stand complacent while a man slid a sword between my ribs. Try as I might to compel myself, I shied from his touch, physical or mental, and the touches of my classmates I could feel not at all. Daily they advanced, while I watched and struggled to master the barest basics. A day came when August looked at a page, and across the rooftop his partner read it aloud, while another set of two pairs played a chess game in which those who commanded the moves could not physically see the board at all. Galen was well pleased with all of them, save me. Each day he dismissed us after a touch I seldom felt. Each day I was the last free to go, and he coldly reminded me that he wasted his time on a bastard only because the king commanded him to do so. Spring was coming on, and Smithy grown from a puppy to a dog. Sooty dropped her foal while I was at my lessons, a fine filly sired by Verity's stallion. I saw Molly once, and we walked together almost wordlessly through the market. There was a new stall set up, with a rough man selling birds and animals, all captured wild and caged by him. He had crows and sparrows, a swallow, and one young fox so weak with worms he could hardly stand. Death would free him sooner than any buyer, and even if I had had the coin for him, he had reached a state where the worm medicines would only poison him as well as his parasites. It sickened me, and so I stood, questing towards the birds with suggestions of how picking at a certain bright bit of metal might unpin the doors of their cages. But Molly thought I stared at the poor beasts themselves, and I felt her grow cooler and further from me than ever she had been before. As we walked her home, Smithy whined beggingly for her attention, and so won from her a cuddle and a pat before we left. I envied him the ability to whine so well. My own seemed to go unheard. With spring in the air, all in the seaport braced, for soon it would be raiding weather. I ate with the guards every night now, and listened well to all the rumours. Forged ones had become robbers all along our highways, and the stories of their depravities and depredations were all the tavern talk now. As predators, they were more devoid of decency and mercy than any wild animal could be. It was easy to forget they had ever been human, and to hate them with a venom like nothing else. The fear of being forged increased proportionately. Markets carried candy-dipped beads of poison for mothers to give their children in the event the family was captured by raiders. There were rumours that some seacoast villagers had packed up all their belongings in carts and moved inland, forsaking their traditional occupations as fishers and traders to become farmers and hunters away from the threat of the sea. Certainly the population of beggars within the city was swelling. A forged one came into Buckkeep town itself and walked the streets, as untouchable as a madman, as he helped himself to whatever he wanted from the market stalls. Before a second day had passed, he had disappeared, and dark whispers said to watch for his body to wash up on the beach. Other rumours said a wife had been found for Verity among the mountain folk. Some said it was to secure our access to the passes, others that we could not afford a potential enemy at our backs when all along our sea coast we must fear the red ships. And there were yet other whispers that all was not well with Prince Verity. Tired and sick, said some, and others sniggered about a nervous and weary bridegroom. A few sneered that he had taken to drink, and was only seen by day when his headache was worst. I found my concern over these last rumours to be deeper than I would have expected. None of the royals had ever paid much mind to me, at least not in a personal way. Shrewd saw to my education and comfort, and had long ago bought my loyalty, so that now I was his without even giving thought to any alternative. Regal despised me, and I had long learned to avoid his narrow glance, and the casual nudges or furtive shoves that had once been enough to send a smaller boy staggering. But Verity had been kind to me in an absent-minded sort of way, and he loved his dogs and his horse and his hawks in a way I understood. I wanted to see him stand tall and proud at his wedding, and hoped someday to stand behind the throne he would occupy, much as Shade stood behind Shrewd's. I hoped he was well, and yet there was nothing I could do about it if he were not, nor any way I could see him. Even if we had been keeping the same hours, the circles we moved in were seldom the same. It was still not quite full spring when Galen made his announcement. The rest of the keep was making its preparations for Springfest. The stalls in the marketplace would be sanded clean and repainted in bright colours, and tree branches would be brought inside and gently forced so that their blossoms and tiny leaves could grace the banquet table on Spring's Eve. But tender new greens and egg cake with carra seed toppings were not what Galen had in mind for us, nor puppet shows and hunt dances. Instead, with the coming of the new season, we would be tested, to be proven either worthy or discarded. Discarded, he repeated, and if he had been condemning those unchosen to death, the attention of his other students could not have been more intent. I tried numbly to understand what it would mean to me when I failed. I had no belief that he would test me fairly, or that I could pass such a test even if he did. You shall be a coterie, those of you who prove yourselves. Such a coterie as has never been before, I would think. At the height of Springfest, I myself will present you to your king, and he shall see the wonder of what I have wrought. As you have come this far with me, you know I will not be shamed before him. So I myself will test you and test you to your limits, to be sure that the weapon I place in my king's hands holds an edge worthy of its purpose. One day from now, I will scatter you like seeds in the wind across the kingdom. I have arranged that you will be taken hence by swift horse to your destinations, and there each of you will be left alone. Not one of you will know where any of the others are. He paused, I think to let each of us feel the tension thrumming through the room. I knew that all the others vibrated in tune, sharing a common emotion, almost a common mind, as they received their instruction. I suspected they heard far more than the simple words from Galen's lips. I felt a foreigner there, listening to words in a language whose idiom I could not grasp. I would fail. Within 2 days of being left, you will be summoned by me. You will be directed whom to contact and where. Each of you will receive the information you need to make your way back here. If you have learned and learned well, my coterie will be here and present on Spring's Eve, ready to be presented to the king. Again the pause. Do not think, however, that all you must do is find your way back to Buckkeep by Spring's Eve. You are to be a coterie, not homing pigeons. How you come, and in what company, will prove to me that you have mastered your skill. Be ready to leave by tomorrow morning. And then he released us, one by one, again with a touch for each, and a word of praise for each, save me. I stood before him, as open as I could make myself, as vulnerable as I dared to be, and yet the brush of the skill against my mind was less than the touch of the wind. He stared down at me as I looked up at him, and I did not need the skill to feel that he both loathed and despised me. He made a noise of contempt and looked aside, releasing me. I started to go. Far better, he said in that cavernous voice of his, if you had gone over the wall that night, bastard. Far better. Burrick thought I abused you. I was only offering you a way out, as close to an honourable way as you were capable of finding. Go away and die, boy, or at least go away. You shame your father's name by existing. By Ida, I do not know how you came to exist. That a man such as your father could fall to such depth as lying with something, and letting you become,
is beyond my mind to imagine."
As always, there was that note of fanaticism in his voice as he spoke of chivalry, and his eyes became almost blank with blind idolatry. Almost absent-mindedly, he turned away and walked off. He reached the top of the stairs and then turned very slowly.
"I must ask," he said, and the venom in his voice was hungry with hatred. "Are you his catamite, that he lets you suck strength from him? Is that why he is so possessive of you?"
"Catamite?" I repeated, not knowing the word. He smiled. It made his cadaverous face even more skull-like. "Did you think I hadn't discovered him? Did you think you'd be free to draw on his strength for this test? You won't.
Be assured, bastard. You won't."
He turned and went down the steps, leaving me standing there alone on the rooftop. I had no idea what his final words meant, but the strength of his hatred had left me sickened and weak, as if it were a poison he'd put in my blood. I was reminded of the last time all had left me on the tower roof. I felt compelled to walk to the edge of the tower and look down. This corner of the keep did not face the sea, but there were still jagged rocks aplenty at the foot of it. No one would survive that fall. If I could make a second's firm decision, then I could put myself out of it all. And what Burrick or Shade or anyone else might think of it would not be able to trouble me. A distant echo of a whimper. "I'm coming, Smithy," I muttered, and turned away from the edge. Chapter 17. The Trial. The man ceremony is supposed to take place within the moon of a boy's 14th birthday. Not all are honoured with it. It requires a man to sponsor and name the candidate, and he must find a dozen other men who concede the boy is worthy and ready. Living among the men-at-arms, I was aware of the ceremony, and knew enough of its gravity and selectivity that I never expected to participate in it. For one thing, no one knew my birth date. For another, I had no knowledge of who was a man, let alone if 12 men existed who would find me worthy. But on a certain night, months after I had endured Galen's test, I awoke to find my bed surrounded by robed and hooded figures. Within the dark hoods I glimpsed the masks of the pillars. No one may speak or write of the ceremony details. This I think I may say. As each life was put into my hands, fish, bird, and beast, I chose to release it, not to death but back to its own free existence. So nothing died at my ceremony, and hence no one feasted. But even in my state of mind at that time, I felt there had been enough blood and death around me to last a lifetime, and I refused to kill with hands or teeth. My man still chose to give me a name, so he could not have been totally displeased. The name is in the old tongue, which has no letters and cannot be written, nor have I ever found any with which I choose to share the knowledge of my man name. But its ancient meaning, I think, I can divulge here. Catalyst. The Changer. I went straight to the stables, to Smithy and then to Sooty. The distress I felt at the thought of the morrow went from mental to physical, and I stood in Sooty's stall, leaned my head against her withers and felt queasy. Burrick found me there. I recognised his presence and the steady cadence of his boots as he came down the stable walkway, and then he halted abruptly outside Sooty's stall. I felt him looking in at me.
"Well, now what?"
he demanded harshly, and I heard in his voice how weary he was both of me and my problems. Had I been any less miserable, my pride would have made me draw myself up and declare that nothing was wrong. Instead, I muttered into Sooty's coat, "Tomorrow, Galen plans to test us."
"I know. He's demanded quite abruptly that I furnish him horses for this idiotic scheme. I would have refused had he not a wax signet from the king giving him authority. And no more do I know than that he wants the horses, so don't ask it," he added gruffly as I looked up suddenly at him.
"I wouldn't," I told him sullenly. I would prove myself fairly to Galen or not at all.
"You've no chance of passing this trial he's designed, have you?"
Burrick's tone was casual, but I could hear how he braced himself to be disappointed by my answer. "None," I said flatly, and we were both silent a moment, listening to the finality of that word.
"Well," he cleared his throat and gave his belt a hitch. "Then you'd best get it over with and get back here. It's not as if you haven't had good luck with your other schooling. A man can't expect to succeed at everything he tries."
He tried to make my failure at the skill sound as if it were of no consequence. "I suppose not. Will you take care of Smithy for me while I'm gone?"
"I will."
He started to turn away, then turned back, almost reluctantly.
"How much is that dog going to miss you?"
I heard his other question, but tried to avoid it. "I don't know. I've had to leave him so much during these lessons, I'm afraid he won't miss me at all."
"I doubt that," Burrick said ponderously.
He turned away.
"I doubt that a very great deal," he said as he walked off between the rows of stalls.
And I knew that he knew, and was disgusted, not just that Smithy and I shared a bond, but that I refused to admit it. "As if admitting it were an option, with him," I muttered to Sooty. I bade my animals farewell, trying to convey to Smithy that several meals and nights would pass before he saw me again. He wriggled and fawned and protested that I must take him, that I would need him. He was too big to pick up and hug anymore. I sat down and he came into my lap and I held him. He was so warm and solid, so near and real. For a moment I felt how right he was, that I would need him to be able to survive this failure. But I reminded myself that he would be here, waiting for me when I returned, and I promised him several days of my time for his sole benefit when I returned. I would take him on a long hunt, such as we had never had time for before. "Now," he suggested, and "soon," I promised. Then I went back up to the keep to pack a change of clothes and some travelling food. The next morning had much of pomp and drama to it and very little sense, to my way of thinking. The others to be tested seemed excited and elated. Of the 8 of us who were setting out, I was the only one who seemed unimpressed by the restless horses and the 8 covered litters. Galen lined us up and blindfolded us, as 70 or more people looked on. Most of them were related to the students or friends or the keep gossips. Galen made a brief speech, ostensibly to us, but telling us what we already knew, that we were to be taken to different locations and left, that we must cooperate, using the skill, in order to make our ways back to the keep, that if we succeeded, we would become a coterie, and serve our king magnificently and be essential to defeating the Red Ship raiders. The last bit impressed our onlookers, for I heard muttering tongues as I was escorted to my litter and assisted inside. There passed a miserable day and a half for me. The litter swayed, and with no fresh air on my face or scenery to distract me, I soon felt queasy. The man guiding the horses had been sworn to silence and kept his word. We paused briefly that night. I was given a meagre meal, bread and cheese and water, and then I was reloaded and the jolting and swaying resumed. At about midday of the following day, the litter halted. Once more I was assisted in dismounting. Not a word was said, and I stood stiff and headachy and blindfolded in a strong wind. When I heard the horses leaving, I decided I had reached my destination and reached up to untie my blindfold. Galen had knotted it tightly, and it took me a moment to get it off. I stood on a grassy hillside. My escort was well on his way to a road that wound past the base of the hill, moving swiftly. The grass was tall around my knees, sere from winter, but green at the base. I could see other grassy hills, with rocks poking out of their sides and strips of woodland sheltering at their feet. I shrugged and turned to get my bearings. It was hilly country, but I could scent the sea and a low tide to the east somewhere. I had a nagging sense that the countryside was familiar, not that I had been to this particular spot before, but that the lie of the terrain was familiar somehow. I turned, and to the west saw the Sentinel. There was no mistaking the double jag of its peak. I had copied a map for Fedrin less than a year ago, and the creator had chosen the Sentinel's distinctive peak as a motif for the decorative border. So, the sea over there, the Sentinel there, and with a suddenly dipping stomach, I knew where I was. Not too far from Forge. I found myself turning quickly in a circle to survey the surrounding hillside, woodlands, and road. No sign of anyone. I quested out almost frantically, but found only birds and small game and one buck, who lifted his head and snuffed, wondering what I was. For a moment I felt reassured, until I remembered that the forged ones I had encountered before had been transparent to that sense. I moved down the hill to where several boulders jutted out from its side and sat in their shelter. It was not that the wind was cold, for the day promised spring soon. It was to have something firmly against my back, and to feel that I was not such an outstanding target as I had been on top of the hill. I tried to think coolly what to do next. Galen had suggested to us that we should stay quietly where we were deposited, meditating and remaining open in our senses. At some time in the next 2 days, he would try to contact me. Nothing takes the heart out of a man more than the expectation of failure. I had no belief that he would really try to contact me, let alone that I would receive any clear impressions if he did. Nor did I have faith that the drop-off he had chosen for me was a safe location. Without much more thought than that, I rose, again surveyed the area for anyone watching me, then struck out toward the sea smell. If I were where I supposed myself to be, from the shore I should be able to see Antler Island, and on a clear day possibly Scrim Isle. Even one of these would be enough to tell me how far from Forge I was. As I hiked, I told myself I only wanted to see how long a walk I would have back to Buckkeep. Only a fool would imagine that the forged ones still represented any danger. Surely winter had put an end to them, or left them too starved and weakened to be a menace to anyone. I gave no credence to the tales of them banding together as cutthroats and thieves. I wasn't afraid. I merely wanted to see where I was. If Galen truly wanted to contact me, location should be no barrier. He had assured us innumerable times that it was the person he reached for, not the place. He could find me as well on the beach as he could on the hilltop. By late afternoon, I stood on top of rocky cliffs looking out to sea. Antler Island, and a haze that would be Scrim beyond it. I was north of Forge. The coast road home would go right through the ruins of that town. It was not a comforting thought. So, now what? By evening, I was back on my hilltop, scrunched down between two of the boulders. I had decided it was as good a place to wait as any. Despite my doubts, I would stay where I had been left until the contact time was up. I ate bread and saltfish and drank sparingly of my water. My change of clothes included an extra cloak. I wrapped myself in this and sternly rejected all thoughts of making a fire. However small, it would have been a beacon to anyone on the dirt road that passed the hill. I don't think there is anything more cruelly tedious than unremitting nervousness. I tried to meditate, to open myself up to Galen's skill, all the while shivering with cold and refusing to admit that I was scared. The child in me kept imagining dark, ragged figures creeping soundlessly up the hillside around me, forged folk, who would beat and kill me for the cloak I wore and the food in my bag. I had cut myself a stick as I made my way back to my hillside, and I gripped it in both hands, but it seemed a poor weapon. Sometimes I dozed, despite my fears, but my dreams were always of Galen gloating over my failure as forged ones closed in on me, and I always woke with a start to peer wildly about to see if my nightmares were true. I watched the sunrise through the trees, and then dozed fitfully through morning. Afternoon brought me a weary sort of peace. I amused myself by questing out toward the wildlife on the hillside. Mice and songbirds were little more than bright sparks of hunger in my mind, and rabbits little more, but a fox was full of lust to find a mate, and further off a buck battered the velvet off his antlers as purposefully as any smith at his anvil. Evening was very long. It was surprising just how hard it was for me to accept, as night fell, that I had felt nothing, not the slightest pressure of the skill. Either he hadn't called, or I hadn't heard him. I ate bread and fish in the dark and told myself it didn't matter. For a time, I tried to bolster myself with anger, but my despair was too clammy and dark a thing for anger's flames to overcome. I felt sure Galen had cheated me, but I would never be able to prove it, not even to myself. I would always have to wonder if his contempt for me had been justified. In full darkness, I settled my back against a rock, my stick across my knees, and resolved to sleep. My dreams were muddled and sour. Regal stood over me, and I was a child sleeping in straw again. He laughed and held a knife. Verity shrugged and smiled apologetically at me. Shade turned aside from me, disappointed. Molly smiled at Jade, past me, forgetting I was there. Burrick held me by the shirt front and shook me, telling me to behave like a man, not a beast. But I lay down on straw and an old shirt, chewing at a bone. The meat was very good, and I could think of nothing else. I was very comfortable, until someone opened a stable door and left it ajar. A nasty little wind came creeping across the stable floor to chill me, and I looked up with a growl. I smelled Burrick and ale. Burrick came slowly through the dark with a muttered, "It's all right, Smithy," as he passed me. I put my head down as he began to climb his stairs. Suddenly, there was a shout and men falling down the stairs. They struggled as they fell. I leapt to my feet, growling and barking. They landed half on top of me. A boot kicked at me, and I seized the leg above it in my teeth and clamped my jaws. I caught more boot and trouser than flesh, but he hissed in anger and pain and struck at me. A knife went into my side. I set my teeth harder and held on, snarling around my mouthful. Other dogs had awakened and were barking. The horses were stamping in their stalls. "Boy! Boy!" I called for help. I felt him with me, but he didn't come. The intruder kicked me, but I wouldn't let go. Burrick lay in the straw, and I smelled his blood. He did not move. I heard old Vixen flinging herself against the door upstairs, trying vainly to get to her master. Again, and then again, the knife plunged into me. I cried out to my boy a last time, and then I could no longer hold on. I was flung off the kicking leg to strike the side of a stall. I was drowning, blood in my mouth and nostrils, running feet, pain in the dark. I hitched closer to Burrick. I pushed my nose under his hand. He did not move. Voices and light coming. I awoke on a dark hillside, gripping my stick so tightly my hands were numb. Not for a moment did I think it was a dream. I couldn't stop feeling the knife between my ribs and tasting the blood in my mouth. Like the refrain of a ghastly song, the memories came again and again, the draught of cold air, the knife, the boot, the taste of my enemy's blood in my mouth, and the taste of my own. I struggled to make sense of what Smithy had seen. Someone had been at the top of Burrick's stairs, waiting for him, someone with a knife. And Burrick had fallen, and Smithy had smelled blood. I stood and gathered my things. Thin and faint was Smithy's warm little presence in my mind, weak, but there. I quested carefully, and then stopped when I felt how much it cost him to acknowledge me. Still, be still, I'm coming. I was cold, and my knees shook beneath me, but sweat was slick on my back. Not once did I question what I must do. I strode down the hill to the dirt road. It was a little trade road, a peddler's track, and I knew that if I followed it, it must intersect eventually with the coast road. I would follow it, I would find the coast road, I would get myself home. And if Ida favoured me, I would be in time to help Smithy and Burrick. I strode, refusing to let myself run. A steady march would carry me further, faster than a mad sprint through the dark. The night was clear, the trail straight. I considered once that I was putting an end to any chance of proving I could skill. All I had put into it, time, effort, pain, all wasted. But there was no way I could have sat down and waited another full day for Galen to try and reach me. To open my mind to Galen's possible skill touch, I would have had to clear it of Smithy's tenuous thread. I would not. When it was all put in the balances, the skill was far outweighed by Smithy and Burrick. Why Burrick, I wondered. Who could hate him enough to ambush him? And right outside his own quarters? As clearly as if I were reporting to Shade, I began to assemble my facts. Someone who knew him well enough to know where he lived. That ruled out some chance offence committed in a Buckkeep Town tavern. Someone who had brought a knife. That ruled out someone who just wanted to give him a beating. The knife had been sharp, and the wielder had known how to use it. I winced again from the memory. Those were the facts. Cautiously, I began to build assumptions upon them. Someone who knew Burrick's habits and had a serious grievance against him, serious enough to kill over. My steps slowed suddenly. Why hadn't Smithy been aware of the man up there waiting? Why hadn't Vixen been barking through the door? Slipping past dogs in their own territory bespoke someone well practiced at stealth. Galen. No, I only wanted it to be Galen. I refused to leap to the conclusion. Physically, Galen was no match for Burrick, and he knew it. Not even with a knife, in the dark, with Burrick half drunk and surprised. No, Galen might want to, but he wouldn't do it. Not himself. Would he send another? I pondered it, and decided I didn't know. Think some more. Burrick was not a patient man. Galen was the most recent enemy he'd made, but not the only one. Over and over I restacked my facts, trying to reach a solid conclusion, but there simply wasn't enough to build on. Eventually, I came to a stream and drank sparingly. Then I walked again. The woods grew thicker, and the moon was mostly obscured by the trees lining the road. I didn't turn back. I pushed on, until my trail flowed into the coast road like a stream feeding a river. I followed it south, and the wider highway gleamed like silver in the moonlight. I walked and pondered the night away. As the first creeping tendrils of dawn began to put colour back into the landscape, I felt incredibly weary but no less driven. My worry was a burden I couldn't put down. I clutched at the thin thread of warmth that told me Smithy was still alive, and wondered about Burrick. I had no way of knowing how badly he'd been injured. Smithy had smelled his blood, so the knife had scored at least once. And the fall down the staircase, I tried to set the worry aside. I had never considered that Burrick could be injured in such a way, let alone what I would feel about it. I could come up with no name for the feeling, just hollow, I thought to myself, hollow and weary. I ate a bit as I walked, and refilled my water skin from a stream. Mid-morning clouded up and rained on me for a bit, only to clear as abruptly by early afternoon. I strode on. I had expected to find some sort of traffic on the coast road, but saw nothing. By late afternoon, the road had veered close to the cliffs. I could look across a small cove and down onto what had been Forge. The peacefulness of it was chilling. No smoke rose from the cottages, no boats rode in the harbour. I knew my route would take me right through it. I did not relish the idea, but the warm thread of Smithy's life tugged me on. I lifted my head to the scuff of feet against stone. Only the reflexes of Hod's long training saved me. I came about, staff at the ready, and swept around me in a defensive circle that cracked the jaw of the one that was behind me. The others fell back, 3 others, all forged, empty as stone. The one I had struck was rolling and yelling on the ground. No one paid him any mind except me. I dealt him another quick jolt to his back. He yelled louder and thrashed about. Even in that situation, my action surprised me. I knew it was wise to make sure a disabled enemy stayed disabled, but I knew I could never have kicked at a howling dog as I did at that man. But fighting these forged ones was like fighting ghosts. I felt no presence from any of them. I had no sense of the pain I dealt the injured man, no echoes of his anger or fear. It was like slamming a door, violence without a victim, as I cracked him again, to be sure he would not snatch at me as I leapt over him to a clear space in the road. I danced my staff around me, keeping the others at bay. They looked ragged and hungry, but I still felt they could outrun me if I fled. I was already tired, and they were like starving wolves. They'd pursue me until I dropped. One reached too close, and I struck him a glancing blow to the wrist. He dropped a rusty fish knife and clutched his hand to his heart, shrieking over it. Again, the other 2 paid no attention to the injured one. I danced back. "What do you want?" I demanded of them. "What do you have?" one of them said. His voice was rusty and hesitant, as if long unused, and his words lacked any inflection. He moved slowly around me in a wide circle that kept me turning. Dead men talking, I thought to myself, and couldn't stop the thought from echoing through my mind. "Nothing," I panted, jabbing to keep one from moving any closer. "I don't have anything for you. No money, no food, nothing. I lost all my things, back down the road." "Nothing," said the other, and for the first time I realized she had been a woman once. Now she was this empty, malevolent puppet, whose dull eyes suddenly lit with avarice as she said, "Cloak! I want your cloak!" She seemed pleased to have formulated this thought, and it made her careless enough to let me crack her on the shin. She glanced down at the injury as if puzzled, and then continued to limp after me. "Cloak!" echoed the other. For a moment they glared at one another in dull realization of their rivalry. "Me! Mine!" he added. "No! Kill you," she offered calmly. "Kill you too," she reminded me, and came close again. I swung my staff at her, but she leapt back and then made a snatch at it as it went by. I turned just in time to whack the one whose wrist I had already damaged. Then I leapt past him and raced down the road. I ran awkwardly, holding onto my staff with one hand as I fought the fastening of my cloak with the other. At last it came undone, and I let it fall from me as I continued to run. The rubberiness in my legs warned me that this was my last gambit. But a few moments later they must have reached it, for I heard angry cries and screams as they quarrelled over it. I prayed it would be enough to occupy all 4 of them, and kept running. There was a bend in the road, not much, but enough to take me out of their sight. I continued to run, and then trotted for as long as I could before daring to look back. The road shone wide and empty behind me. I pushed myself on, and when I saw a likely spot, I left the road. I found a savagely nasty thicket of brambles, and forced my way into the heart of it. Shaking and exhausted, I crouched down on my heels in the thick of the spiny bushes and strained my ears for any sound of pursuit. I took short sips from my water skin and tried to calm myself. I had no time for this delay. I had to get back to Buckkeep, but I dared not emerge. It is still inconceivable to me that I fell asleep there, but I did. I came awake gradually. Groggy, I felt sure I was recovering from a severe injury or long illness. My eyes were gummy, my mouth thick and sour. I forced my eyelids open and looked around me in bewilderment. The light was ebbing, and an overcast defeated the moon. My exhaustion had been such that I had leaned over into the thorn bushes and slept despite a multitude of jabbing prickles. I extricated myself with much difficulty, leaving bits of cloth, hair, and skin behind. I emerged from my hiding place as cautiously as any hunted animal, not only questing as far as my sense would reach, but also snuffing the air and peering all about me. I knew that my questing would not reveal to me any forged ones, and hoped that if any were nearby, the forest animals would have seen them and reacted, but all was quiet. I cautiously emerged onto the road. It was wide and empty. I looked once at the sky and then set out for Forge, staying close to the edge of the road, where the shadows of the trees were thickest. I tried to move both swiftly and silently, and did neither as well as I wanted. I had stopped thinking of anything except vigilance and my need to get back to Buckkeep. Smithy's life was the barest tendril in my mind. I think the only emotion still active in me was the fear that kept me looking over my shoulder and scanning the woods to either side as I walked. It was full dark when I arrived on the hillside overlooking Forge. For some time I stood looking down on it, seeking for any signs of life, then I forced myself to walk on. The wind had come up and fitfully granted me moonlight. It was a treacherous boon, as much deceiver as revealer. It made shadows move at the corners of abandoned houses and cast sudden reflections that glinted like knives from puddles in the street. But no one walked in Forge. The normal inhabitants had abandoned it not long after that fateful raid, and evidently the forged ones had as well, once there were no more sources of food or comfort there. The town had never really rebuilt itself after the raid, and a long season of winter storms and tides had nearly completed what the red ships had begun. Only the harbour looked almost normal, save for the empty slips. The sea walls still curved out into the bay like protective hands cupping the docks, but there was nothing left to protect. I threaded my way through the desolation that was Forge. My skin prickled as I crept past sagging doors on splintered frames in half-burnt buildings. It was a relief to get away from the mouldy smell of the empty cottages and to stand on the wharves overlooking the water. The road went right down to the docks and curved along the cove. A shoulder of roughly worked stone had once protected the road from the greedy sea, but a winter of tides and storms without the intervention of man was breaking it down. Stones were working loose, and the sea's driftwood battering rams, abandoned now by the tide, cluttered the beach below. Once, carts of iron ingots had been hauled down this road to waiting vessels. I walked along the seawall and saw that what had appeared so permanent from the hill above would withstand perhaps 1 or 2 more winter seasons without maintenance before the sea reclaimed it. Overhead, stars shone intermittently through scudding clouds. The evasive moon cloaked and revealed herself as well, occasionally granting me glimpses of the harbour. The shushing of the waves was like the breathing of a drugged giant. It was a night from a dream, and when I looked out over the water, the ghost of a red ship cut across the moon path as it put into Forge harbour. Her hull was long and sleek, her masts bare of canvas as she came slipping into port. The red of her hull and prow was shiny as fresh-spilled blood, as if she cut through runnels of gore instead of salt water. In the dead town behind me, no one raised a shout of warning. I stood like a fool, limbed on the sea wall, shivering at the apparition, until the creak of oars and the silver of dripping water off an oar's edge made the red ship reel. I flung myself flat to the causeway, then slithered off the smooth road surface into the boulders and driftwood cluttered along the seawall. I could not breathe for terror. All my blood was in my head, pounding, and no air was in my lungs. I had to set my head down between my arms and close my eyes to regain control of myself. By then, the small sounds even a stealthy vessel must make came faint but distinct across the water to me. A man cleared his throat, an oar rattled in its lock, something heavy thudded to the deck. I waited for a shout or command to betray that I had been seen, but there was nothing. I lifted my head cautiously, peering through the whitened roots of a driftwood log. All was still, save the ship coming closer and closer as the rowers brought her into harbour. Her oars rose and fell in near silent unison. Soon I could hear them talking in a language like to ours, but so harshly spoken I could barely get the meaning of the words. A man sprang over the side with a line and floundered ashore. He made the ship fast no more than 2 ship lengths away from where I lay hidden among the boulders and logs. 2 others sprang out, knives in hands, and scrambled up the seawall. They ran along the road in opposite directions to take up positions as sentries. One was on the road almost directly above me. I made myself small and still. I held on to Smithy in my mind, the way a child grips a beloved toy as protection against nightmares. I had to get home to him, therefore I must not be discovered. The knowledge that I must do the first somehow made the second seem more possible. Men scrabbled hastily from the ship. Everything about them bespoke familiarity. I could not fathom why they had put in here until I saw them unloading empty water casks. The casks were sent hollowly rolling down the causeway, and I remembered the well I had passed. The part of my mind that belonged to Shade noted how well they knew Forge to put in almost exactly opposite that well. This was not the first time this ship had stopped here for water. Poison the well before you leave, that corner of my mind suggested. But I had no supplies for anything like that, and no courage to do anything except remain hidden. Others had emerged from the ship and were stretching their legs. I overheard an argument between a woman and a man. He wished permission to light a fire with some of the driftwood to roast some meat. She forbade it, saying they had not come far enough and that a fire would be too visible. So they had raided recently to have fresh meat and not too far from here. She gave permission for something else that I did not quite understand until I saw them unload 2 full kegs. Another man came ashore with a whole ham on his shoulder, which he dropped with a meaty slap onto one of the upright kegs. He drew a knife and began to carve off chunks of it, while another man broached the other keg. They would not be leaving for some time, and if they did light a fire, or stay until dawn, my log's shadow would be no hiding place at all. I had to get out of there. Through nests of sand fleas and squiggling piles of seaweed, under and between logs and stones, I dragged my belly through sand and pebbled gravel. I swear that every root snag caught at me, and every shifted slab of stone blocked my way. The tide had changed. The waves broke noisily against the rocks, and the flying spray rode the wind. I was soon soaked. I tried to time my movements with the sound of the breaking waves to hide my small sounds in theirs. The rocks were toothed with barnacles, and sand packed the gouges they made in my hands and knees. My staff became an incredible burden, but I would not abandon my only weapon. Long after I could no longer see or hear the raiders, I dared not stand, but crept and huddled still from stone to log. At last, I ventured up onto the road and crawled across it. Once in the shadow of a sagging warehouse, I stood, hugging the wall, and peered about me. All was silent. I dared to step out 2 paces onto the road, but even there I could see nothing of the ship or the sentries. Perhaps that meant they could not see me either. I took a calming breath. I quested after Smithy, the way some men pat their pouches to be sure their coin is safe. I found him but faint and quiet, his mind like a still pool. "I'm coming," I breathed, fearful of stirring him to an effort, and I set forth again. The wind was relentless. and my salt-wet clothing clung and chafed. I was hungry, cold, and tired. My wet shoes were a misery, but I had no thought of stopping. I trotted like a wolf, my eyes continually shifting, my ears keen for any sound behind me. One moment, the road was empty and black before me. In the next, the darkness had turned to men. 2 before me, and when I spun about, another behind me. The slapping waves had covered the sound of their feet, and the dodging moon offered me only glimpses of them as they closed the distance around me. I set my back to the solid wall of a warehouse, readied my staff, and waited. I watched them come, silent and skulking. I wondered at that, for why did they not raise a shout? Why did not the whole crew come to watch me taken? But these men watched one another as much as they watched me. They did not hunt as a pack, but each hoped the others would die killing me and leave the bounty for the picking. Forged ones, not raiders. A terrible coldness welled up in me. The least sound of a scuffle would bring the raiders, I was sure. So if the forged ones did not finish me, the raiders would. However, when all roads lead to death, there is no point in running down any of them. I would take things as they came. There were 3 of them. One had a knife, but I had a staff and was trained to use it. They were thin, ragged, at least as hungry as I and as cold. One, I think, was the woman from the night before. As they closed on me so silently, I guessed they were aware of the raiders and feared them as much as I. It was not good to consider the desperation that would prompt them still to attack me. Then, in the next breath, I wondered if forged ones felt desperation or anything else. Perhaps they were too dulled to realize the danger. All of the stealthy, arcane knowledge Shade had given me, all of Hod's brutally elegant strategies for fighting 2 or more opponents, went to the wind. For as the first 2 stepped into my range, I felt the tiny warmth that was Smithy ebbing in my grasp. "Smithy," I whispered, a desperate plea that he somehow stay with me. I all but saw a tail tip stir in a last effort at a wag. Then the thread snapped, and the spark blinked out. I was alone. A black flood of strength surged through me like a madness. I stepped out, thrust the end of my staff deep into a man's face, drew it quickly back, and continued a swing that went through the woman's lower jaw. Plain wood sheared the lower half of her face away, so forceful was my blow. I whacked her again as she fell, and it was like hitting a netted shark with a fish bat. The third drove into me solidly, thinking I supposed to be inside my staff's range. I didn't care. I dropped my stick and grappled with him. He was bony and he stank. I drove him onto his back, and his expelled breath in my face stank of carrion. Fingers and teeth I tore at him, as far from human as he was. They had kept me from Smithy as he was dying. I did not care what I did to him, so long as it hurt him. He reciprocated. I dragged his face along the cobbles. I pushed my thumb into an eye. He sank his teeth into my wrist and clawed my cheek bloody. And when at last he ceased to fight against my strangling grip, I dragged him to the seawall and threw his body down onto the rocks. I stood panting, my fists still clenched. I glared towards the raiders, daring them to come. But the night was still, save for the waves and wind, and the soft gargling of the woman as she died. Either the raiders had not heard, or they were too concerned with their own stealth to investigate sounds in the night. I waited in the wind for someone to care enough to come and kill me. Nothing stirred. An emptiness washed through me, supplanting my madness. So much death in one night, and so little significance, save to me. I left the other broken bodies on top of the crumbling seawall for the waves and the gulls to dispose of. I walked away from them. I had felt nothing from them when I killed them. No fear, no anger, no pain, not even despair. They had been things. And as I began my long walk back to Buckkeep, I finally felt nothing from within myself. Perhaps I thought, forging is a contagion, and I have caught it now. I could not bring myself to care. Little of that journey stands out in my mind now. I walked all the way, cold, tired, and hungry. I encountered no more forged ones, and the few other travellers I saw on that stretch of road were no more anxious than I to speak to a stranger. I thought only of getting back to Buckkeep and Berwick. I reached Buckkeep 2 days into the Springfest celebration. The guards at the gate tried to stop me at first. I looked at them.
"It's the Fitz,"
one gasped.
"It was said you were dead."
"Shut up," barked the other. He was Gage, long known to me, and he said quickly, "Burrick's been hurt. He's up at the infirmary, boy." I nodded and walked past them. In all my years at Buckkeep, I had never been to the infirmary. Burrick and no one else had always treated my childhood illnesses and mishaps, but I knew where it was. I walked unseeing through the knots and gatherings of merrymakers, and suddenly felt as if I was 6 years old and come to Buckkeep for the very first time. I had hung on to Burrick's belt. All that long way from Moonseye with his leg torn and bandaged, but not once had he put me on another's horse or entrusted my care to another. I pushed myself through the people with their bells and flowers and sweetcakes to reach the inner keep. Behind the barracks was a separate building of whitewashed stone. There was no one there, and I walked unchallenged through the antechamber and into the room beyond. There were clean strewing reeds on the floor, and the wide windows let in a flood of spring air and light, but the room still gave me a sense of confinement and illness. This was not a good place for Burrick to be. All the beds were empty, save one. No soldier kept to bed in Springfest days, save that they had to. Burrick lay, eyes closed, in a splash of sunlight on a narrow cot. I had never seen him so still. He had pushed his blankets aside and his chest was swathed in bandages. I went forward quietly and sat down on the floor beside his bed. He was very still, but I could feel him, and the bandages moved with his slow breathing. I took his hand.
"Fitz,"
he said, without opening his eyes. He gripped my hand hard. "Yes."
"You're back. You're alive."
"I am. I came straight here as fast as I could. Oh, Burrick, I feared you were dead."
"I thought you were dead. The others all came back days ago."
He took a ragged breath.
"Of course, the bastard left horses with all the others."
"No," I reminded him, not letting go of his hand. "I'm the bastard, remember?"
"Sorry."
He opened his eyes. The white of his left eye was mazed with blood. He tried to smile at me. I could see then that the swelling on the left side of his face was still subsiding.
"So, we look a fine pair. You should poultice that cheek. It's festering. Looks like an animal scratch."
"Forged ones," I began, and could not bear to explain more. I only said softly, "He set me down north of Forge, Burrick." Anger spasmed his face.
"He wouldn't tell me, nor anyone else. I even sent a man to Verity to ask my prince to make him say what he had done with you. I got no answer back. I should kill him."
"Let it go," I said, and meant it. "I'm back and alive. I failed his test, but it didn't kill me. And as you told me, there are other things in my life." Burrick shifted slightly in his bed. I could tell it didn't ease him.
"Well, he'll be disappointed over that."
He let out a shuddering breath.
"I got jumped. Someone with a knife. I don't know who."
"How bad?"
"Not good at my age. A young buck like you would probably just give a shake and go on. Still, he only got the blade into me once. But I fell and struck my head. I was fair senseless for 2 days. And Fitz, your dog, a stupid, senseless thing, but he killed your dog.
I know.
He died quickly,
Burrick said, as if to be a comfort. I stiffened at the lie. He died well, I corrected him. And if he hadn't, you'd have had that knife in you more than once. Burrick grew very still.
You were there, weren't you?
He said at last. It was not a question, and there was no mistaking his meaning. Yes, I heard myself saying simply.
You were there with the dog that night, instead of trying for the skill?
His voice rose in outrage. Burrick, it wasn't like... He pulled his hand free of mine and turned as far away from me as he could.
Leave me.
Burrick, it wasn't Smithy. I just don't have the skill. So let me have what I do have. Let me be what I am. I don't use this in a bad way. Even without it, I'm good with animals. You forced me to be. If I use it, I can...
Stay out of my stables, and stay away from me.
He rolled back to face me, and to my amazement, a single tear tracked his dark cheek.
You failed? No, Fitz. I failed. I was too soft-hearted to beat it out of you at the first sign of it. Raise him well, Chivalry said to me, his last command to me. And I failed him. And you, if you hadn't meddled with the wit, Fitz, you'd have been able to learn the skill. Galen would have been able to teach you. No wonder he sent you to Forge. He paused. Bastard or no, you could have been a fit son to Chivalry. But you threw it all away for what, a dog? I know what a dog can be to a man, but you don't throw your life over for a...
Not just a dog, I cut in almost harshly. Smithy, my friend. And it wasn't only him. I gave up the weight and came back for you, thinking you might need me. Smithy died days ago, I knew that, but I came back for you, thinking you might need me. He was silent so long I thought he wasn't going to speak to me.
You needn't have, he said quietly. I take care of myself.
And harsher,
you know that. I always have.
And me, I admitted to him. And you've always taken care of me.
And small damn good that did either of us, he said slowly. Look what I've let you become. Now you're just... Go away. Just go away.
He turned away from me again, and I felt something go out of the man. I stood slowly. I'll make you a wash from Helena leaves for your eye. I'll bring it this afternoon.
Bring me nothing. Do me no favours. Go your own way, and be whatever you will. I'm done with you.
He spoke to the wall. In his voice was no mercy for either of us. I glanced back as I left the infirmary. He had not moved, but even his back looked older and smaller. That was my return to Buckkeep. I was a different creature from the naive who had left. Little fanfare was made over my not being dead as supposed. I made no opportunity for anyone to do so. From Burrick's bed, I went straight to my room. I washed and changed my garments. I slept, but not well. For the rest of Springfest I ate at night, alone in the kitchens. I penned one note to King Shrewd, suggesting that raiders might regularly be using the wells at Forge. He made no reply to me about it, and I was glad of it. I sought no contact with anyone. With much pomp and ceremony, Galen presented his finished coterie to the king. One other besides myself had failed to return. It shames me now that I cannot recall his name, and if I ever knew what became of him, I have forgotten it. Like Galen, I suppose I dismissed him as insignificant. Galen spoke to me only once the rest of that summer, and that was indirectly. We passed one another in the courtyard, not long after Springfest. He was walking and talking with Regal. As they passed me, he looked at me over Regal's head and said sneeringly, "More lives than a cat." I stopped and stared at them until both were forced to look at me. I made Galen meet my eyes. Then I smiled and nodded. I never confronted Galen about his attempt to send me to my death. He never appeared to see me after that. His eyes would slide past me, or he would exit a room when I entered it. It seemed to me that I had lost everything when I lost Smithy. Or perhaps in my bitterness, I set out to destroy what little was left to me. I sulked about the keep for weeks, cleverly insulting anyone foolish enough to speak to me. The fool avoided me. Shade didn't summon me. I saw Patience thrice. The first 2 times I went to answer her summons, I made only the barest efforts to be civil. The 3rd time, bored by her chatter about rose cuttings, I simply stood up and left. She did not summon me again. But there came a time when I felt I had to reach out to someone. Smithy had left a great gap in my life, and I had not expected that my exile from the stables would be as devastating as it was. Chance encounters with Burrick were incredibly awkward, as we both learned, painfully, to pretend not to see each other. I wanted achingly to go to Molly, to tell her everything that had befallen me, all that had happened to me since I first came to Buckkeep. I imagined in detail how we could sit on the beach while I talked, and that when I had finished, she would not judge me or try to offer advice, but would just take my hand and be still beside me. Finally, she would know everything, and I would not have to hide anything from her anymore. I dared imagine no more beyond that. I longed desperately, and feared with the fear known only to a boy whose love is 2 years older than he is. If I took her all my woes, would she think me a hapless child and pity me? Would she hate me for all that I had never told her before? A dozen times that thought turned my feet away from Buckkeep town. But some 2 months later, when I did venture into town, my traitorous feet took me to the chandlery. I happened to have a basket with me, and a bottle of cherry wine in it, and 4 or 5 brambly little yellow roses, obtained at great loss of skin from the women's garden, where their fragrance overpowered even the thyme beds. I told myself I had no plan. I did not have to tell her everything about myself. I did not even have to see her. I could decide as I went along. But in the end, all decisions had already been made, and they had nothing to do with me. I arrived just in time to see Molly leaving with Jade. Their heads were close together, and she leaned toward him as they spoke in soft voices. Outside the door of the chandlery, he stooped to look into her face. She lifted her eyes to his. When the man reached a hesitant hand to gently touch her cheek, Molly was suddenly a woman. One I did not know. The 2 years' age difference between us was a vast gulf I could never hope to bridge. I stepped around the corner before she could see me, and turned aside, my face down. They passed me as if I were a tree or a stone. Her head leaned on his shoulder, and they walked slowly. It took forever for them to be out of sight. That night I got drunker than I had ever been, and awoke the next day in some bushes halfway up the keep road. Chapter 18. Assassinations. Shade Fallstar, a personal advisor to King Shrewd, made an extensive study of forging during the period just preceding the Red Ship Wars. From his tablets we have the following. Netta, the daughter of the fisherman Gil and the farmer Rita, was taken alive from her village Goodwater on the 17th day after Springfest. She was forged by the Red Ship raiders and returned to her village 3 days later. Her father was killed in the same raid, and her mother, having 5 younger children, was little able to deal with Netta. She was, at the time of her forging, 14 summers old. She came into my possession some 6 months after her forging. When first brought to me, she was dirty, ragged, and greatly weakened, owing to starvation and exposure. At my direction, she was washed, clothed, and housed in chambers convenient to my own. I proceeded with her as I might have done with a wild animal. Each day I brought her food with my own hands, and stayed by her while she ate. I saw to it that her chambers were kept warm, her bedding clean, and that she was provided with the amenities a woman might expect: water for washing, brushes and combs, and all that is otherwise needful. In addition, I saw to it that she was furnished with sundry supplies for needlework, for I had discovered that prior to forging, she had had a great fondness for doing such fancy work, and had created several artful pieces. My intention in all this was to see if, under gentle circumstances, a forged one might not return to a semblance of the person she had formerly been. Even a wild animal might have become a little tamer under these circumstances, but to all things Netta reacted with indifference. She had lost not only the habits of a woman, but even the good sense of an animal. She would eat to satiation with her hands, and then let fall to the floor whatever was excess to be trodden underfoot. She did not wash nor care for herself in any way. Even most animals soil only one area of their dens, but Netta was like a mouse that lets her droppings fall everywhere with no care for bedding. She was able to speak in a sensible way if she chose to or wanted some item badly enough. When she spoke by her own choice, it was usually to accuse me of stealing from her, or to utter threats against me if I did not immediately give her some item she wanted. Her habitual attitude toward me was suspicious and hateful. She ignored my attempts at normal conversation, but by withholding food from her, I was able to elicit answers in exchange for food. She had clear memory of her family, but had no interest in what had become of them. Rather, she answered those questions as if answering questions about yesterday's weather. Of her forging time, she said only that they had been held in the belly of a ship, and that there had been little food and only enough water to go around. She had been fed nothing unusual that she recalled, nor had she been touched in any way that she remembered. Thus she could furnish to me no clue as to the mechanism of forging itself. This was a great disappointment to me, for I had hoped that by learning how a thing was done, a man could discover how to undo it. I endeavored to bring human behavior back to her by reasoning with her, but to no avail. She appeared to understand my words, but would not act on them. Even when given 2 loaves of bread, and warned that she must save one for the morrow or go hungry, she would let her second loaf fall to the floor, tread upon it, and on the morrow eat her own dropped leavings, careless of what dirt clung to them. She evinced no interest in her needlework or in any other pastime, not even the bright toys of a child. If not eating or sleeping, she was content merely to sit or lie, her mind as idle as her body. Offered sweets or pastries, she would indulge until she vomited and then eat more. I treated her with sundry elixirs and herbal teas. I fasted her, I steamed her, I purged her body. Hot and cold dousings had no effect other than to make her angry. I caused her to sleep a full day and a night, to no change. I so charged her with elf bark that she could not sleep for 2 nights, but this only made her irritable. I spoiled her with kindnesses for a time, but as when I treated her with the harshest restrictions, it made no difference in how she regarded me. If hungry, she would make courtesies and smile pleasantly when commanded to, but as soon as food was furnished, all further commands and requests were ignored. She was viciously jealous of territory and possessions. More than once she attempted to attack me, for no more reason than that I had ventured too close to food she was eating, and once because she suddenly decided she wished to have a ring I was wearing. She regularly killed the mice her untidiness attracted, snatching them up with amazing swiftness and dashing them against the wall. A cat that once ventured into her chambers met with a similar fate. She seemed to have little sense of the time that had passed since her forging. She could give good account of her earlier life if commanded when hungry, but of the days since her forging all was as one long yesterday to her. From Netta, I could not learn if something had been added to her or taken away to forge her. I did not know if it was a thing consumed or smelled or heard or seen. I did not know if it was even the work of a man's hand and art or the work of a sea demon such as some Farlanders claim to have power upon. From a long and weary experiment, I learned nothing. To Netta, I gave a triple sleeping draught one evening with her water. I had her body bathed, her hair groomed, and sent her back to her village to be decently buried. At least one family could put finis to a tale of forging. Most others must wonder for months and years what has become of the one they once held dear. Most are better off not knowing. There were at that time over 1,000 souls known to have been forged. Burrick had meant what he said. He had nothing more to do with me. I was no longer welcome down at the stables and kennels. Cobb especially took savage pleasure in this. Although he was often gone with Regal, when he was about the stables he would often stop to block my entry. "Allow me to bring you your horse, master," he would say obsequiously. "The stable-master prefers that grooms handle animals within the stables." And so I must stand like some incompetent lordling while Sooty was saddled and brought for me. Cobb himself mucked out her stall, brought her feed and groomed her, and it ate at me like acid to see how quickly she welcomed him back. She was only a horse, I told myself, and not to be blamed, but it was one more abandonment. I had too much time, suddenly. Mornings had always been spent working for Burrick. Now they were mine. Hod was busy training green men for defence. I was welcome to drill with them, but it was all lessons I had learned long ago. Fedran was gone for the summer, as he was every summer. I could not think of a way to apologise to Patience, and I did not even think about Molly. Even my forays to the taverns in Buckkeep had become solitary ones. Kerry had apprenticed to a puppeteer, and Dirk gone for a sailor. I was idle and alone. It was a summer of misery, and not just for me. While I was lonely and bitter and outgrowing all my clothes, while I snapped and snarled at any foolish enough to speak to me, and drank myself insensible several times a week, I was still aware of how the Six Duchies were racked. The Red Ship raiders, bolder than ever before, harried our coastline. This summer, in addition to threats, they finally began to make demands. Grain, cattle, the right to take whatever they wished from our seaports, the right to beach their boats and live off our lands and people for the summer, their choice of our folk for slaves. Each demand was more intolerable than the last, and the only things more intolerable than the demands were the forgings that followed each refusal by the king. Common folk were abandoning the seaport and waterfront towns. One could not blame them, but it left our coastline even more vulnerable. More soldiers were hired, and so the levies were raised to pay them, and folk grumbled under the burden of the taxes and their fear of the Red Ship raiders. Even stranger were the out-islanders who came to our shore in their family ships, their raiding vessels left behind, to beg asylum of our people, and to tell wild tales of chaos and tyranny in the out-islands, where the Red Ships now ruled completely. They were a mixed blessing, perhaps. They were cheaply hired as soldiers, though few really trusted them. But at least their tales of the Out Islands under Red Ship domination were harrowing enough to keep anyone from thinking of giving in to the raiders' demands. About a month after my return, Shade opened his door to me. I was sullen over his neglect of me and went more slowly up his stairs than ever I had before. But when I got there, he looked up from crushing seeds with a pestle, with a face full of weariness. "I am glad to see you," he said, with nothing of gladness in his voice. "That's why you were so swift to welcome me back?" I observed sourly. He stopped his grinding. "I'm sorry. I thought perhaps you would need time alone to recover yourself." He looked back to his seeds. "It has not been an easy winter and spring for me either. Shall we try to put the time behind us and go on?" It was a gentle, reasonable suggestion. I knew it was wise. "Have I any choice?" I asked sarcastically. Shade finished grinding his seed. He scraped it into a finely woven sieve and put it over a cup to drip. "No," he said at last, as if he had considered it well. "No, you haven't, and neither have I. In many things we have no choice." He looked at me, his eyes running up and down me, and then poked at his seed again. "You," he said, "will stop drinking anything but water or tea for the rest of the summer. Your sweat stinks of wine, and for one so young your muscles are lax. A winter of Galen's meditations has done your body no good at all. See that you exercise it. Take it upon yourself as of today to climb to Verity's tower 4 times a day. You will take him food, and the teas I will show you how to prepare. You will never show him a sullen face, but will always be cheerful and friendly. Perhaps a while of waiting on Verity will convince you that I have had reasons for my attention not being centered on you. That is what you will do each day you are at Buckkeep. There will be some days when you will be fulfilling other assignments for me." It had not taken many words from Shade to awaken shame in myself. My perception of my life crashed from high tragedy to juvenile self-pity in a matter of moments. "I have been idle," I admitted. "You have been stupid," Shade agreed. "You had a month in which to take charge of your own life. You behaved like a spoiled brat. I have no wonder that Burrick is disgusted with you." I had long ago stopped being surprised at what Shade knew, but this time I was sure he did not know the real reason, and I had no desire to share it with him. "Have you discovered yet who tried to kill him?" "I haven't tried, really." Now Shade looked disgusted and then puzzled. "Boy, you are not yourself at all. 6 months ago you would have torn the stables apart to know such a secret. 6 months ago, given a month's holiday, you would have filled each day. What troubles you?" I looked down, feeling the truth of his words. I wanted to tell him everything that had befallen me. I wanted not to say a word of it to anyone. "I'll tell you all I do know of the attack on Burrick." And I did. "And the one who saw all this," he asked when I had finished, "did he know the man who attacked Burrick?" "He didn't get a good look at him," I hedged, useless to tell Shade that I knew exactly how he smelled, but had only a vague visual image. Shade was quiet for a moment. "Well, as much as you can, keep an ear to the earth. I should like to know who has grown so brave as to try to kill the king's stable-master in his own stable." "Then you do not think it was just some personal quarrel of Burrick's?" I asked carefully. "Perhaps it was, but we will not jump to conclusions. To me it has the feel of a gambit. Someone is building up to something, but has missed their first block. To our advantage, I hope." "Can you tell me why you think so?" "I could, but I will not. I want to leave your mind free to find its own assumptions independent of mine. Now, come, I will show you the teas." I was more than a bit hurt that he asked me nothing about my time with Galen or my test. He seemed to accept my failure as a thing expected. But as he showed me the ingredients he had chosen for Verity's teas, I was horrified by the strength of the stimulants he was using. I had seen little of Verity, though Regal had been in only too much evidence. He had spent the last month coming and going, always just returning or just leaving, and each cavalcade seemed richer and more ornate than the one before. It seemed to me that he was using the excuse of his brother's courting to feather himself more brightly than any peacock. Common opinion was that he must go so, to impress those with whom he negotiated. For myself, I saw it as a waste of coin that could have gone on defences. When Regal was gone, I felt relief, for his antagonism toward me had taken a recent bound, and he had found sundry small ways to express it. The brief times when I had seen Verity or the King, they had both looked harassed and worn. But Verity especially had seemed almost stunned. Impassive and distracted, he had noticed me only once, and then smiled wearily and said I had grown. That had been the extent of our conversation. But I had noticed that he ate like an invalid, without appetite, eschewing meat and bread as if they were too great an effort to chew and swallow, instead subsisting on porridges and soups. He is using the skill too much. That much Shrewd has told me. But why it should drain him so, why it should burn the very flesh from his bones, he cannot explain to me. So I give him tonics and elixirs and try to get him to rest. But he cannot. He dares not, he says. He tells me that all his efforts are necessary to delude the Red Ship navigators, to send their ships onto the rocks to discourage their captains. And so he rises from bed and goes to his chair by a window, and there he sits all the day. And Galen's coterie, are they of no use to him? I asked the question almost jealously, almost hoping to hear they were of no consequence. Shade sighed. I think he uses them as I would use carrier pigeons. He has sent them out to the towers, and he uses them to convey warnings to his soldiers, and to receive from them sightings of ships. But the task of defending the coast he trusts to no one else. Others, he tells me, would be too inexperienced. They might betray themselves to those they skilled. I do not understand, but I know he cannot continue much longer. I pray for the end of summer, for winter storms to blow the red ships home. Would there were someone to spell him at this work. I fear it will consume him. I took that as a rebuke for my failure and subsided into a sulky silence. I drifted around his chambers, finding them both familiar and strange after my months of absence. The apparatus for his herbal work was, as always, cluttered about. Slink was very much in evidence, with his smelly bits of bones in corners. As always, there was an assortment of tablets and scrolls by various chairs. This crop seemed to deal mostly with elderlings. I wandered about, intrigued by the coloured illustrations. One tablet, older and more elaborate than the rest, depicted an elderling as a sort of gilded bird, with a man-like head crowned with quillish hair. I began to piece out the words. It was in Peach, an ancient native tongue of Chauced, the southernmost duchy. Many of the painted symbols had faded or flaked away from the old wood, and I had never been fluent in Peach. Shade came to stand at my elbow. You know, he said gently, it was not easy for me, but I kept my word. Galen demanded complete control of his students. He expressly stipulated that no one might contact you or interfere in any way with your discipline and instruction. And as I told you in the Queen's garden, I am blind and without influence. I knew that, I muttered. Yet I did not disagree with Burrick's actions. Only my word to my king kept me from contacting you. He paused cautiously. It has been a difficult time, I know. I wish I could have helped you. And you should not feel too badly that you failed. I filled in the word while he searched for a gentler one. I sighed and suddenly admitted my pain. Let's leave it, Shade. I can't change it.
I know.
Then, even more carefully,
but perhaps we can use what you learned of the skill. If you can help me understand it, perhaps I can devise better ways to spare Verity. For so many years the knowledge has been kept too secret. There is scarcely a mention of it in the old scrolls, save to say that such and such a battle was turned by the king's skill upon his soldiers, or such and such an enemy was confounded by the king's skill. Yet there is nothing of how it is done, or...
Despair closed its grip on me again. Leave it. It is not for bastards to know. I think I've proved that. A silence fell between us. At last, Shade sighed heavily.
Well, that's as may be. I've been looking into forging as well over these last few months, but all I've learned of it is what it is not, and what does not work to change it. The only cure I've found for it is the oldest one known to work on anything.
I rolled and fastened the scroll I had been looking at, feeling I knew what was coming. I was not mistaken.
The king has charged me with an assignment for you.
That summer, over 3 months, I killed 17 times for the king. Had I not already killed, out of my own volition and defense, it might have been harder. The assignments might have seemed simple. Me, a horse, and panniers of poisoned bread. I rode roads where travellers had reported being attacked, and when the forged ones attacked me, I fled, leaving a trail of spilled loaves. Perhaps if I had been an ordinary man-at-arms, I would have been less frightened. But all my life I had been accustomed to relying on my wit to let me know when others were about. To me it was tantamount to having to work without using my eyes, and I swiftly found out that not all forged ones had been cobblers and weavers. The second little clan of them that I poisoned had several soldiers among them. I was fortunate that most of them were squabbling over loaves when I was dragged from my horse. I took a deep cut from a knife, and to this day I bear the scar on my left shoulder. They were strong and competent, and seemed to fight as a unit, perhaps because that was how they had been drilled back when they were fully human. I would have died, except that I cried out to them that it was foolish to struggle with me while the others were eating all the bread. They dropped me, I struggled to my horse, and escaped. The poisons were no crueler than they had to be, but to be effective even in the smallest dosage, we had to use harsh ones. The forged ones did not die gently, but it was as swift a death as Shade could concoct. They snatched their deaths from me eagerly, and I did not have to witness their frothing convulsions, or even see their bodies by the road. When news of the fallen forged ones reached Buckkeep, Shade's tale that they had probably died from eating spoiled fish from spawning streams had already spread as a ubiquitous rumour. Relatives collected the bodies and gave them proper burial. I told myself that they were probably relieved, and that the forged ones had met a quicker end than if they had starved to death over winter. And so I became accustomed to killing, and had nearly a score of deaths to my credit before I had to meet the eyes of a man and then kill him. That one too was not so difficult as it might have been. He was a minor lordling holding lands outside Turlake. A story reached Buckkeep that he had, in a temper, struck the child of a servant and left the girl a witling. That was sufficient to raise King Shrewd's lip. But the lordling had paid the full blood debt, and by accepting it, the servant had given up any form of the king's justice. But some months later there came to court a cousin of the girl's, and she petitioned for private audience with Shrewd. I was sent to confirm her tale, and saw how the girl was kept like a dog at the foot of the lordling's chair, and more, how her belly had begun to swell with child. And so it was not too difficult, as he offered me wine in fine crystal and begged the latest news of the king's court at Buckkeep for me to find a time to lift his glass to the light and praise the quality of both vessel and wine. I left some days later, my errand completed, with the samples of paper I had promised Fedrin and the conveyed wishes of the lordling for a good trip home. The lordling was indisposed that day. He died, in blood and madness and froth, a month or so later. The cousin took in both girl and child. To this day I have no regrets, for the deed, or for the choice of slow death for him. And when I was not dealing death to forged ones, I waited on my lord Prince Verity. I remember the first time I climbed all those stairs to his tower, balancing a tray as I went. I had expected a guard or sentry at the top. There was none. I tapped at the door, and receiving no answer, entered quietly. Verity was sitting in a chair by a window. A summer wind off the ocean blew into the room. It could have been a pleasant chamber, full of light and air on a stuffy summer day. Instead, it seemed to me a cell. There was the chair by the window and a small table next to it. In the corners and around the edges of the room, the floor was dusty and littered with bits of old strewing reeds. And Verity, chin slumped to his chest as if dozing, except that to my senses the room thrummed with his effort. His hair was unkempt, his chin bewhiskered with a day's growth. His clothing hung on him. I pushed the door shut with my foot and took the tray to the table. I set it down and stood beside it, quietly waiting. And in a few minutes he came back from wherever he had been. He looked up at me with a ghost of his old smile, and then down at his tray. "What's this?" "Breakfast, sir. Everyone else 8 hours ago, save yourself." "I ate, boy, early this morning. Some awful fish soup. The cook should be hung for that. No one should face fish first thing in the morning." He seemed uncertain, like some doddering gaffer trying to recall the days of his youth. "That was yesterday, sir." I uncovered the plates. Warm bread swirled with honey and raisins, cold meats, a dish of strawberries and a small pot of cream for them. All were small portions, almost a child's serving. I poured the steaming tea into a waiting mug. It was flavoured heavily with ginger and peppermint, to cover the ground elf bark's tang. Verity glanced at it, and then up to me. "Shade never relents, does he?" Spoken so casually, as if Shade's name were mentioned every day about the keep. "You need to eat, if you are to continue," I said neutrally. "I suppose so," he said wearily, and turned to the tray as if the artfully arranged food were yet another duty to attend to. He ate with no relish for the food, and drank the tea in a manful draught as a medicine, undeceived by ginger or mint. Halfway through the meal he paused with a sigh, and gazed out of the window for a bit. Then, seeming to come back again, he forced himself to consume each item completely. He pushed the tray aside, and leaned back in the chair as if exhausted. I stared. I had prepared the tea myself. That much elf bark would have had Sooty leaping over the stall walls. "My prince?" I said, and when he did not stir, I touched his shoulder lightly. "Verity, are you all right?" "Verity," he repeated as in a daze. "Yes, and I prefer that to sir, or my prince, or my lord. This is my father's gambit to send you. Well, I may surprise him yet. But yes, call me Verity. And tell them I ate, obedient as ever, I ate. Go on now, boy. I have work to do." He seemed to rouse himself with an effort, and once more his gaze went afar. I stacked the dishes as quietly as I could onto the tray and headed toward the door. But as I lifted the latch, he spoke again. "Boy." "Sir?" "Ah, he warned me. "Verity?" "Leon is in my rooms, boy. Take him out for me, will you? He pines. There is no sense in the both of us shrivelling like this." "Yes, sir, Verity." And so the old hound, past his prime now, came to be in my care. Each day I took him from Verity's room, and we hunted the back hills and cliffs and the beaches for wolves that had not run there in a score of years. As Shade had suspected, I was badly out of condition, and at first it was all I could do to keep up even with the old hound. But as the days went by, we regained our tone, and Leon even caught a rabbit or two for me. Now that I was exiled from Barrick's domain, I did not scruple to use the wit whenever I wished. But as I had discovered long ago, I could communicate with Leon, but there was no bond. He did not always heed me, nor even believe me all the time. Had he been but a pup, I am sure we could have bonded to one another. But he was old, and his heart given forever to Verity. The wit was not dominion over beasts, but only a glimpse into their lives. And thrice a day I climbed the steeply winding steps to coax Verity to eat and to a few words of conversation. Some days it was like speaking to a child or a doddering oldster. On others he asked after Leon and quizzed me about matters down in Buckkeep town. Sometimes I was absent for days on my other assignments. Usually he seemed not to have noticed, but once, after the foray in which I took my knife wound, he watched me awkwardly load his empty dishes onto the tray. How they must laugh in their beards if they knew we slay our own. I froze, wondering what answer to make to that, for as far as I knew my tasks were known only to Shrewd and Shade. But Verity's eyes had gone afar again, and I left silently. Without intending to, I began to make changes around him. One day while he was eating, I swept the room, and later that evening brought up a sackful of strewing reeds and herbs. I had worried that I might be a distraction to him, but Shade had taught me to move quietly. I worked without speaking, and Verity acknowledged neither my coming nor going. But the room was freshened, and the Bavaria blossoms mixed in with the strewing herbs were an enlivening herb. Coming in once, I discovered him dozing in his hard-backed chair. I brought up cushions, which he ignored for several days, and then one day had arranged to his liking. The room remained bare, but I sensed he needed it so, to preserve his single-mindedness. So what I brought him were the barest items of comfort. No tapestries or wall hangings, no vases of flowers or tinkling wind chimes, but flowering thymes in pots to ease the headaches that plagued him, and on one stormy day a blanket against the rain and chill from the open window. On that day I found him sleeping in his chair, limp as a dead thing. I tucked the blanket around him as if he were an invalid, and set the tray before him but left it covered to keep the good heat in the food. I sat down on the floor next to his chair, propped against one of his discarded cushions, and listened to the silence of the room. It seemed almost peaceful today, despite the driving summer rain outside the open window and the gale wind that gusted in from time to time. I must have dozed, for I woke to his hand on my hair.
"Do they tell you to watch over me so, boy, even when I sleep? What do they fear, then?"
"Naught that I know, Verity. They tell me only to bring you food, and see as best I can that you eat it. No more than that."
"And blankets and cushions and pots of sweet flowers?"
"My own doing, my prince. No man should live in such a desert as this." And in that moment I realized we were not speaking aloud, and sat bolt upright and looked at him. Verity, too, seemed to come to himself. He shifted in his comfortless chair.
"I bless this storm that lets me rest. I hid it from 3 of their ships, persuading those who looked to the sky that it was no more than a summer squall. Now they ply their oars and peer through the rain, trying to keep their courses, and I can snatch a few moments of honest sleep." He paused. "I ask your pardon, boy. Sometimes now the skilling seems more natural than speaking. I did not mean to intrude on you."
"No matter, my prince, I was but startled. I cannot skill myself except weakly and erratically. I do not know how I opened to you."
"Verity, boy, not your prince. No one's prince sits still in a sweaty shirt with 2 days of beard. But what is this nonsense? Surely it was arranged for you to learn the skill. I remember well how Patience's tongue battered away my father's resolve."
He permitted himself a weary smile. Galen tried to teach me, but I had not the aptitude. With bastards, I am told, it is often. Wait, he growled, and in an instant was within my mind. This is faster, he offered by way of apology, and then, muttering to himself, What is this that clouds you so? Ah! And was gone again from my mind, and all as deft and easy as Burrick taking a tick off a hound's ear. He sat long, quiet, and so did I, wondering. I am strong in it, as was your father. Galen is not. Then how did he become skillmaster? I asked quietly. I wondered if Verity was saying this only to somehow make me feel my failure less. Verity paused, as if skirting a delicate subject. Galen was Queen Desire's pet, a favourite. The Queen emphatically suggested Galen as apprentice to Solicity. Often I think our old skillmaster was desperate when she took him as apprentice. Solicity knew she was dying, you see. I believe she acted in haste, and towards the end regretted her decision. And I do not think he had half the training he should have had before becoming master. But there he is. He is what we have. Verity cleared his throat and looked uncomfortable. I will speak as plainly as I can, boy, for I see that you know how to hold your tongue when it is wise. Galen was given that place as a plum, not because he merited it. I do not think he has ever fully grasped what it means to be the skillmaster. Oh, he knows the position carries power, and he has not scrupled to wield it. But Solicity was more than someone who swaggered about, secure in a high position. Solicity was advisor to bounty, and a link between the king and all who skilled for him. She made it her business to seek out and teach as many as manifested real talent and the judgment to use it well. This coterie is the first group Galen has trained since Chivalry and I were boys, and I do not find them well taught. No, they are trained as monkeys and parrots are taught to mimic men with no understanding of what they do. But they are what I have. Verity looked out of the window and spoke softly. Galen has no finesse. He is as coarse as his mother was, and just as presumptuous. Verity paused suddenly, and his cheeks flushed as if he had said something ill-considered. He resumed more quietly. The skill is like language, boy. I need not shout at you to let you know what I want. I can ask politely or hint, or let you know my wish with a nod and a smile. I can skill a man and leave him thinking it was all his own idea to please me. But all that eludes Galen, both in the use of the skill and the teaching of it. Privation and pain are one way to lower a man's defences. It is the only way Galen believes in. But Solicity used guile. She would have me watch a kite or a bit of dust floating in a sunbeam, focusing on it as if there were nothing else in the world. And suddenly there she would be, inside my mind with me, smiling and praising me. She taught me that being open was simply not being closed. And going into another's mind is mostly done by being willing to go outside of your own. Do you see, boy? Somewhat, I hedged. Somewhat, he sighed. I could teach you to skill, had I but the time. I do not. But tell me this, were your lessons going well before he tested you? No. I never had any aptitude. Wait, that's not true. What am I saying? What have I been thinking? Though I was sitting, I swayed suddenly, my head bounding off the arm of Verity's chair. He reached out a hand and steadied me. I was too swift, I suppose. Steady now, boy. Someone had misted you, befuddled you, much as I do redship navigators and steersmen. Convince them they've taken a sighting already, and their course is true, when really they are steering into a cross-current. Convince them they've passed a point they haven't sighted yet. Someone convinced you that you could not skill. Galen, I spoke with certainty. I almost knew the moment. He had slammed into me that afternoon, and from that time, nothing had been the same. I had been living in a fog all those months. Probably. Though if you skilled into him at all, I'm sure you've seen what chivalry did to him. He hated your father with a passion, prior to Shiv turning him into a lapdog. We felt badly about it. We'd have outdone it if we could have worked out how to do it, and escaped Felicity's detection. But Shiv was strong with the skill, and we were all but boys then, and Shiv was angry when he did it. Over something Galen had done to me, ironically. Even when chivalry was not angry, being skilled by him was like being trampled by a horse, or ducked in a fast-flowing river, more like. He'd get in a hurry, barge into you, dump his information, and flee. He paused again, and reached to uncover a dish of soup on his tray. I suppose I've always assumed you knew all this. Though I'm damned if there's any way you could have. Who would have told you? I seized on one piece of information. You could teach me to skill. If I had time, a great deal of time. You're a lot like Shiv and I were when we learned. Erratic. Strong, but with no idea of how to bring that strength to bear. And Galen has, well, scarred you, I suppose. Your walls I can't begin to penetrate, and I am strong. You'd have to learn to drop them. That's a hard thing. But I could teach you, yes. If you and I had a year, and nothing else to do. He pushed the soup aside. But we don't. My hopes crashed again. This second wave of disappointment engulfed me, grinding me against stones of frustration. My memories all reordered themselves, and in a surge of anger I knew all that had been done to me. Were it not for Smithy, I'd have dashed my life out at the base of the tower that night. Galen had tried to kill me just as surely as if he'd had a knife. No one would ever have known of how he'd beaten me, save his loyal coterie. And while he'd failed at that, he had taken from me the chance to learn skilling. He'd crippled me, and I leapt to my feet, furious. Whoa! Be slow and careful. You have a grievance, but we cannot have discord within the keep itself right now. Carry it with you until you can settle it quietly, for the king's sake. I bowed my head to the wisdom of his counsel. He lifted the cover from a small roast fowl, dropped it again. Why would you want to learn this skill anyway? It's a miserable thing, no fit occupation for a man. To help you, I said without thinking, and then found it true. Once it would have been to prove myself a true and fit son to chivalry, to impress Burrick or Shade, to increase my standing in the keep. Now, after watching what Verity did day after day, with no praise or acknowledgement from his subjects, I found I only wanted to help him. To help me, he repeated. The storm winds were slackening. With exhausted resignation, he lifted his eyes to the window. Take the food away, boy. I've no time for it now. But you need strength, I protested. Guiltily, I knew he had taken time with me he should have taken for food and sleep. I know, but I have no time. Eating takes energy. Odd to realize that. I have none extra to give to that just now. His eyes were questing afar now, staring through the sheeting rain that was just beginning to slacken. I'd give you my strength, Verity, if I could. He looked at me oddly. Are you sure? Very sure. I could not understand the intensity of his question, but I knew the answer. Of course I would. And more quietly, I am a king's man. And of my own blood, he affirmed. He sighed. For a moment he looked sickened. He looked again at the food, and again out of the window. There is just time, he whispered, and it might be enough. Damnation to you, father. Must you always win? Come here then, boy. There was an intensity to his words that frightened me, but I obeyed. When I stood by his chair, he reached out a hand. He placed it on my shoulder, as if he needed assistance to rise. I looked up at him from the floor. There was a pillow under my head, and the blanket I had brought up earlier had been tossed over me. Verity stood, leaning out of the window. He was shaking with effort, and the skill he exerted was like battering waves I could almost feel. "Onto the rocks," he said with deep satisfaction, and whirled from the window. He grinned at me, an old, fierce grin that faded slowly as he looked down on me. "Like a calf to the slaughter," he said ruefully. "I should have known that you didn't know what you were talking about." "What happened to me?" I managed to ask. My teeth chattered against each other, and my whole body shook as with a chill. I felt I would rattle my bones out of their joints. "You offered me your strength. I took it." He poured a cup of the tea, then knelt to hold it to my mouth. "Go slowly. I was in a hurry. Did I say earlier that chivalry was a bull with his skill? What must I say about myself, then?" He had his old bluff heartiness and good nature back. This was a Verity I had not seen for months. I managed a mouthful of the tea and felt the elf bark sting my mouth and throat. My shivering eased. Verity took a casual gulp from the mug. "In the old days," he said conversationally, "a king would draw on his coterie. 6 men or more, and all in tune with one another, able to pool strength and offer it as needed. That was their true purpose, to provide strength to their king or to their own key man. I don't think Galen quite grasps that. His coterie is a thing he has fashioned. They are like horses and bullocks and donkeys all harnessed together, not a true coterie at all. They lack the singleness of mind." "You drew strength from me?" "Yes. Believe me, boy, I would not have. Except that I had a sudden need, and I thought you knew what you offered. You yourself named yourself as a king's man, the old term, and as close as we are in blood, I knew I could tap you." He set the mug down on the tray with a thump. Disgust deepened his voice. "Shrewd. He sets things in motion, wheels turning, pendulum swaying. It is no accident that you are the one to bring me my meals, boy. He was making you available to me." He took a swift turn about the room, then stopped, standing over me. "It will not happen again." "It was not so bad," I said faintly. "No? Why don't you try to stand then? Or even sit up? You're just one boy alone, not a coterie. Had I not realized your ignorance and drawn back, I could have killed you. Your heart and breath would just have stopped. I'll not drain you like this, not for anyone. Here." He stopped, and without effort lifted me and placed me in his chair. "Sit here a bit, and eat. I don't need it now. And when you are better, go to Shrewd for me. Say that I say you are a distraction. I wish a kitchen boy to bring my meals from now on." "Verity," I began. "No," he corrected me. "Say my prince. For in this I am your prince, and I will not be questioned on it. Now eat." I bowed my head, miserable, but I did eat, and the elf bark in the tea worked to revive me faster than I had expected. Soon I could stand, to stack the dishes on the tray, and then to carry them to the door. I felt defeated. I lifted the latch. "Fitz chivalry farcier." I halted, frozen by the words. I turned slowly. "It's your name, boy. I wrote it myself in the military log on the day you were brought to me. Another thing I had thought you knew. Stop thinking of yourself as the bastard, Fitz chivalry farcier, and be sure that you see Shrewd today." "Goodbye," I said quietly, but he was already staring out of the window again. And so high summer found us all. Shade at his tablets, Verity at his window, Regal courting a princess for his brother, and I quietly killing for my king. The inland and coastal dukes took sides at the council tables, hissing and spitting at one another like cats over fish. And over it all was Shrewd, keeping each piece of web as taut as any spider, and alert to the least thrumming of a line. The red ships struck at us like ratfish on beef bait, tearing away bits of our folk and forging them. And the forged folk became a torment to the land, beggars or predators or a burden to their families. Folk feared to fish, to trade, or to farm the river-mouth plains by the sea. And yet the taxes had to be raised to feed the soldiers and the watchers who seemed unable to defend the land despite their growing numbers. Shrewd had grudgingly released me from my service to Verity. My king had not called for me in over a month, when one morning I was abruptly summoned to breakfast. "It's a poor time to wed," Verity objected. "I have no time for it. Let us be but promised for a year or so. Surely that will be enough for you." I looked at the sallow, fleshless man who shared the king's breakfast table, and wondered if this were the bluff, hearty prince from my childhood. He had worsened so much in just a month. He toyed with a bit of bread, set it down again. The outdoors had gone from his cheeks and eyes. His hair was dull, his musculature slack. The whites of his eyes were yellowed. Burrick would have wormed him if he'd been a hound. Unasked, I said, "I hunted with Leon 2 days ago. He took a rabbit for me." Verity turned to me, a ghost of his old smile playing on his face. "You took my wolfhound for rabbits. He enjoyed it. He misses you, though. He brought me the rabbit and I praised him, but it didn't seem to satisfy him." I couldn't tell him how the hound had looked at me, not for you, as plain in his eyes as in his bearing. Verity picked up his glass. His hand quivered ever so slightly. "I am glad he gets out with you, boy. It's better than—" "The wedding," Shrewd cut in, "will hearten the people. I am getting old, Verity, and the times are troubled. The people see no end to their troubles, and I do not dare promise them solutions we do not have. The Out-Islanders are right, Verity. We are not the warriors who once settled here. We have become a settled people who can be threatened in ways that nomads and rovers have no care for. And we can be destroyed in those same ways. When settled people look for security, they look for continuity." Here I looked up sharply. Those were Shade's words. I'd bet my blood on it. Did that mean that this wedding was something Shade was helping to engineer? My interest became keener, and I wondered again why I had been summoned to this breakfast. "It's a matter of reassuring our folk, Verity. You have not Regal's charm, nor the bearing that let chivalry convince anyone that he could take care of any matter. This is not to slight you. You have as much talent for the skill as I have ever seen in our line. And in many eras your soldierly skills in tactics would have been more important than chivalry's diplomacy." This sounded suspiciously like a rehearsed speech to me. I watched Shrewd pause. He put cheese and preserves on some bread and bit into it thoughtfully. Verity sat silent, watching his father. He seemed both attentive and bemused, like a man trying desperately to stay awake and be alert when all he can think of is putting his head down and closing his eyes. My brief experiences of the skill and the split concentration it demanded to resist its enticements while bending it to one's will made me marvel at Verity's ability to wield it every day. Shrewd glanced from Verity to me and back to his son's face. "Putting it simply, you need to marry. More, you need to beget a child. It would put heart into the people. They would say, well, it cannot be as bad as all that if our prince does not fear to marry and have a child. Surely he would not be doing that if the whole kingdom were on the verge of crumbling. But you and I would still know better, wouldn't we, father?" There was a hint of rust in Verity's voice, and a bitterness I had never heard there before. "Verity," Shrewd began, but his son cut in. "My king," he said formally, "you and I do know that we are on the brink of disaster. And now, right now, there can be no slackening of our vigilance. I have no time for courting and wooing, and even less time for the more subtle negotiations of finding a royal bride. While the weather is fine, the red ships will raid, and when it turns poor, and the tempests blow their ships back to their own ports, then we must turn our minds and our energies to fortifying our coastlines, and training crews to manage raiding ships of our own. That is what I want to discuss with you. Let us build our own fleet, not fat merchant ships to waddle about tempting raiders, but sleek warships, such as we once had, and our oldest shipwrights still know how to make. And let us take this battle to the out-islanders, yes, even through the storms of winter. We used to have such sailors and warriors amongst us. If we begin to build and train now, by next spring we could at least hold them away from our coast, and possibly by winter we could— It will take money, and money does not flow fastest from terrified men. To raise the funds we need to have our merchants confident enough to continue trading, and farmers unafraid to pasture their flocks on the coast meadows and hills. It all comes back, Verity, to your taking a wife." Verity, so animated when speaking of warships, leaned back in his chair. He seemed to sag in on himself, as if some piece of structure inside him had given way. I almost expected to see him collapse. "As you will, my king," he said, but as he spoke he shook his head, denying the affirmation of his own words. "I will do as you see wise. Such is the duty of a prince to his king and to his kingdom. But as a man, father, it is a bitter and empty thing, this taking of a woman selected by my younger brother. I will wager that, having looked on Regal first, when she stands beside me, she will not see me as any great prize." Verity looked down at his hands, at the battle and work scars that now showed plainly against their paleness. I heard his name in his words when he said softly, "Always I have been your second son. Behind chivalry, with his beauty, strength, and wisdom, and now behind Regal, with his cleverness and charm and airs. I know you think he would be a better king to follow after you than I. I do not always disagree with you. I was born second and raised to be second. I had always believed my place would be behind the throne, not upon it. And when I thought that chivalry would follow you to that high seat, I did not mind it. He gave me great worth, my brother did. His confidence in me was like an honor. It made me a part of all he accomplished. To be the right hand of such a king was better than to be king of many a lesser land. I believed in him as he believed in me. But he is gone, and I tell you nothing surprising when I say to you that there is no such bond between Regal and me. Perhaps there are too many years, perhaps Chivalry and I were so close we left no room for a third. But I do not think he has been seeking for a woman who can love me, or one who— "He has been seeking a queen," Shrewd interrupted harshly. I knew then that this was not the first time this had been argued, and sensed that Shrewd was most annoyed that I had been privy to these words. "Regal has been seeking a woman not for you or himself or any such silliness. He has been seeking a woman to be queen of this country, of these 6 duchies. A woman who can bring to us the wealth and the men and the trade agreements that we need now, if we are to survive these red ships. Soft hands and a sweet scent will not build your warships, Verity. You must set aside this jealousy of your brother. You cannot fend off the enemy if you do not have confidence in those who stand behind you." "Exactly," Verity said quietly. He pushed his chair back. "Where do you go?" Shrewd demanded irritably. "To my duties," Verity said shortly. "Where else have I to go?" For a moment, even Shrewd looked taken aback. "But you've scarcely eaten," he faltered.
"The skill kills all other appetites, you know that."
"Yes," Shrewd paused. "And I know too, as you do, that when this happens a man is close to the edge. The appetite for the skill is one that devours a man, not one that nourishes him." They both seemed to have forgotten about me entirely. I made myself small and unobtrusive, nibbling on my biscuit as if I were a mouse in a corner.
"But what does the devouring of one man matter if it saves a kingdom?"
Verity did not bother to disguise the bitterness in his voice, and to me it was plain that it was not the skill alone of which he spoke. He pushed his plate away.
"After all,"
he added with ponderous sarcasm,
"it is not as if you do not have yet another son to step in and wear your crown. One unscarred by what the skill does to men. One free to wed where he will or will not."
"It is not Regal's fault that he is unskilled. He was a sickly child, too sickly for Galen to train. And who could have foreseen that 2 skilled princes would not be enough?" Shrewd protested. He rose abruptly and paced the length of the chamber. He stood, leaning on the window-sill and peering out over the sea below. "I do what I can, son," he added in a lower voice. "Do you think I do not care? That I do not see how you are being consumed?" Verity sighed heavily.
"No, I know. It is the weariness of the skill that speaks so, not I. One of us, at least, must keep a clear head, and try to grasp the whole of what is happening. For me, there is nothing but the sensing out and then the sorting, the trying to fix navigator out from oarsman, to scent out the secret fears that the skill can magnify, to find the faint hearts in the crew and prey upon those first. When I sleep, I dream them, and when I try to eat, they are what sticks in my throat. You know I have never relished this, father. It never seemed to me worthy of a warrior to skulk and spy about in men's minds. Give me a sword, and I'd willingly explore their guts. I'd rather unman a man with a blade than turn the hounds of his own mind to nipping at his heels."
I know, Shrewd said gently, but I did not think he really did. I at least did understand Verity's distaste for his task. I had to admit I shared it, and felt him somehow dirtied by it. But when he glanced at me, my face and eyes were empty of any judgment. Deeper within me was the sneaking guilt that I had failed to learn the skill, and was no use to my uncle at this time. I wondered if he looked at me and thought of drawing on my strength again. It was a frightening thought, but I steeled myself to the request. But he only smiled at me, kindly if absently, as if no such thought had ever crossed his mind. And as he rose and walked past my chair, he tousled my hair as if I were Leon.
"Take my dog out for me, even if it is only for rabbits. I hate to leave him in my rooms each day, but his poor dumb pleading was a distraction from what I must do."
I nodded, surprised at what I felt emanating from him. A shadow of the same pain I had felt at being separated from my own dogs. "Verity!" He turned at Shrewd's call. "Almost I forgot to tell you why I had called you here. It is, of course, the mountain princess. Ketkin, I think her name was."
"Ketrican. I at least remember that much. A skinny little child the last time I saw her. So she is the one you have selected?"
"Yes, for all the reasons we have already discussed. And a day has been set, 10 days before harvest day. You will have to leave here during the first part of reap time in order to reach there in time. There will be a ceremony there before her own people, binding the 2 of you and sealing all the agreements, and a formal wedding later when you arrive back here with her. Regal sends word that you must—" Verity had halted, and his face darkened with frustration. "I cannot. You know I cannot. If I leave off my work here while it is still reap time, there will be nothing to bring a bride back to. Always the Out-Islanders have been greediest and most reckless in the final month before the winter storms drive them back to their own wretched shore. Do you think it will be any different this year? Like as not, I would bring Ketchikan back here to find them feasting in our own buckkeep, with your head on a pike to greet me." King Shrewd looked angered, but kept his temper as he asked, "Do you really think they could press us that greatly if you left off your efforts for 20 days or so?" "I know it," Verity said wearily. "I know it as surely as I know that I should be at my post right now, not arguing here with you. Father, tell them it must be put off. I'll go for her as soon as we've a good coat of snow on the ground, and a blessed gale lashing all ships into their ports." "It cannot be," Shrewd said regretfully. "They have beliefs of their own up in the mountains. A wedding made in winter yields a barren harvest. You must take her in the autumn when the lands are yielding, or in late spring, when they till their little mountain fields." "I cannot. By the time spring comes to their mountains, it is fair weather here, with raiders on our door-sills. Surely they must understand that." Verity moved his head about like a restless horse on a short lead. He did not want to be here. Distasteful as he found his skill work, it called to him. He wanted to go to it, wanted it in a way that had nothing to do with protecting his kingdom. I wondered if Shrewd knew that. I wondered if Verity did. "To understand something is one thing," the king expounded. "To insist they flaunt their traditions is another. Verity, this must be done now." Shrewd rubbed his head as if it pained him. "We need this joining. We need her soldiers, we need her marriage gifts, we need her father at our back. It cannot wait. Could not you perhaps go in a closed litter, unhampered by managing a horse, and continue your skill work as you travel? It might even do you good, to get out and about a bit, to have a little fresh air and—" "No!" Verity bellowed the word, and Shrewd turned where he stood, almost as if he were at bay against the windowsill. Verity advanced to the table and pounded upon it, showing a temper I had never suspected in him. "No, and no, and no! I cannot do the work I must do to keep the raiders from our coast while being rocked and jolted in a horse litter. And no, I will not go to this bride you have chosen for me, to this woman I scarce recall, in a litter like an invalid or a witling. I will not have her see me so. Nor would I have my men sniggering behind me, saying, 'Oh, this is what brave Verity has come to, riding like a palsied old man, pandered off to some woman as if he were an Out-Islander whore.' Where are your wits, that you can think such stupid plans? You've been among the mountain folk. You know their ways. Think you a woman of theirs would accept a man who came to her in such a sickly way? Even their royals expose a child, if it is born less than whole. You'd spoil your own plan and leave the Six Duchies to the raiders while you did it. Then perhaps there is a red ship right now, not so far that they cannot see Egg Island. And already the captain of it is discounting the dream of ill omen he had last night. And the navigator is correcting his course, wondering how he could have so mistaken the landmarks of our coastline. Already all the work I did last night while you slept and Regal danced and drank with his courtiers is coming undone, while we stand here and yatter at one another. Father, arrange it. Arrange it any way you wish and can, so long as it does not involve me doing anything save the skill while fair weather plagues our coast." Verity had been moving as he spoke, and the slamming of the king's chamber door almost drowned out his final words. Shrewd stood and stared at the door for some moments. Then he passed his hand across his eyes, rubbing them, but for weariness or tears or just a bit of dust, I could not tell. He looked about the room, frowning when his eyes encountered me, as if I were a thing puzzlingly out of place. Then, as if recalling why I was there, he observed dryly, "Well, that went well, didn't it? Still and all, a way must be found. And when Verity rides to claim his bride, you will go with him." "If you wish, my king," I said quietly. "I do." He cleared his throat, then turned to look out of his window again. "The princess has a single sibling, an older brother. He is not a healthy man. Oh, he was well and strong once, but on the ice fields he took an arrow through his chest. Passed clean through him, so Regal was told. And the wounds on his chest and back healed, but during the winters he coughs blood. And in summer he cannot sit a horse nor drill his men for more than half the morning. Knowing the mountain folk, it is full surprising that he is their king-in-waiting still. Usually they do not tolerate weaklings." I thought quietly for a moment. Among the mountain people the custom is the same as ours. Male or female, the offspring inherit by the order of their birth. "Yes, that is so," Shrewd said quietly, and I knew that already he was thinking that 7 duchies might be stronger than 6. This was why I had been summoned to breakfast. "And Princess Ketchikan's father?" I asked. "How is his health?" "As hale and hearty as one could wish for a man of his years. I am sure he will reign long and well for at least another decade, keeping his kingdom whole and safe for his heir. Probably by then our troubles with the red ships will long be over. Verity will be free to turn his mind to other things." "Probably," King Shrewd agreed quietly. His eyes finally met mine. "When Verity goes to claim his bride, you will go with him. You understand what your duties will be. I trust to your discretion." I inclined my head to him. "As you wish, my king." Chapter 19. Journey. To speak of the Mountain Kingdom as a kingdom is to start out with a basic misunderstanding of the area and the folk who people it. It is equally inaccurate to refer to the region as Chiurda, although the Chiurda do make up the dominant folk there. Rather than one stretch of united countryside, the Mountain Kingdom consists of various hamlets clinging to the mountainsides, of small vales of arable land, of trading hamlets sprung up along the rough roads that lead to the passes, and clans of nomadic herders and hunters who range the inhospitable countryside in between. Such a diverse people are unlikely to unite, for their interests are often in conflict. Strangely, though, the only force more powerful than each group's independence and insular ways is the loyalty they bear to the king of the mountain folk. Traditions tell us that this line was begun by a prophet judge, a woman who was not only wise, but also a philosopher, who founded a theory of ruling, the keystone of which is that the leader is the ultimate servant of the people, and must be totally selfless in that regard. There was no definite time when the judge became the king, rather it was a gradual transition, as word of the fairness and wisdom of the Holy One at Jampe spread. As more and more folk sought counsel there, willing to be bound by the decision of the judge, it was only natural that the laws of that settlement came to be respected throughout the mountains, and that more and more folk adopted Jampe laws as their own. And so judges became kings, but, amazingly, retained their self-imposed decree of servitude and self-sacrifice for their people. The Jampe tradition is rife with tales of kings and queens who sacrificed themselves for their folk in every conceivable way, from fending wild animals off shepherd children to offering themselves as hostages in times of feud. Tales have been told that make the mountain folk out to be harsh, almost savage. In truth, the land they dwell in is uncompromising, and their laws mirror this condition. It is true that badly formed infants are exposed, or more commonly drowned or drugged to death. The elderly often choose sequestering, a self-imposed exile in a family, but where cold and starvation end all infirmities. A man who breaks his word may have his tongue notched as well as having to surrender double the value of his original bargain. Such customs may seem quaintly barbaric to those in the more settled of the Six Duchies, but they are peculiarly suited to the world of the Mountain Kingdom. In the end, Verity had his way. There was no sweetness in the triumph for him, I am sure, for his own stubborn insistence was backed by a sudden increase in the frequency of the raids. In the space of a month, 2 villages were burned, and had a total of 32 inhabitants taken for forging. 19 of them apparently carried the now popular poison vials and chose to commit suicide. A third town, a more populous one, was successfully defended not by the royal troops, but by a mercenary militia the townsfolk had organized and hired themselves. Many of the fighters, ironically, were immigrant out-islanders, using one of the few skills they had, and the mutterings against the king's apparent inactivity increased. It did little good to try to explain to them about Verity and the coteries' work. What the people needed and wanted were warships of their own defending the coastline. But ships take time to build, and the converted merchant ships that were already in the water were tubby, wallowing things compared to the sleek red ships that harassed us. Promises of warships by spring were small comfort to farmers and herders trying to protect this year's crops and flocks. And the landlocked duchies were becoming more and more vociferous about paying heavier taxes to build warships to protect a coastline they didn't share. For their part, the leaders of the coastal duchies sarcastically wondered how well the inland folk would do without their seaports and trading vessels to outlet their goods. During at least one High Council meeting, there was a noisy altercation in which Duke Ram of Tilth suggested that it would be little loss to cede the near islands and Fir Point to the red ships if that would slacken their raiding, and Duke Braundy of Bairns retaliated by threatening to stop all trade traffic along the Bear River and see if Tilth found that as small a loss. King Shrewd managed to bring the council to adjournment before they came to blows, but not before the Pharaoh Duke had made it clear that he sided with Tilth. The lines of division were being made more sharp with each passing month and each allotment of taxes. Clearly, something was needed to rebuild the kingdom's unity, and Shrewd was convinced it was a royal marriage. So Regal danced his diplomatic steps, and it was arranged that the Princess Kettrican would make her pledges to Regal in his brother's stead, with all of her own folk to witness, and Verity's word would be given by his brother. With a second ceremony to follow, of course, at Buckkeep, with suitable representatives from Kettrican's folk to witness it. And for the nonce, Regal remained in the Mountain Kingdom's capital at Jampe. His presence there created a regular flow of emissaries, gifts, and supplies between Buckkeep and Jampe. Seldom did a week pass without a cavalcade either leaving or arriving. It kept Buckkeep in a constant stir. It seemed to me an awkward and ungainly way to assemble a marriage. Each would be wed almost a month before glimpsing the other. But the political expedients were more important than the feelings of the principals, and the separate celebrations were planned. I had long since recovered from Verity tapping my strength. It was taking me longer to grasp completely what Galen's misting of my mind had done to me. I believe I would have confronted him, despite Verity's counsel, except that he had left Buckkeep, in company of a cavalcade bound for Jampe, to ride with them as far as Pharaoh, where he had relatives he wished to visit. By the time he returned, I myself would be on my way to Jampe, so Galen remained out of my reach. Again I had too much time on my hands. I still tended Leon, but he did not take more than an hour or two of my time each day. I had been able to discover nothing more about the attack on Burrich, nor did Burrich show any signs of relenting on my ostracism. I had made one jaunt into Buckkeep town, but when I chanced to wander by the chandlery it was shuttered and silent. My inquiries at the shop next door brought me the information that the chandlery had been closed for 10 days or more, and that unless I wished to buy some leather harness, I could go elsewhere and stop bothering him. I thought of the young man I had last seen with Molly, and bitterly wished them no good of each other. For no other reason than that I was lonely, I decided to seek out the fool. Never before had I tried to initiate a meeting with him. He proved more elusive than I had ever imagined. After a few hours of randomly wandering the keep, hoping to encounter him, I made brave enough to go to his chamber. I had known for years where it was, but had never gone there before, and not simply because it was in an out-of-the-way part of the keep. The fool did not invite intimacy, except of the kind he chose to offer, and only when he chose to offer it. His chambers were a tower-top room. Fedrin had told me that it had once been a map room, and had offered an unobstructed view of the land surrounding Buckkeep, but later additions to Buckkeep had blocked the views, and higher towers supplanted it. It had outlived its usefulness for anything, save chambers for a fool. I climbed to it that one day toward the beginning of harvest time. It was already a hot and sticky day. The tower was a closed one, save for arrow slits that did little more than illuminate the dust motes my feet set to dancing in the still air. At first, the darkness of the tower had seemed cooler than the stuffy day outside, but as I climbed it seemed to get hotter and more close, so that by the time I reached the last landing, I felt as if there were no air left to breathe at all. I lifted a weary fist and pounded on the stout door. "It's me, Fitz," I called, but the still hot air muffled my voice like a wet blanket smothering a flame. Shall I use that as an excuse? Shall I say I thought perhaps he could not hear me, and so I went in to see if he was there? Or shall I say that I was so hot and thirsty that I entered to see if his chambers offered any hint of air or water? Why doesn't matter, I suppose. I put my hand to the door latch, and it lifted, and I went inside. "Fool?" I called, but I could feel he wasn't there. Not as I usually felt folks' presence or absence, but by the stillness that met me. Yet I stood in the door and gawked at a soul laid bare. Here was light and flowers and colours in profusion. There was a loom in the corner, and baskets of fine, thin thread in bright, bright hues. The woven coverlet on the bed and the drapings on the open windows were unlike anything I had ever seen, woven in geometric patterns that somehow suggested fields of flowers beneath a blue sky. A wide pottery bowl held floating flowers, and a slim silver fingerling swam about the stems and above the bright pebbles that floored it. I tried to imagine the pale, cynical fool in the midst of all this colour and art. I took a step further into the room, and saw something that moved my heart aside in my chest. A baby. That was what I took it for at first, and without thinking, I took the next 2 steps and knelt beside the basket that cradled it. But it was not a living child, but a doll, crafted with such incredible art that almost I expected to see the small chest move with breath. I reached a hand to the pale, delicate face, but dared not touch it. The curve of the brow, the closed eyelids, the faint rose that suffused the tiny cheeks, even the small hand that rested on top of the coverlets, were more perfect than I supposed a made thing could be. Of what delicate clay it had been crafted I could not guess, nor what hand had inked the tiny eyelashes that curled on the infant's cheek. The tiny coverlet was embroidered all over with pansies, and the pillow was of satin. I don't know how long I knelt there, as silent as if it were truly a sleeping babe. But eventually I rose and backed out of the fool's room, and then drew the door silently closed behind me. I went slowly down the myriad steps, torn between dread that I might encounter the fool coming up, and burdened with the knowledge that I had discovered one denizen of the keep who was at least as alone as I was. Shade summoned me that night, but when I went to him, he seemed to have no more purpose in calling me than to see me. We sat almost silently before the black hearth, and I thought he looked older than he ever had. As Verity was devoured, so Shade was consumed. His bony hands appeared almost desiccated, and the whites of his eyes were webbed with red. He needed to sleep, but instead had chosen to call me. Yet he sat, still and silent, scarce nibbling at the food he had placed before us. At length, I decided to help him. "Are you afraid I won't be able to do it?" I asked him softly.
"Do what?"
he asked absently. "Kill the mountain prince? Rurisk?" Shade turned to look at me full face. The silence held for a long moment. "You didn't know King Shrewd had given me this," I faltered. Slowly he turned back to the empty hearth and studied it as carefully as if there were flames to read.
"I'm only the tool-maker," he said at last quietly. "Another man uses what I make."
"Do you think this is a bad task? Wrong?" I took a breath. "From what I've been told, he has not that much longer to live anyway. It might almost be a mercy, if death were to come quietly in the night instead of—"
"Boy," Shade remarked quietly, "never pretend we are anything but what we are. Assassins, not merciful agents of a wise king. Political assassins dealing death for the furtherance of our monarchy. That is what we are."
It was my turn to study the ghosts of the flames. "You are making this very hard for me, harder than it already was. Why? Why did you make me what I am? If you then try to weaken my resolve—" My question died away, half-formed.
"I think— never mind. Maybe it is a kind of jealousy in me, my boy. I wonder, I suppose, why Shrewd uses you instead of me. Maybe I fear I have outlived my usefulness to him. Maybe, now that I know you, I wish I had never set out to make you what—"
And it was Shade's turn to fall silent, his thoughts going where his words could not follow them. We sat, contemplating my assignment. This was not the serving of a king's justice. This was not a death sentence for a crime. This was a simple removal of a man who was an obstacle to greater power. I sat still, until I began to wonder if I would do it. Then I lifted my eyes to a silver fruit knife driven deep into Shade's mantelpiece, and I thought I knew the answer.
"Verity had made complaint on your behalf," Shade said suddenly.
"Complaint?"
I asked weakly. "To Shrewd. First, that Galen had mistreated you and cheated you. This complaint he made formally, saying that he had deprived the kingdom of your skill at a time when it would have been most useful. He suggested to Shrewd informally that he settle it with Galen before you took matters into your own hands."
Looking at Shade's face, I could see that the full content of my discussion with Verity had been revealed to him. I was not sure how I felt about that. I would not do that, take my own revenge on Galen. Not after Verity asked me not to. Shade gave me a look of quiet approval.
"So I told Shrewd. But he said to me that I must say to you that he will settle this. This time the king works his own justice. You must wait and be satisfied."
"What will he do?"
"That I do not know. I do not think Shrewd himself knows yet. The man must be rebuked, but we must keep in mind that if other coteries are to be trained, Galen must not feel too badly treated."
Shade cleared his throat and said more quietly,
"And Verity made another complaint to the king as well. He accused Shrewd and I quite bluntly of being willing to sacrifice you for the sake of the kingdom."
This, I knew suddenly, was why Shade had called me tonight. I was silent. Shade spoke more slowly.
"Shrewd claimed he had not even considered it. For my part, I had no idea such a thing was possible."
He sighed again, as if parting with these words cost him.
"Shrewd is a king, my boy. His first concern must always be for his kingdom."
The silence between us stretched long. You were saying he would sacrifice me, without a qualm.
He did not take his eyes from the fireplace. You, me, even Verity, if he thought it necessary for the survival of the kingdom.
Then he did turn to look at me.
Never forget that, he said.
The night before the wedding caravan was to leave Buckkeep, Lacey came tapping on my door. It was late, and when she said Patience wished to see me, I foolishly asked, "Now?" "Well, you leave tomorrow," Lacey pointed out, and I obediently followed her as if that made sense. I found Patience sitting up in a cushioned chair, an extravagantly embroidered robe on over her nightclothes. Her hair was down about her shoulders, and as I seated myself where she indicated, Lacey resumed the brushing of it. "I have been waiting for you to come to apologize to me," Patience observed. I immediately opened my mouth to do so, but she irritably waved me to silence. "But in discussing it with Lacey tonight, I found I had already forgiven you. Boys, I decided, simply have a given amount of rudeness they must express. I decided you meant nothing by it, hence you do not need to apologize." "But I am sorry," I protested. "I just couldn't decide how to say." "It's too late to apologize now, I've forgiven you," she said briskly. "Besides, there isn't time. I'm sure you should be asleep by now. But as this is your first real venture into court life, I wanted to give you something before you left." I opened my mouth, then shut it again. If she wanted to consider this my first real venture into court life, I wouldn't argue with her. "Sit here," she said imperiously, and pointed to a spot by her feet. I went and sat obediently. For the first time I noticed a small box in her lap. It was of dark wood, and a stag was carved into the lid in bas relief. As she opened it, I caught a whiff of the aromatic wood. She took out an ear stud and held it up to my ear. "Too small," she muttered. "What is the sense of wearing jewellery if no one else can see it?" She held up and discarded several others with similar comments. Finally, she held up one that was like a silver bit of net with a blue stone caught in it. She made a face over it, then nodded reluctantly. "That man has taste. Whatever else he lacks, he has taste." She held it up to my ear again, and with absolutely no warning, thrust the pin of it through my earlobe. I yelped and clapped a hand over my ear, but she slapped it away. "Don't be such a baby, it only stings for a minute." There was a sort of clasp that held it behind, and she ruthlessly bent my ear in her fingers to fasten it. "There. That quite suits him, don't you think, Lacey?" "Quite," Lacey agreed, over her eternal tatting. Patience dismissed me with a gesture. As I rose to go, she said, "Remember this, Fitz. Whether you can skill or not, whether you wear his name or not, you are chivalry's son. See that you behave with honour. Now go and get some sleep." "With this ear?" I asked, showing her blood on my fingertips. "I hadn't thought— I'm sorry," she began, but I interrupted her. "Too late to apologise. I've already forgiven you. And thank you." Lacey was still giggling as I left. I arose early the next morning to take my place in the wedding cavalcade. Rich gifts must be taken as a token of the new bond between the families. There were gifts for the Princess Ketrigan herself, a fine-blooded mare, jewellery, fabric for garments, servants, and rare perfumes. And there were the gifts to her family and people, horses and hawks, and worked gold for her father and brother, of course. But the more important gifts were the ones offered to her kingdom. For in keeping with the Jampé traditions, she was of her people more than she was of her family. And so there was breeding stock, cattle, sheep, horses, and fowl, and powerful yew bows, such as the mountain folk did not have, and metalworking tools of good forge iron, and other gifts judged likely to improve the lot of the mountain people. And there was knowledge, in the form of several of Fedron's best illustrated herbals, several tablets of cures, and a scroll on hawking that was a careful copy of one created by Hawker himself. These last, ostensibly, were my purpose in accompanying the caravan. They were given into my keeping, along with a generous supply of the herbs and roots mentioned in the herbal, and with seed for growing those that did not keep well. This was not a trivial gift. and I took my responsibility for seeing it well delivered as seriously as I took my other mission. All was carefully wrapped and then placed in a carved cedar chest. I was checking their wrappings a final time before taking the chest down to the courtyard, when I heard the fool behind me. "I brought you this." I turned to find him standing just inside the door of my room. I hadn't even heard the door open. He was proffering a leather drawstring bag. "What is it?" I asked, and tried not to let him hear either the flowers or the doll in my voice. "Sea purge." I raised my eyebrows. "A cathartic? As a marriage gift? I suppose some would find it appropriate, but the herbs I am taking can be planted and grown in the mountains. I do not think—" "It is not a wedding gift, it is for you." I accepted the pouch with mixed feelings. It was an exceptionally powerful purge. "Thank you for thinking of me. But I am not usually prone to traveller's ailments, and—" "You are not usually when you travel in danger of being poisoned." "Is there something you'd like to tell me?" I tried to make my tone light and bantering. I missed the fool's usual wry faces and mockeries from this conversation. "Only that you'd be wise to eat lightly or not at all, of any food you do not prepare yourself." "At all the feasts and festivities that will be there?" "No, only at the ones you wish to survive." He turned to go. "I'm sorry," I said hastily. "I didn't mean to intrude. I was looking for you, and I was so hot, and the door wasn't latched, so I went in. I didn't mean to pry." His back was to me, and he didn't turn back as he asked, "And did you find it amusing?" I could not think of anything to say, of any way to assure him that what I had seen there would stay only within my own mind. He took 2 steps and was closing the door. I blurted, "It made me wish there were a place as much me as that place is you. A place I would keep as secret." The door halted, a hand's breadth short of closed. "Take some advice, and you may survive this trip. When considering a man's motives, remember you must not measure his wheat with your bushel. He may not be using the same standard at all." And the door closed, and the fool was gone. But his last words had been cryptic and frustrating enough that I thought perhaps he had forgiven me my trespass. I stuffed the sea purge into my jerkin, not wanting it but afraid to leave it now. I glanced about my room, but as always it was a bare and practical place. Mistress Hasty had seen to my packing, not trusting me with my new garments. I had noticed that the barred buck on my crest had been replaced with a buck with his antlers lowered to charge. "Verity ordered it," was all she said when I asked about it. "I like it better than the barred buck myself, don't you?" "I suppose so," I replied, and that had been the end of it. A name and a crest. I nodded to myself, shouldered my chest of herbs and scrolls, and went down to join the caravan. As I was going down the steps, I encountered Verity coming up. At first I scarcely knew him, for he was ascending like a crabbed old man. I stepped out of his way to let him pass, and then knew him as he glanced at me. It is a strange thing to see a once familiar man like that encountered as a stranger. I marked how his clothes hung on him now, and the bushy dark hair I remembered had a peppering of grey. He smiled absently at me, and then, as if it had suddenly occurred to him, he stopped me. "You're leaving for the Mountain Kingdom? For the wedding ceremony?" "Yes." "Do me a favour, boy?" "Of course," I said, taken aback by the rust in his voice. "Speak well of me to her. Truthfully, mind you, I'm not asking for lies. But speak well of me. I've always thought that you thought well of me." "I do," I said to his retreating back. "I do, sir." But he didn't turn or make a reply, and I felt much as I had when the fool left me. The courtyard was a milling of folk and animals. There were no carts this time. The roads into the mountains were notoriously bad, and it had been decided that pack animals would have to suffice for the sake of swiftness. It would not do for the royal entourage to be late for the wedding. It was bad enough that the groom was not attending. The flocks and herds had been sent on days before. It was expected that our trip would take 2 weeks, and 3 had been allowed for it. I saw to fastening the cedar chest onto a pack animal, and then stood beside Sooty and waited. Even in the cobbled courtyard, dust stirred thick in the hot summer air. Despite all the careful planning that had gone into it, the caravan seemed chaotic. I glimpsed Severance, Regal's favourite valet. Regal had sent him back to Buckkeep a month ago, with specific instructions about certain garments he wished created. Severance was following Hans, dithering and expostulating about something, and whatever it was, Hans was not looking patient about it. When Mistress Hasty had been giving me final instructions on the care of my new garments, she had divulged that Severance was taking enough new garments, hats, and accoutrements for Regal that he had been allotted 3 pack animals to carry them. I imagined that caring for the 3 animals had fallen to Hans, for Severance was an excellent valet, but timid around the larger animals. Roud, Regal's ready man, hulked after both of them, looking ill-tempered and impatient. On one wide shoulder he carried yet another trunk, and perhaps the loading of this additional item was what was fretting Severance. I soon lost sight of them in the crowd. I was surprised to discover Burrick checking the lead lines on the breeding horses and the princess's gift mare. Surely whoever was in charge of them could do that, I thought. And then, as I saw him mount, I realized that he too would be part of this procession. I looked about to see who was accompanying him, but saw none of the stable boys I knew save Hans. Cobb was already in Jampe with Regal. So Burrick had taken this on himself. I was not surprised. August was there, astride a fine grey mare, waiting with an impassivity that was almost inhuman. Already his time in the coterie had changed him. Once he had been a chubby youth, quiet but pleasant. He had the same black bushy hair as Verity, and I had heard it said that he resembled his cousin as a boy. I reflected that as his skill duties increased, he would probably resemble Verity even more. He would be present at the wedding, as a sort of window for Verity, as Regal uttered the vows on his brother's behalf. Regal's voice, August's eyes, I mused to myself. What did I go as? His poniard? I mounted Sooty, as much to be up and away from the folk exchanging goodbyes and last-minute instructions as for any other reason. I wished to Ida we could be away and on the road. It seemed to take forever for the straggling line to form and for the tying and strapping of bundles to be accomplished. And then, almost abruptly, the standards were lifted, a horn was blown, and the line of horses, laden pack animals and folk began to move. I looked up once to see that Verity had actually come out to stand on top of the tower and watch us depart. I waved up at him, but doubted that he knew me amidst so many. And then we were out of the gates and winding up the hilly path that led away from Buckkeep and to the west. Our path would lead us up the banks of the Buck River, which we would ford at its wide shallows near where the borders of Buck and Farrow duchies touched. From there, we would journey across Farrow's wide plains, in baking heat I had never encountered before, until we reached Blue Lake. From Blue Lake, we would follow a river named simply Cold, whose origins were in the Mountain Kingdom. From the Cold Ford, the trading road began, that led between the mountains and through their shadows and up, ever up, to Storm Pass, and thence to the thick green forests of the rain wilds. We would not go as far as that, but would stop at Jampe, which was as close to a city as the Mountain Kingdom possessed. In some ways, it was an unremarkable journey, if one discounts all that inevitably goes with such journeys. After the first 3 days or so, things settled into a remarkably monotonous routine, varied only by the different countryside we passed. Every little village or hamlet along our road turned out to greet us and delay us, with official best wishes and felicitations for the Crown Prince's wedding festivities. But after we reached the wide plains of Farrow, such hamlets were few and far between. Farrow's rich farms and trading cities were far to the north of our path along the Vin River. We travelled Farrow's plains, where people were mostly nomadic herders, creating towns only in the winter months when they settled along the trade routes for what they called the green season. We passed herds of sheep, goats or horses, or more rarely, the dangerous, rangy swine they called harrogars, but our contact with the people of that region was usually limited to the sight of their conical tents in the distance, or some herder standing tall in his saddle, holding aloft his crook in greeting. Hans and I became reacquainted. We would share food and a small cook fire in the evenings, and he would regale me with tales of Severin's nattering worries of dust getting into silk robes, or bugs getting into fur collars, and velvet getting chafed to pieces during the long trek. Grimmer were his complaints about Raud. I myself had no fond memories of the man, and Hans found him an oppressive travelling companion, for he seemed to constantly suspect Hans of trying to steal from the packs of Regal's belongings. One evening, Raud even found his way to our fire, where he laboriously delivered a vague and indirect warning against any who might conspire to steal from his master. The fair weather held, and if we sweated by day, it was pleasant enough by night. I slept on top of my blanket, and seldom bothered with any other shelter. Each night, I checked the contents of my trunk, and did my best to keep the roots from becoming completely desiccated, and to keep the shifting from putting wear on the scrolls and tablets. One night, I awoke to a loud whinnying from Sooty, and thought that the cedar chest had been moved slightly from where I placed it. But a brief check of its contents proved that all was in order, and when I mentioned it to Hans, he merely asked if I were catching Raud's disease. The hamlets and herds we passed frequently provided us with fresh foods, and were most generous in their allocation of it, so we had little hardship on the journey. Open water was not as plentiful as we could have wished as we crossed Farrow, but each day we found some spring or dusty well to water at, so even that was not as bad as it might have been. I saw very little of Burrick. He arose earlier than the rest of us and preceded the main caravan, that his charges might have the best grazing and the cleanest water. I knew he would want his horses in prime condition when they arrived at Jampe. August, too, was almost invisible. While he was technically in charge of our expedition, he left the running of it to the captain of his honour guard. I could not decide if he did this out of wisdom or laziness. In any event, he kept mostly to himself, although he did allow Severins to tend him and share his tent and meals. For me, it was almost a return to a sort of childhood. My responsibilities were very limited. Hans was a genial companion, and it took very little encouragement to have him telling from his vast store of tales and gossip. I often went for almost the whole day before I would recall that, at the end of this journey, I would kill a prince. Such thoughts usually came on me when I awoke in the dark part of the night. Farrow's sky seemed to be much thicker with stars than the night over Buckkeep, and I would stare up at them and mentally rehearse ways to put an end to Rurisk. There was another chest, a tiny one, packed carefully within the bag that held my clothing and personal items. I had compiled it with much thought and anxiety, for this assignment must be carried out perfectly. It must be done cleanly, with not even the tiniest suspicion raised, and timing was critical. The prince must not die while we were at Jampe. Nothing must cast the slightest shadow upon the nuptials, nor must he die before the ceremonies were observed at Buckkeep and the wedding safely consummated, for that might be seen as an ill omen for the couple. It would not be an easy death to arrange. Sometimes I wondered why it had been entrusted to me instead of to Shade. Was it a test of some sort? One that if I failed I would be put to death? Was Shade too old for this challenge, or too valuable to be risked for this? Could he simply not be spared from tending Verity's health? And when I reined my mind away from these questions, I was left wondering whether to use a powder that would irritate Rurisk's damaged lungs, so he might cough himself to death. Perhaps I might treat his pillows and bedding with it. Should I offer him a pain remedy, one that would slowly addict him and lure him into a sleeping death? I had a blood-thinning tonic. If his lungs were chronically bleeding already, it might be enough to send him on his way. I had one poison, swift and deadly and tasteless as water, if I could devise a way to be sure he would encounter it at a safely distant time. None of these were thoughts conducive to sleep, and yet the fresh air and the exercise of riding all day were usually sufficient to counter them, and I often awoke eager for the next day of travel. When we finally sighted Blue Lake, it was like a miracle in the distance. It had been years since I had been so far from the sea for so long, and I was surprised how welcome the sight of water was to me. Every animal in our baggage train filled my thoughts with the clean scent of water. The country became greener and more forgiving as we approached the Great Lake, and we were hard put to keep the horses from overgrazing themselves at night. Hordes of sailing boats plied their merchant trade on Blue Lake, and their sails were coloured so as to tell not only what they sold, but which family they sailed for. The settlements along Blue Lake were built out on pilings into the water. We were well greeted there and feasted with freshwater fish, which tasted odd to my sea-trained tongue. I felt myself quite the traveller, and Hans and I were nearly overwhelmed with our opinions of ourselves when some green-eyed girls from a grain-trading family came giggling to our fireside one night. They had brought with them small, brightly coloured drums, each toned differently, and they played and sang for us until their mothers came scolding to find them and lead them home. It was a heady experience, and I did not think of Prince Rurisk at all that night. West and north we travelled now, ferried across Blue Lake on some flat-bottomed barges I trusted not at all. On the far side, we found ourselves suddenly in forest lands, and the hot days of Faro became a fond memory. Our path led us through immense stands of cedar, pricked here and there with groves of white paper birch and seasoned in burned areas with alder and willow. Our horses' hooves thudded on the black earth of the forest trail, and the sweet smells of the autumn were all around us. We saw unfamiliar birds, and once I glimpsed a great stag of a colour and kind I had never seen before or since. Night grazing for the horses was not good, and we were glad of the grain we had bought from the lake people. We lit fires at night, and Hans and I shared a tent. Our way led steadily uphill now. We wound our way between the steepest slopes, but we were unmistakably making our way up into the mountains. One afternoon we met a deputation from Jampe, sent to greet us and guide us on our way. After that we seemed to travel faster, and every evening we were entertained with musicians, poets, and jugglers, and feasted with their delicacies. Every effort was made to welcome us and to honour us. But I found them passing strange and almost frightening in their differences. Often I was forced to remind myself of what both Burrick and Shade had taught me about the courtesies, while poor Hans withdrew almost totally from these new companions. Physically, most of them were Chiurda, and were as I had expected them to be, a tall, pale people, light of hair and eye, and some with hair as red as a fox. They were a brawny people, the women as well as the men. All seemed to carry a bow or a sling, and they were obviously more comfortable on foot than on horseback. They dressed in wool and leather, and even the humblest wore fine furs, as if they were no more than homespun. They strode alongside us, mounted as we were, and seemed to have no difficulty keeping up with the horses all day. They sang as they walked, long songs in an ancient tongue that sounded almost mournful, but were interspersed with shouts of victory or delight. I was later to learn they were singing us their history, that we might know better what kind of a people our prince was joining us to. I gathered that they were for the most part minstrels and poets, the hospitable ones, as their language translated it, traditionally sent to greet guests and to make them glad they had come even before they arrived. As the next 2 days passed, our trail widened, for other paths and roads fed into it the closer we came to Jampe. It became a broad tradeway, sometimes paved with a crushed white stone. And the closer we came to Jampe, the greater our procession became, for we were joined by contingents from villages and tribes pouring in from the outer reaches of the mountain kingdom to see their princess pledge herself to the powerful prince from the lowlands. Soon, with dogs and horses and some sort of goat they used as pack beasts, with wains of gifts and folk of every walk and degree trailing in families and knots behind us, we came to Jampe. Chapter 20. Jampe. And so let them come, the people of who I am, and when they reach the city let them always be able to say, 'This is our city and our home,' for however long we wish to stay. Let there always be spaces left, let, words obscured, of the herds and flocks. Then there will be no strangers in Jampe, but only neighbors and friends, coming and going as they will. And the will of the sacrifice was observed in this as in all things." So I read, years later, in a fragment from a Chayurda holy tablet, and so finally came to understand Jampe. But that first time, as we rode up the hills towards Jampe, I was both disappointed and awed at what I saw. The temples, palaces, and public buildings reminded me of the immense closed blossoms of tulips, both in colour and shape. The shape they owed to the once traditional stretched hide shelters of the nomads who founded the city, the colour purely to the mountain folks' love of colour in everything. Every building had been recently restained in preparation for our coming and the princess's nuptials, and thus they were almost garishly bright. Shades of purple seemed to dominate, set off by yellows, but every colour was represented. It is best compared, perhaps, to chancing upon a patch of crocus, pushing up through snow and black earth, for the bare black rocks of the mountains and the dark evergreens made the brightness of the buildings even more impressive. Additionally, the city itself is built on an area fully as steep as Buckkeep town, so that when one beholds it from below, the colours and lines of it are presented in layers, like an artful arrangement of flowers in a basket. But as we drew closer, we were able to see that between and among the great buildings were tents and temporary huts and tiny shelters of every kind. For at Jampe, only the public buildings and the royal houses are permanent. All else is the ebb and flow of folk coming to visit their capital city, to ask judgment of the sacrifice, as they call the king or queen who rules there, or to visit the repositories of their treasures and knowledge, or simply to trade with and visit other nomads. Tribes come and go, tents are pitched and inhabited for a month or two, and then one morning all is bare, swept earth where they were, until another group moves in to claim the spot. Yet it is not a disorderly place, for the streets are well defined, with stone stairs set into the steeper places. Wells and bathhouses and streams are located at intervals throughout the city, and the strictest rules are observed about rubbish and offal. It is also a green city, for the outskirts of it are pastures for those who bring their herds and horses with them, with tenting areas defined by the shade trees and wells there. Within the city are stretches of garden, flowers, and sculpted trees, more artfully tended than anything I had ever seen in Buckkeep. The visiting folk leave their creations among these gardens, and they may take the form of stone sculptures or carvings of wood, or brightly painted pottery creatures. In a way, it put me in mind of the Fool's Room, for in both places were colour and shape set out simply for the pleasure of the eye. Our guides halted us at a pasture outside the city, and indicated that it had been set aside for us. After a while, it became obvious that they expected we would leave our horses and mules here and proceed on foot. August, who was the nominal head of our caravan, did not handle this very diplomatically. I winced as he angrily explained that we had brought with us much more than we could be expected to carry into the city, and that many there were too weary from travelling to relish the idea of the uphill walk. I bit my lip and forced myself to stand quietly, to witness the polite confusion of our hosts. Surely Regal had known of these customs. Why had he not warned us of them, so we would not begin our visit by appearing boorish and unaccommodating? But the hospitable folk tending to us swiftly adapted to our strange ways. They bade us rest, and begged us to be patient with them. For a time we all stood about, vainly trying to appear comfortable. Raud and Severance joined Hans and me. Hans had a slosh or two of wine left in a skin, and this he shared, while Raud grudgingly reciprocated with some smoked meat in strips. We talked, but I confess I paid little attention. I wished I had the courage to go to August, and entreat him to be more adaptable to the ways of this people. We were their guests, and it was already bad enough that the groom had not come in person to carry off his bride. I watched from a distance as August consulted with several elder lords who had come with us, but from the motions of their hands and heads I deduced that they were only agreeing with him. Moments later, a stream of sturdy Chiurda youths and maidens appeared on the road above us. Bearers had been summoned to help carry our goods into the city, and from somewhere bright tents were conjured for those servants who would stay here to tend the horses and mules. I much regretted to find that Hans would be one of those left behind. I entrusted Sooty to him. Then I shouldered the cedar herb chest and slung my personal bag from my other shoulder. As I joined the procession of those walking into the city, I smelled meats sizzling and tubers cooking, and saw our hosts setting up an open-sided pavilion and assembling tables within it. Hans, I decided, would not fare poorly, and almost I wished I had nothing more to do than tend the animals and explore this bright city. We had not gone far up the winding street, ascending into the city, before we were met by a flock of litters carried by tall Chiurda women. We were earnestly invited to mount into these litters and be carried into the city, and many apologies were made that we had been wearied by our trip. August, Severance, the older lords, and most of the ladies of our party seemed only too happy to take advantage of this offer, but for me it seemed a humiliation to be carried into the city. However, it would have been even ruder to turn down their polite insistence, and so I surrendered my chest to a boy obviously younger than myself and mounted into a litter borne by women old enough to be my grandmother. I blushed to see how curiously the folk on the streets regarded us, and how they stooped to talk quickly together as we passed. I saw few other litters, and they were inhabited by those obviously old and infirm. I set my teeth and tried not to think what Verity would have felt about this display of ignorance. I tried to look out pleasantly on those we passed, and to let my delight in their gardens and graceful buildings show on my face. I must have succeeded in this, for presently my litter began to move more slowly, to allow me more time to see things, and the women to point to anything they thought I might have missed noticing. They spoke to me in Chiurda, and were delighted to find I had a crude understanding of their language. Shade had taught me the little he knew, but he had not prepared me for how musical the language was, and it soon became apparent to me that the note of a word was as important as the pronunciation. Fortunately, I had a quick ear for languages, so I blundered manfully into conversation with my bearers, resolved that by the time I spoke to my betters in the palace, I would no longer sound quite so much an outland fool. One woman undertook to give me a commentary on all we passed. Jonqui, her name was, and when I told her mine was Fitzchivalry, she muttered it to herself several times, as if to fix it in her mind. With great difficulty, I persuaded my bearers to pause once and let me alight to examine a particular garden. It was not the bright flowers that attracted me, but what appeared to be a sort of willow that was growing in spirals and curls rather than the straight willow I was accustomed to. I ran my fingers along the supple bark of one limb and felt sure I could persuade a cutting to sprout, but dared not take a piece of it, lest it be construed as rude. One old woman stooped down beside me, grinned, and then ran her hand across the tops of a low-growing, tiny-leaved bed of herbs. The fragrance that arose from the stirred leaves was astounding, and she laughed aloud at the delight on my face. I would have liked to linger longer, but my bearers emphatically insisted that we must hurry to catch up with the others before they reached the palace. I gathered there was to be an official welcoming, one I must not miss. Our procession wound up a terraced street ever higher until our litters were set down outside a palace that was a cluster of the bright, bud-like structures. The main buildings were purple tipped with white, putting me in mind of the roadside lupin and beach pea flowers of buck. I stood beside my litter, staring up at the palace, but when I turned to my bearers to indicate my pleasure in it, they were gone. They reappeared moments later, robed in saffron and azure, peach and rose, as did the other bearers, and walked among us, offering us basins of scented water and soft cloths to wash the dust and weariness from our faces and necks. boys and young men in belted blue tunics brought a berry wine and tiny honey cakes. When every guest was washed and greeted with wine and honey, we were then bade to follow them into the palace. The interior of the palace was as foreign to me as the rest of Jampé. A great central pillar supported the main structure, and closer examination showed it to be the immense trunk of a tree, with the swells of its roots still obvious beneath the paving stones around its base. The supports of the gracefully curving walls were likewise trees, and days later I was to find that the growing of the palace had taken almost 100 years. A central tree had been selected, the area cleared, and then the circle of supporting trees planted and tended and shaped during their growing by ropes and pruning, so that they all bowed toward the center tree. At some point, all other branches had been lopped away, and the treetops interwoven to form a crown. Then the walls had been created, first with a layer of finely woven fabric that was then varnished to hardness and then overlaid with lapping after lapping of sturdy cloth made from bark. The bark cloth was daubed over with a peculiar local clay and then coated with a bright layer of resinous paint. I never did discover if every building in the city had been created in this laborious fashion, but the growing of the palace had enabled its creators to give it a living grace that stone could never mimic. The immense interior was open, not unlike the great hall at Buckkeep, with a similar number of hearths. There were tables set out, and areas obviously for cooking and weaving and spinning and preserving and all the other necessities of a great household. The private chambers seemed to be no more than curtained alcoves, or rooms like small tents set against the exterior wall. There were also some elevated chambers, reached by a network of open wooden stairs, reminding me of tents pitched on stilt platforms. The supporting legs of these chambers were natural tree trunks. My heart sank as I realized how little privacy there would be for any quiet work I needed to do. I was shown quickly to a tent chamber. Inside, I found my cedar chest and clothing bag awaiting me, as well as more warm and scented washwater and a dish of fruit. I changed quickly from my dusty travelling clothes into an embroidered robe with slit sleeves and matching green leggings that Mistress Hasty had decreed as appropriate. I wondered once more at the threatening buck embroidered on it, then set it out of my mind. Perhaps Verity had thought this changed crest less humiliating than the one that so clearly proclaimed my illegitimacy. In any case, it would serve. I heard chimes and small drums from the great central room, and left my chamber hurriedly to find out what was afoot. On a dais set before the great trunk and decorated with flowers and evergreen swags, august and regal stood before an old man flanked by two servants in plain white robes. A crowd had gathered in a great circle around the dais, and I quickly joined them. One of my litter-bearers, now robed in rose drapings and crowned with a twining of ivy, soon appeared at my side. She smiled down at me. "What is happening?" I made bold to ask. "Our sacrifice, you say King Aod will welcome you, and he will show to you all his daughter to be your sacrifice, queen, and his son, who will rule for her here." She stumbled through this explanation with many a pause and many encouraging nods from me. With mutual difficulty, she explained that the woman standing beside King Aod was her niece, and I awkwardly managed a compliment to the effect that she looked both healthy and strong. At the moment, it seemed the kindest thing I could find to say of the impressive woman standing so protectively by her king. She had an immense mass of the yellow hair that I was becoming accustomed to in Jampé, with some of it braided up and coiled about her head and some flowing loose down her back. Her face was grave, her bare arms muscular. The man on the other side of King Aod was older, but still as like to her as a twin, save that his hair was cut severely short at his collar. He had the same jade eyes, straight nose, and solemn mouth. When I managed to ask the old woman if he too were a relative, she smiled, as if I must be a bit dim, and replied that of course he was her nephew. She shushed me then, as if I were but a child, for King Aod was speaking. He spoke slowly and carefully, but even so I was glad of my conversations with my litter-bearers, for I was able to make out most of his speech. He greeted us all formally, including Regal, for he said that previously he had greeted him only as the emissary of King Shrewd, and now he greeted him as Prince Verity's symbol of his presence. August was included in this greeting, and both were presented with several gifts, jewelled daggers, a precious fragrant oil, and rich fur stoles. When the stoles were placed about their shoulders, I thought with chagrin that both now looked more like decorations than princes, for in contrast to the simple garb of King Aod and his attendants, Regal and August were decked in circlets and rings, and their garments were of opulently rich fabrics and cut with no regard for either thrift or service. To me they both appeared foppish and vain, but I hoped that our hosts would merely think their outlandish appearance was part of our foreign customs. And then to my personal chagrin, the king summoned forward his male attendant, and introduced him to our assemblage as Prince Rurisk. The woman beside him was, of course, Princess Kettrican, and Verity's betrothed. And finally I realized that those who had been our litter-bearers and greeted us with cakes and wine were not the servants, but the women of the royal household, the grandmothers, aunts, and cousins of Verity's betrothed, all following the Jampé tradition of serving their people. I quailed to think I had spoken to them so familiarly and casually, and again mentally cursed Regal that he had not foreseen to send us more word of their customs, rather than the long list of clothing and jewellery he wished brought for himself. The elderly woman beside me, then, was the king's own sister. I think she must have sensed my confusion, for she patted my shoulder benignly and smiled at my blushes as I attempted to stutter an apology. "For you have done nothing to shame yourself," she informed me, and then bade me call her not my lady, but Jonqui. I watched as August presented to the princess the jewellery Verity had selected to send her. There was a net of finely woven silver chain set with red gems to drape her hair, and a silver collar set with larger red stones. There was a silver hoop, wrought like a vine, full of jingling keys, that August explained were her household keys for when she joined her husband at Buckkeep, and 8 plain silver rings for her hands. She stood still as Regal himself decked her. I thought to myself, the silver with red stones would have looked better on a darker woman, but Kettrican's girlish delight was dazzlingly obvious in her smile, and around me people turned and murmured approvingly to one another to see their princess so adorned. Perhaps I thought she might enjoy our outlandish colours and accoutrements. I was grateful for the briefness of King Aod's speech that followed, for all he added was that he bade us welcome and invited us to rest, relax, and enjoy the city. If we had any needs, we had but to ask of anyone we encountered, and they would attempt to meet them. Tomorrow at noon would begin the 3-day ceremony of the joining, and he desired that we all be well rested to enjoy it. Then he and his offspring descended, to mingle as freely with one and all as if we were all soldiers on the same watch. Jonqui had obviously attached herself to me, and there was no gracious way to escape her company, so I resolved to learn as much as I could as quickly as I could about their customs. But one of her first acts was to present me to the prince and princess. They were standing with August, who appeared to be explaining how, through him, Verity would witness his ceremony. He was speaking loudly, as if this would somehow make it easier for them to understand. Jonqui listened for a moment, then apparently decided that August had finished speaking. She spoke as if we were all children brought together for sweet cakes while our parents conversed. "Rurisk, Kettrican, this young man is most interested in our gardens. Perhaps later we can arrange that he speak with those who tend them." She seemed to speak especially to Kettrican as she added, "His name is Fitzchivalry." August frowned suddenly and amended her introduction. "Fitz, the bastard." Kettrican looked shocked at this sobriquet, but Rurisk's fair face darkened somewhat. Ever so slightly he turned toward me, putting his shoulder to August. Even so, it was a gesture that needed no explaining in any language. "Yes," he said, switching to Jairda and looking me full in the eye. "Your father spoke of you to me, the last time I saw him. I was grieved to hear of his death. He did much to prepare the way for the forging of this bond between our folk." "You knew my father?" I asked stupidly. He smiled down at me. "Of course. He and I were treating together regarding the use of Blue Rock Pass at Moonseye, northeast of here, when he first learned of you. When our time of talking of passes and trade as envoys were done, we sat down to meet together, and spoke as men of what he must next do. I confess, I still do not understand why he felt he must not rule as king. The customs of one folk are not those of another. Still, with this wedding, we shall be closer to making one folk of our peoples. Do you think that would please him?" Rurisk was giving me his sole attention, and his use of Jairda effectively excluded August from the conversation. Kettrican appeared fascinated. August's face past Rurisk's shoulder grew very still. Then, with a grim smile of purest hatred for me, he turned aside and rejoined the group around Regal, who was speaking with King Aod. For whatever reason, I had the complete attention of Rurisk and Kettrican. "I did not know my father well, but I think he would be pleased to see," I began, but at that moment, Princess Kettrican smiled brilliantly at me. "Of course, how could I have been so stupid? You are the one they call Fitz. Do not you usually travel with Lady Time, King Shrewd's poisoner? And are you not training as her apprentice? Regal has spoken of you." "How kind of him," I said inanely, and I have no idea what next was said to me, nor what I replied. I could only be thankful I did not reel where I stood, and inside me for the first time, I acknowledged that what I felt for Regal went beyond distaste. Rurisk frowned a brother's rebuke at Kettrican, and then turned to deal with a servant urgently asking his instructions about something. Around me, people conversed genially amid summer colours and scents, but I felt as if my guts had turned to ice. I came back to myself when Kettrican plucked at my sleeve. "They are this way," she informed me. "Or are you too weary to enjoy them now? If you wish to retire, it will offend no one. I understand that many of you were too weary even to walk into the city. But many of us were not and would truly have enjoyed the chance to walk leisurely through Jampé. I have been told of the Blue Fountains, and look forward to seeing them." I only faltered slightly as I said this, and hoped it had some bearing on what she had been saying to me. At least it had nothing to do with poison. "I will be sure you are guided to them, perhaps this evening. But for now, come this way." And with no more ado or formality than that, she led me away from the gathering. August watched after us as we walked away, and I saw Regal turn and say something in an aside to Raud. King Aod had withdrawn from the crowd and was looking benignly down on all from an elevated platform. I wondered why Raud had not remained with the horses and other servants, but then Kettrican was drawing a painted screen aside from a door opening, and we were leaving the main room of the palace. We were outside, in fact, walking on a stone pathway under an archway of trees. They were willows, and their living branches had been interlaced and woven overhead to form a green screen from the noon sun. "And they shed rain from the path too, at least most of it," Kettrican added as she noted my interest. "This path leads to the shade gardens. They are my favourites. But perhaps you would wish to see the herbery first." "I shall enjoy seeing any and all of the gardens, my lady," I replied, and this at least was true. Out here, away from the crowd, I would have more chance to sort my thoughts and ponder what to do from my untenable position. It was occurring to me, belatedly, that Prince Rurisk had shown none of the signs of injury or illness that Regal had reported. I needed to withdraw from the situation and re-evaluate it. There was much more going on than I had been prepared for. But with an effort, I pulled my thoughts away from my own dilemma and focused on what the princess was telling me. She spoke her words clearly, and I found her conversation much easier to follow away from the background chatter of the great hall. She seemed to know much about the gardens, and gave me to understand that it was not a hobby, but knowledge that was expected of her as a princess. As we walked and talked, I constantly had to remind myself that she was a princess and betrothed to Verity. I had never encountered a woman like her before. She wore a quiet dignity, quite unlike the awareness of station that I usually encountered in those better born than I. But she did not hesitate to smile, or become enthused, or stoop to dig in the soil around a plant to show me a particular type of root she was describing. She rubbed the root free of dirt, then sliced a bit with her belt knife from the heart of the tuber to allow me to taste its tang. She showed me certain pungent herbs for seasoning meat, and insisted I taste a leaf of each of 3 varieties, for though the plants were very similar, the flavours were very different. In a way, she was like Patience, without her eccentricity. In another way, she was like Molly, but without the callousness that Molly had been forced to develop to survive. Like Molly, she spoke directly and frankly to me, as if we were equals. I found myself thinking that Verity might find this woman more to his liking than he expected. And yet, another part of me worried what Verity would think of his bride. He was not a womanizer, but his taste in women was obvious to anyone who had been much around him. And those whom he smiled upon were usually small and round and dark, often with curly hair and girlish laughter and tiny, soft hands. What would he think of this tall, pale woman who dressed as simply as a servant and declared she took much pleasure in tending her own gardens? As our talk turned, I found she could speak as familiarly about falconry and horse breeding as any stableman. And when I asked her what she did for pleasure, she told me of her small forge and tools for working metal, and lifted her hair to show me the earrings she had made for herself. The finely hammered silver petals of a flower clasped a tiny gem like a drop of dew. I had once told Molly that Verity deserved a competent and active wife, but now I wondered if she would much beguile him. He would respect her, I knew, but was respect enough between a king and his queen? I resolved not to borrow trouble, but to keep my word to Verity instead. I asked her if Regal had told her much of her husband, and she became suddenly quiet. I sensed her drawing on her strength as she replied that she knew he was a king in waiting, with many problems facing his realm. Regal had warned her that Verity was much older than she was, a plain and simple man who might not take much interest in her. Regal had promised to be ever by her, helping her to adapt, and doing his best to see that the court was not a lonely place for her. So she was prepared. "How old are you?" I asked impulsively. 18, she replied, and then smiled to see the surprise on my face. "Because I am tall, your people seem to think I am much older than that," she confided to me. "Well, you are younger than Verity then, but not so much more than between many wives and husbands. He will be 33 this spring." "I had thought him much older than that," she said wonderingly. "Regal explained they share but a father." It is true that Chivalry and Verity were both sons of King Shrewd's first queen, but there is not that great a span between them. And Verity, when he is not burdened with the problems of state, is not so dour and severe as you might imagine him. He is a man who knows how to laugh. She cast me a sideways glance, as if to see if I were trying to put a better face on Verity than he deserved. "It is true, Princess. I have seen him laugh like a child at the puppet shows at Springfest. And when all join in for luck at the fruit press to make autumn wine, he does not hold back. But his greatest pleasure has always been the hunt. He has a wolfhound, Leon, which he holds dearer than some men hold their sons." "But," Kettrigan ventured to interrupt, "surely this is as he was once. For Regal speaks of him as a man older than his years, bent down by the cares of his people." "Bent down as a tree burdened by snow that springs erect again with the coming of spring. His last words to me before I left, Princess, were to desire me to speak well of him to you." She cast her eyes down quickly, as if to hide from me the sudden lift of her heart. "I see a different man when you speak of him," She paused, and then closed her mouth firmly, forbidding herself the request I heard anyway. I have always seen him as a kind man. As kind as one lifted to such a responsibility can be. He takes his duties very seriously, and will not spare himself from what his folk need of him. This it is that has made him unable to come here to you. He engages in a battle with the Red Ship raiders, one he couldn't fight from here. He gave up the interests of a man to fulfill his duty as a prince, not through a coldness of spirit, or a lack of life in himself. She gave me a sideways glance, fighting the smile from her face, as if what I told her was sweetest flattery, such as a princess must not believe. He is taller than I am, but only by a bit. His hair is very dark, as is his beard when he lets it grow. His eyes are blacker still, yet when he is enthused they shine. It is true there is a scattering of grey in his hair now, that you would not have found a year ago. True also that his work has kept him from the sun and the wind, so his shoulders no longer tear the seams of his shirts. But my uncle is still very much a man, and I believe that when the danger of the red ships has been driven from our shores, he will ride and shout and hunt with his hound once more. "You give me heart," she muttered, and then straightened herself as if she had admitted some weakness. Looking at me gravely, she asked, "Why does Regal not speak of his brother so? I thought I went to an old man, shaking of hand, too burdened by his duties to see a wife as anything other than another duty." "Perhaps he—" I began, and could think of no courtier's way to say that Regal was frequently deceptive if it gained him his goal. For the life of me, I had no idea what goal might be served by making Ketchikan so dread verity. "Perhaps he has been unflattering about other things as well," Ketchikan suddenly supposed aloud. Something seemed to alarm her. She took a breath and became suddenly franker. "There was an evening in my chamber when we had dined, and Regal had perhaps drunk a bit too well. He told tales of you then, saying you had once been a sullen, spoiled child, too ambitious for your birth, but that since the king had made you his poisoner, you seemed content with your lot. He said it seemed to suit you, for even as a boy you had enjoyed eavesdropping and skulking about and other secretive pursuits. Now I do not tell you this to make a mischief, but only to let you know what I first believed of you. The next day Regal begged me to believe it had been the fancies of the wine rather than the facts he had shared with me. But one thing he had said that night was too icy a fear for me entirely to lay aside. He said that if the king did send you or Lady Time, it would be to poison my brother, so that I might be the sole heir to the mountain kingdom. You are speaking too quickly, I chided her gently, and hoped my smile did not look as dizzy and sickly as I suddenly felt. I did not understand all you said. Desperately I strove to think of what to say. Even as accomplished a liar as I found such a direct confrontation uncomfortable. I am sorry, but you speak our language so well, almost like a native. Almost as if you were recalling it, rather than learning it new. I will go more slowly. Some weeks, no, it was over a month ago, Regal came to my chambers. He had asked if he might dine alone with me, that we might get to know one another better. And— "Ketchikan!" It was Rurisk, calling down the path as he came seeking us. "Regal is asking that you would come and meet the lords and ladies who have come so far to see your marriage." Jonqui was at his shoulder, hurrying after him, and as the second and unmistakable wave of dizziness hit me, I thought she looked too knowing. And, I asked myself, what step would Shade have taken if someone had sent a poisoner to Shrewd's court to eliminate Verity? All too obvious. "Perhaps," Jonqui suddenly suggested, "Fitzchivalry would like to be shown the blue fountains now. Litress has said she would gladly take him." "Maybe later this afternoon," I managed to say. "I find myself suddenly wearied. I think I shall seek my chamber." None of them looked surprised. "Shall I have some wine sent to you?" Jonqui asked graciously. or perhaps some soup. The others will be summoned to a meal soon, but if you are tired, it is no trouble to bring food to you." Years of training came to the fore. I kept my posture straight, despite the sudden fire in my belly. "That would be most kind of you," I managed to say. The brief bow I forced myself to make was sophisticated torture. "I am sure I will rejoin you soon." And I excused myself, and I did not run nor curl in a ball and whimper as I wished to. I walked, with obvious enjoyment of the plantings, back through the garden to the door of the great hall. And the three of them watched me go and spoke softly together of what we all knew. I had but one trick left to me, and small hope it would be effective. Back in my room, I dug out the sea purge the fool had given me. How long, I wondered, had it been since I had eaten the honey cakes? For that was the venue I would have chosen. Fatalistically, I decided I would trust the ewer of water in my room. A tiny part of me said that was foolish, but as wave after wave of giddiness washed over me, I felt incapable of any further thought. With shaking hands, I crumbled the sea purge into water. The dried herb absorbed the water and became a green, sticky wad which I managed to choke down. I knew it would empty my stomach and bowels. The only question was, would it be swift enough, or was the Chiurda poison too widespread in me? I spent a miserable evening that I will not dwell on. No one came to my room with soup or wine. In my moments of lucidity, I decided they would not come until they were sure their poison had had its effect. Morning, I decided. They would send a servant to waken me, and he would discover my death. I had until morning. It was past midnight when I was able to stand. I left my room as silently as my shaking legs would carry me, and went out into the garden. I found a cistern of water there, and drank until I thought I would burst. I ventured further into the garden, walking slowly and carefully, for I ached as if I had been beaten, and my head pounded painfully with each step I took. But eventually, I stumbled into an area of fruit trees gracefully trained along a wall, and as I had hoped, they were heavy with the harvest. I helped myself, filling my jerkin with a supply. These I would conceal in my room to give me food I could safely consume. Sometime tomorrow, I would make an excuse to go down and check on Sooty. My saddlebags still held some dried meat and hard bread. I hoped it would be enough to get me through this visit. And as I made my way back to my room, I wondered what else they would try when they found the poison hadn't worked. Chapter 21. Princes. Of the Chiurdan herb carry me, their saying is, a leaf to sleep, 2 to dull pain, 3 for a merciful grave. Towards dawn I finally dozed, only to be awakened by Prince Rurisk flinging aside the screen that served as door to my chamber. He burst into the room, flourishing a sloshing decanter. The looseness of the garment that fluttered about him declared it a nightrobe. I rolled quickly from the bed and managed to stand with the bedstead between us. I was cornered, sick and weaponless, save for my belt knife. "You live still!" he exclaimed in amazement, then advanced on me with his flask. "Quick, drink this!" "I would sooner not," I told him, retreating as he advanced. Seeing my wariness, he paused. "You have taken poison," he told me carefully. "It is fully a miracle of Kranzuli that you still live. This is a purge that will flush it from your body. Take it, and you may still live." "There is nothing left in my body to purge," I told him bluntly, and then caught at a table as I began to shake. "I knew I had been poisoned when I left you last night." "And you said nothing to me?" He was incredulous. He turned back to the door, where Ketrican now peeked in timidly. Her hair was in tousled braids, and her eyes red with weeping. "It is averted, small thanks to you," her brother told her severely. "Go and make him a salty broth from some of last night's meat. And bring a sweet pastry as well, enough for both of us. And tea. Go on now, you foolish girl." Ketrican scampered off like a child. Rurisk gestured at the bed. "Come. Trust me enough to sit down. before you upset the table with your shaking. I am speaking plainly to you. You and I, Fitzchivalry, we have no time for this distrust. There is much we must speak of, you and I." I sat down, not out of trust so much as for fear I would otherwise collapse. Without formality, Rurisk sat down on the end of the bed. "My sister," he said gravely, "is impetuous. Poor Verity will find her more child than woman, I fear, and much of that is my fault. I have spoiled her so. But, although that explains her fondness for me, it does not excuse her poisoning of a guest, especially not on the eve of her wedding to his uncle." "I think I would have felt much the same about it at any time," I said, and Rurisk threw back his head and laughed. "There is much of your father in you. So would he have said, I am sure. But I must explain. She came to me days ago to tell me that you were coming to make an end of me. I told her then that it was not her concern and I would take care of it. But as I have said, she is impulsive. Yesterday she saw an opportunity and took it, with no regard as to how the death of a guest might affect a carefully negotiated wedding. She thought only to do away with you before vows bound her to the Six Duchies, and made such an act unthinkable. I should have suspected it when she took you so quickly to the gardens." "The herbs she gave me?" He nodded, and I felt a fool. "But after you had eaten them, you spoke so fair to her that she came to doubt you could be what it was said you were. So she asked you, but you turned the question aside by pretending to not understand. So again she doubted you. Still, it should not have taken her all night to come to me with her tale of what she had done, and her doubts of the wisdom of it. For that, I apologize." "Too late to apologize. I have already forgiven you," I heard myself say. Rurisk looked at me. "That was your father's saying as well." He glanced at the door a moment before Kettricken came through it. Once she was within the room, he slid the screen shut and took the tray from her. "Sit down," he told her sternly, "and see another way of dealing with an assassin." He lifted a heavy mug from the tray and drank deeply of it before passing it to me. He shot Kettricken another glance. "And if that was poisoned, you have just killed your brother as well." He broke an apple pastry into 3 portions. "Select one," he told me, and then took that one for himself and gave the next I chose to Kettricken. "So you may see there is nothing amiss with this food." "I see small reason why you would give me poison this morning, after coming to tell me I was poisoned last night," I admitted. Still, my palate was alive, questing for the slightest mistaste, but there was none. It was rich, flaky pastry stuffed with ripe apples and spices. Even if I had not been so empty, it would have been delicious. "Exactly," Rurisk said in a sticky voice, and then swallowed. "And, if you were an assassin," here he shot a warning to silence Kettricken, "you would find yourself in the same position. Some murders are profitable only if no one else knows they were murders. Such would be my death. Were you to slay me now, indeed, were I to die within the next 6 months, Kettricken and Jonqui both would be shrieking to the stars that I had been assassinated. Scarcely a good foundation for an alliance of peoples, do you agree?" I managed a nod. The warm broth in the mug had stilled most of my trembling, and the sweet pastry tasted fit for a god. "So, we agree that were you an assassin, there would now be no profit to carrying out my murder. Indeed, there would be a very great loss to you if I died. For my father does not look on this alliance with the favour that I do. Oh, he knows it is wise for now, but I see it as more than wise. I see it as necessary. Tell this to King Shrewd. Our population grows, but there is a limit to our arable soil. Wild game will only feed so many. Comes a time when a country must open itself to trade, especially so rocky and mountainous a country as mine. You have heard, perhaps, that the Jampe way is that the ruler is the servant of his people. Well, I serve them in this wise. I marry my beloved younger sister away, in the hopes of winning grain and trade routes and lowland goods for my people, and grazing rights in the cold part of the year when our pastures are under snow. For this too I am willing to give you timbers, the great straight timbers that Verity will need to build his warships. Our mountains grow white oak such as you have never seen. This is a thing my father would refuse. He has the old feelings about the cutting of live trees. And like Regal, he sees your coast as a liability, your ocean as a great barrier. But I see it as your father did, a wide road that leads in all directions, and your coast as our access to it. And I see no offence in using trees uprooted by the annual floods and windstorms. I held my breath a moment. This was a momentous concession. I found myself nodding to his words. So, will you carry my words to King Shrewd, and say to him that it is better to have a live friend in me? I could think of no reason not to agree. Aren't you going to ask him if he intended to poison you? Ketchikan demanded. If he answered yes, you would never trust him. If he answered no, you would probably not believe him, and think him a liar as well as an assassin. Besides, is not one admitted poisoner in this room enough? Ketchikan ducked her head, and a flush suffused her cheeks. So come, Rurisk told her, and held out a conciliatory hand. Our guest must get what little rest he can before the day's festivities, and we must back to our chambers before the whole household wonders why we are dashing about in our night clothes. And they left me, to lie back on my bed and wonder. What manner of folk were these that I dealt with? Could I believe their open honesty? Or was it a magnificent sham for Ida knew what ends? I wished Shade were here. More and more I felt nothing was as it seemed. I dared not doze, for I knew if I fell asleep, nothing would wake me before nightfall. Servants came soon with pitchers of warm water and cool, and fruit and cheese on a platter. Reminding myself that these servants might be better born than myself, I treated them all with great courtesy, and later wondered if that might not be the secret of the harmonious household, that all, servants or royalty, be treated with the same courtesy. It was a day of great festivity. The entries to the palace had been thrown wide open, and folk had come from every vale and dell of the mountain kingdom to witness this pledging. Poets and minstrels performed, and more gifts were exchanged, including my formal presentation of the herbals and herb starts. The breeding stock that had been sent from the Six Duchies was displayed, and then gifted forth again to those most in need of it, or most likely to be successful with it. A single ram or bull, with a female or two, might be sent out as a common gift to a whole village. All of the gifts, whether fowl or beast or grain or metal, were brought within the palace so that all might admire them. Burrich was there, the first time I had glimpsed him in days. He must have been up before dawn to have his chargers so glossy. Every hoof was freshly oiled, every mane and tail plaited with bright ribbons and bells. The mare to be given to Ketchikan was saddled and bridled with harness of finest leather, and her mane and tail hung with so many tiny silver bells that each swish of her tail was a chorus of tinkling. Our horses were different creatures from the small and shaggy stock of the mountain folk, and attracted quite a crowd. Burrich looked weary yet proud, and his horses stood calmly amidst the clamour. Ketchikan spent a deal of time admiring her mare, and I saw her courtesy and deference thawing Burrich's reserve. When I drew closer, I was surprised to hear him speaking in hesitant but clear Chayurda. But a greater surprise was in store for me that afternoon. Food had been set out on long tables, and all palace residents and visitors dined freely. Much had come from the kitchens of the palace, but much more from the mountain folk themselves. They came forward without hesitation to set out wheels of cheese, loaves of dark bread, dried or smoked meats, or pickles and bowls of fruit. It would have been tempting had not my stomach still been so touchy, but the way the food was given was what impressed me. It was unquestioning, this giving and taking between the royalty and their subjects. I noted, too, that there were no sentries or guards of any kind upon the doors, and all mingled and talked as they ate. At noon precisely, a silence fell over the crowd. The Princess Kettricken alone ascended the central dais. In simple language, she announced to all that she now belonged to the Six Duchies and hoped to serve that land well. She thanked her land for all it had ever done for her, for the food it had grown to feed her, the waters of its snows and rivers, the air of the mountain breezes. She reminded all that she did not change her allegiance due to any lack of love for her land, but rather in the hopes of it benefiting both the lands. All kept silent as she spoke, and as she descended from the dais, and then the merriment resumed. Rurisk came, seeking me out to see how I did. I assured him I was fully recovered, though in truth I longed to be sleeping. The clothing Mistress Hasty had decreed for me was of the latest court fashion, and featured highly inconvenient sleeves and tassels that fell into anything I tried to do or eat, and an uncomfortably snug waist. I longed to be out of the press of people, where I could loosen some laces and get rid of the collar, but knew that if I left now, Shade would frown when I reported to him, and demand that I somehow know all that happened while I was absent. Rurisk, I think, sensed my need for a bit of quiet, for he suddenly proposed a stroll out to his kennels. "Let me show you what the addition of some Six Duchies blood a few years back did for my dogs," he offered. We left the palace, and walked down a short way to a long, low wooden building. The clean air cleared my head and lifted my spirits. Inside, he showed me a pen where a bitch presided over a litter of red pups. They were healthy little creatures, glossy of coat, nipping and tumbling about in the straw. They came readily, totally unafraid of us. "These are of Buckkeep lineage, and will hold to a scent even in a downpour," he told me proudly. He showed me other breeds as well, including a tiny dog with wiry legs, which he claimed would clamber right up a tree after game. We emerged from his kennels and out into the sun, where an older dog slept lazily on a pile of straw. "Sleep on, old man. You've fathered enough pups that you never need hunt again, except you love it so," Rurisk told him genially. At his master's voice, the old hound heaved himself to his feet and came to lean affectionately on Rurisk. He looked up at me, and it was Nosy. I stared at him, and his copper-ore eyes returned the look. I quested softly toward him, and for a moment received only puzzlement. And then a flood of warmth, of affection shared and remembered. There was no doubt that he was Rurisk's hound now. The intensity of the bond that had been between us was gone. But he offered me back great fondness and warm memories of when we were puppies together. I went down on one knee and stroked the red coat gone all bristly with the years, and looked into the eyes that were beginning to show the clouding of age. For an instant, with the physical touch, the bond was as it had been. I knew he was enjoying dozing in the sun, but could be persuaded to go hunting with very little trouble, especially if Rurisk came along. I patted his back and drew away from him. I looked up to find Rurisk regarding me strangely. "I knew him when he was just a puppy," I told him. "Burich sent him to me, in care of a wandering scribe many years ago," Rurisk told me. "He has brought me great pleasure, in company and in hunting." "You have done well by him," I said. We left and strolled back to the palace, but as soon as Rurisk left my side I went straight to Burich. As I came up, he had just received permission to take the horses outside and into the open air, for even the calmest beast will grow restive in close quarters with many strangers. I could see his dilemma. While he was taking horses out, he would be leaving the others untended. He looked up warily as I approached. "With your leave, I will help you move them," I offered. Burick's face remained impassive and polite, but before he could open his mouth to speak, a voice behind me said, "I am here to do that, master. You might soil your sleeves or overly weary yourself working with beasts. I turned slowly, baffled by the venom in Cobb's voice. I glanced from him to Burrick, but Burrick did not speak. I looked squarely at Burrick. Then I will walk alongside you, if I may, for I have something important we must speak of. My words were deliberately formal. For a moment longer, Burrick gazed at me.
Bring the princess's mare, he said at last, and that bay filly. I will take the greys. Cobb, mind the rest for me, I shan't be long.
And so I took the mare's head and the filly's lead rope, and followed Burrick as he edged the horses through the crowd and out of doors.
There's a paddock this way, he said,
and no more. We walked for a bit in silence. The crowd thinned rapidly once we were away from the palace. The horses' hooves thudded pleasantly against the earth. We came to the paddock, which fronted on a small barn with a tack room. For a moment or two it almost seemed normal to be working alongside Burrick again. I unsaddled the mare and wiped the nervous sweat from her while he shook out grain into a grain box for them. He came to stand beside me as I finished with the mare. "She's a beauty," I said admiringly. "From Lord Ranger's stock?"
"Yes."
His word cut off the conversation.
"You wish to speak to me?"
I took a great breath, then said it simply. "I just saw Nosy. He's fine. Older now, but he's had a happy life. All these years, Burrick, I always believed you killed him that night. Dashed out his brains, cut his throat, strangled him. I imagined it a dozen different ways 1,000 times. All those years." He looked at me incredulously.
"You believed I would kill a dog for something you did?"
"I only knew he was gone. I could imagine nothing else. I thought it was my punishment." For a long time he was still. When he looked back up at me, I could see his torment.
"Oh, you must have hated me."
"And feared you."
"All those years? And you never learned better of me? Never thought to yourself, he would not do such a thing?"
I shook my head slowly.
"Oh, Fitz,"
he said sadly. One of the horses came to nudge at him, and he petted it absently.
"I thought you were stubborn and sullen. You thought you had been grievously wronged. No wonder we have been so much at odds."
"It can be undone," I offered quietly. "I have missed you, you know. Missed you sorely, despite all our differences." I watched him thinking, and for a moment or two I thought he would smile and clap me on the shoulder and tell me to go fetch the other horses. But his face grew still and then stern.
"But for all that, it did not stop you. You believed I had it in me to kill any animal you used the wit on, but it did not stop you from doing it."
"I don't see it the way you do," I began, but he shook his head.
"We are better parted, boy. Better for both of us. There can be no misunderstandings if there are no understandings at all. I can never approve or ignore what you do. Never. Come to me when you can say you will do it no more. I will take your word on it, for you've never broken your word to me. But until then, we are better parted."
He left me standing by the paddock and went back for his other horses. I stood a long time, feeling sick and weary, and not just from Ketrigan's poison. But I went back into the palace, walked about, spoke to people and ate, and even endured with silence the mocking, triumphant smiles Cobb gave me. The day seemed longer than any 2 days in my previous experience. Had not it been for my burning and gurgling stomach, I would have found it exciting and absorbing. The afternoon and early evening were given over to congenial contests of archery, wrestling, and foot races. Young and old, male and female, joined in these contests and there seemed to be some mountain tradition that whoever won on such an auspicious occasion would enjoy luck for a full turn of a year. Then there was more food and singing and dancing of dancers, and an entertainment like a puppet show, but done all with shadows on a screen of silk. By the time folk began to retire, I was more than ready for my bed. It was a relief to close my chamber screen and be alone. I was just pulling off my annoying shirt and reflecting on what a strange day it had been when there was a tap at my door. Before I could speak, Severance slid open the screen and slipped in. "Regal commands your presence," he told me. "Now?" I asked owlishly. "Why else would he send me now?" Severance demanded. Wearily, I pulled my shirt back on and followed him out of the room. Regal's chambers were in an upper level of the palace, not really a second floor, but more like a wooden terrace built to one side of the great hall. The walls were screens, and there was a sort of balcony where he might stand and look down before descending. These rooms were much more richly decorated. Some of the work was obviously Chiarda, bright birds brushed onto silk panels and figurines carved of amber. But many of the tapestries and statues and hangings looked to me like things Regal had acquired for his own pleasure and comfort. I stood waiting in his antechamber while he finished his bath. By the time he ambled out in his nightshirt, it was all I could do to keep my eyes open. "Well?" he demanded of me. I looked at him blankly. "You summoned me," I reminded him. "Yes, I did. I should like to know why it was necessary. I thought you had received some sort of training in this sort of thing. How long were you going to wait before you reported to me?" I could think of nothing to say. I had never remotely considered reporting to Regal. To Shrewd or Shade, definitely, and to Verity. But to Regal? "Need I remind you of your duty? Report." I hastily gathered my wits. Would you hear my observations on the Chiarda as a people? Or information on the herbs they grow? Or, "I want to know what you are doing about your assignment. Have you acted yet? Have you made a plan? When can we expect results, and of what kind? I scarcely want the prince dropping dead at my feet and me unprepared for it." I could scarcely credit what I was hearing. Never had Shrewd spoken so bluntly or so openly of my work. Even when our privacy was assured, he circled and danced and left me to draw my own conclusions. I had seen Severance go into his other chamber, but had no idea where the man was now, or how sound carried in this chamber. And Regal was speaking as if we were discussing shoeing a horse. "Are you being insolent or stupid?" Regal demanded. "Neither," I rejoined as politely as I was able. "I am being cautious, my prince." I added the last in the hopes of putting the conversation on a more formal level. "You are being foolishly cautious. I trust my valet and there is no one else here, so report." "My bastard assassin." He said the last words as if he thought them cleverly sarcastic. I took a breath and reminded myself I was a king's man. And in this time and place, this was as close to a king as I was going to get. I chose my phrases carefully. "Yesterday, in the garden, Princess Ketchikan told me you had told her I was a poisoner, and that her brother Rurisk was my target." "A lie," Regal said decisively. "I told her nothing of the kind. Either you had clumsily betrayed yourself, or she was merely fishing for information. I hope you have not spoiled all by revealing yourself to her." I could have lied much better than he did. I let his remarks slide by and went on. I gave him a full report of my poisoning and of Rurisk and Ketchikan's early morning visit. I repeated our conversation verbatim. And when I was finished, Regal spent a number of minutes looking at his nails before he spoke to me. "And have you decided on a method and time yet?" I tried not to show my surprise. Under the circumstances, I thought it better to abandon the assignment. No nerve, Regal observed with disgust. I asked father to send that old whore Lady Time. She'd have had him in his grave by now. Sir? I asked questioningly. That he referred to Shade as Lady Time made me nearly certain that he knew nothing at all. Sir, Regal mimicked back at me, and for the first time I realized the man was drunk. Physically, he carried it well. He did not stink of it, but it brought all his pettiness to the surface. He sighed heavily, as if too disgusted for words, then flung himself down on a couch draped with blankets and cushions. Nothing has changed, he informed me. You've been given your task, do it. If you are clever, you can make it appear an accident. Having been so naively open with Ketchikan and Rurisk, neither will expect it. But I want it done before tomorrow evening. Before the wedding? I asked incredulously. Don't you think the death of the bride's brother might lead her to cancel it? It would be no more than temporary if she did. I have her well in hand, boy. She is easily dazzled. That end of this thing is my concern. Yours is getting rid of her brother. Now, how will you do it? I've no idea. That seemed a better answer than saying I had no intention. I would return to Buckkeep and report back to Shrewd and Shade. If they said I had chosen wrongly, then they might do with me as they wished. But I remembered Regal's own voice from so long ago, quoting Shrewd. Don't do what you can't undo until you've considered what you can't do once you've done it. When will you know? He demanded sarcastically. I don't know, I hedged. These things cannot be done recklessly or sloppily. I need to study the man and his habits, explore his chambers, and learn the habits of his servants. I must find a way to— The wedding is 2 days hence, Regal interrupted. The focus of his eyes softened. I already know all the things you say you must discover. Easiest then for me to plan it for you. Come to me tomorrow night, and I will give you your orders. Mind this well, bastard. I do not want you to act before you have informed me. I would find any surprise unpleasant. You would find it deadly. He lifted his eyes to mine, but I kept my face a careful blank. You are dismissed, he told me regally. Report to me here tomorrow night at the same time. Do not make me send Severance to fetch you. He has more important tasks. And do not think my father will not hear of your laxity. He will. He will regret not sending bitch Time to do this little deed. He leaned back heavily and yawned, and I caught a whiff of wine and a subtle smoke. I wondered if he were learning his mother's habits. I returned to my chambers, intending to ponder carefully all my options and formulate a plan. But so weary was I, and half sick still, that I was asleep as soon as my head touched the pillow. Chapter 22. Dilemmas. In the dream, the fool stood by my bed. He looked down at me and shook his head. Why cannot I speak clearly? Because you make it all a muddle. I see a crossroads through the fog, and who always stands within it? You. Do you think I keep you alive because I am so entranced with you? No. It is because you create so many possibilities. While you live, you give us more choices. The more choices, the more chances to steer for calmer water. So it is not for your benefit, but for the 6 Duchies that I preserve your life. And your duty is the same, to live, so that you may continue to present possibilities. I awoke in precisely the same quandary I had gone to sleep in. I had no idea of what I was going to do. I lay in my bed, listening to the random sounds of the palace awakening. I needed to talk to Shade. That was not possible. So I lightly closed my eyes and tried to think as he had taught me. What do you know, he would have asked me, and what do you suspect? So, Regal had lied to King Shrewd about Rurisk's health, and his attitude toward the Six Duchies. Or possibly King Shrewd had lied to me about what Regal had said. Or Rurisk had lied about his inclinations toward us. I pondered a moment and decided to follow my first assumption. Shrewd had never lied to me, that I knew, and Rurisk could have simply let me die instead of rushing to my room. So Regal wanted Rurisk dead, or did he? If he wanted Rurisk dead, why did he betray me to Kettricken? Unless she had lied about that, I considered. Not likely. She might wonder if Shrewd would send an assassin, but why would she immediately decide to accuse me? No, she had recognized my name, and known of Lady Time. And Regal had said twice last night that he had asked his father to send Lady Time. But he had likewise betrayed her name to Kettricken. Who did Regal really want dead? Prince Rurisk? Or Lady Time? Or I, after an assassination attempt was discovered? And how did any of it benefit him, and this marriage he had engineered? And why was he insisting I kill Rurisk when all the political advantages were to his living? I needed to talk to Shade. I couldn't. I had to somehow decide this myself. Unless... Servants again brought water and fruit. I arose and dressed in my annoying clothes, and ate and left my chambers. This day was much the same as yesterday. The holiday atmosphere was beginning to wear on me. I attempted to employ my time to advantage, enlarging my knowledge of the palace, its routines and layout. I found Aod's, Kettricken's, and Rurisk's chambers. I also carefully studied the staircase and support structures to Regal's. I discovered that Cobb slept in the stables, as did Burrick. I expected that of Burrick. He would not surrender the care of Buckkeep horses until he left Jampe. But why was Cobb sleeping there? To impress Burrick? Or to watch him? Severin and Roud both slept in the antechamber of Regal's apartments, despite a plenitude of rooms in the palace. I tried to study the distribution and schedules of the guards and sentries, but couldn't find any. And all the while I watched for August. It took me the better part of the morning before I could find him in quiet circumstance. I need to talk to you, privately, I told him. He looked annoyed and glanced about to see if anyone were watching us. Not here, Fitz. Maybe when we get back to Buckkeep. I've official duties and... I had been prepared for that. I opened my hand to show him the pin the king had given me so many years ago. Do you see this? I had it from King Shrewd a long time ago, and with it, his promise that if I ever needed to speak to him, I need only show it and I would be admitted to his chambers. How touching, August observed cynically. And had you some reason for telling me this story? To impress me with your importance, perhaps? I need to speak to the king, now. He isn't here, August pointed out. He turned to walk away. I took hold of his arm, turned him back to me. You can skill to him. He shook me off angrily and glanced about us again. I most certainly cannot, and would not if I could. Do you think every man who can skill is allowed to interrupt the king? I have shown you the pin. I promise you he would not regard this as an interruption. I cannot. Verity, then. I do not skill to Verity until he skills to me first. Bastard, you don't understand. You took the training and you failed at it, and you really have not the slightest comprehension of what the skill is about. It is not like hallooing to a friend across a valley. It is a serious thing, not to be used except for serious purposes. Again he turned away from me. Turn back, August, or regret it long. I put every ounce of menace I could into my voice. It was an empty threat. I had no real way to make him regret it, other than threatening to tattle to the king. Shrewd will not be pleased that you ignored his token. August turned slowly back. He glared at me. Well, I will do this thing then. But you must promise to take all blame for it. I will. Will you come to my chambers then and skill for me now? Is there no other place? Your chambers? I suggested. No, that is even worse. Do not take it amiss, bastard, but I do not wish to seem to associate with you. Take it not amiss, lordling, that I feel the same about you. In the end, on a stone bench in a quiet part of Ketchikan's herb garden, August sat down and closed his eyes. What message am I to skill to shrewd? I considered. This would be a game of riddles, if I were to keep August unaware of my true problem. Tell him Prince Rurisk's health is excellent, and we may all hope to see him live to old age. Regal still wishes to give him the gift, but I do not think it appropriate. August opened his eyes. The skill is an important... I know. Tell him. So August sat and took several breaths and closed his eyes. After a few moments he opened his eyes. He says to listen to Regal. That's all? He was busy and very irritated. Now leave me alone. I fear you've made me a fool before my king. There were a dozen witty replies I could have made to that, but I let him walk away. I wondered if he had skilled to King Shrewd at all. I sat down on the stone bench and reflected that I had gained nothing at all and wasted much time. The temptation came and I tried it. I closed my own eyes, breathed, focused, opened myself. Shrewd, my king. Nothing. No reply. I doubt that I skilled at all. I rose and went back into the palace. Again that day, at noon, Ketchikan ascended the dais alone. Her words today were just as simple as she announced that she was binding herself to the people of the Six Duchies. From this moment hence, she was their sacrifice in all things, for any reason that they commanded of her. And then she thanked her own people, blood of her blood, who had raised her and treated her well, and reminded them she did not change her allegiance out of any lack of affection for them, but only in the hopes that it would benefit both peoples. Again, the silence held as she descended the steps. Tomorrow would be her day to pledge herself to Verity as a woman to a man. From what I understood, Regal and August would stand beside her tomorrow in Verity's stead, and August would skill, that Verity might see his bride make her pledge to him. The day dragged for me. Jonqui came and took me to visit the Blue Fountains. I did my best to be interested and pleasant. We returned to the palace for more minstrels and feasting, and that evening's displays of arts by the mountain people. Jugglers and acrobats performed, and dogs did tricks, and swordsmen displayed their prowess in staged bouts. Blue smoke was very much in evidence, and many were indulging, swinging their tiny censers before them as they milled about and talked to one another. I understood that for them it was like a caris seed cake, a holiday indulgement, but I avoided the trailing smoke of the burn pots. I had to keep a clear head. Shade had supplied me with a potion to clear the head of wine fumes, but I had and knew of none for smoke, and I was unused to smoke. I found a clearer corner and stood apparently enraptured by a minstrel's song, but watching Regal over his shoulder. Regal sat at a table flanked by 2 brass burners. A very reserved August sat a slight way away from him. From time to time they spoke, August seriously, the prince dismissively. I was not close enough to hear the words, but I saw my name and skill from August's lips. I saw Ketchikan approach Regal, and noted that she avoided being in the direct draught of the smoke. Regal spoke long to her, smiling and languid, and reached once to tap her hand and the silver rings she wore. He seemed to be one of those that the smoke made talkative and boastful. She seemed to teeter like a bird on a branch, now drawing closer to him and smiling, now drawing back and becoming more formal. Then Rurisk came to stand behind his sister. He spoke to Regal briefly, and then took Ketchikan's arm and drew her away. Severins appeared and replenished Regal's burners. Regal gave a foolish smile of thanks and said something, indicating the whole hall with a wave of his hand. Severins laughed and left. Shortly afterward, Cobb and Roud arrived to speak to Regal. August rose and stalked indignantly off. Regal glared and sent Cobb to fetch him back. August came, but not graciously. Regal rebuked, and August glowered, then lowered his eyes and conceded. I wished desperately that I were close enough to hear what was said. Something I felt was definitely afoot. It might be nothing to do with me and my task, but somehow I doubted it. I went over my meagre store of facts, feeling sure I was missing the significance of something. But I also wondered if I were not deceiving myself. Perhaps I was overreacting to everything. Perhaps the safest course was simply to do as Regal told me and let him accept the responsibility. Perhaps I should save time and cut my own throat. I could, of course, go directly to Rurisk, tell him that despite my best efforts, Regal still wanted him dead, and beg asylum of him. After all, who would not find attractive a trained assassin who had already turned on one master? I could tell Regal I was going to kill Rurisk, and then simply not do it. I thought carefully about that. I could tell Regal I was going to kill Rurisk and then kill Regal instead. The smoke, I told myself. Only the smoke made that sound so wise. I could go to Burrick and tell him I was really an assassin and ask his advice about my situation. I could take the princess's mare and ride off into the mountains. "So, are you enjoying yourself?" Jonqui asked as she came up and took my arm. I realized I was staring at a man juggling knives and torches. "I shall long remember this experience," I told her, and then suggested a stroll through the cool of the gardens. Late that night, I reported to Regal's chamber. Raud admitted me this time, smiling pleasantly. "Good evening," he greeted me, and I walked in as if into a wolverine's den. But the air within the chamber was blue with smoke, and this seemed the source of Raud's cheerfulness. Regal kept me waiting again, and though I tucked my chin to my chest and breathed shallowly, I knew the smoke was affecting me. Control, I reminded myself, and tried not to feel the giddiness. I shifted in my seat several times, and finally resorted to covering my mouth and nose openly with a hand. It had small effect on screening the smoke. I looked up as the screen to the inner chamber slid aside, but it was only Severin's. He glanced at Raud, then came to sit beside me. After a moment of his silence, I asked, "Will Regal see me now?" Severin shook his head. "He is with a companion, but he has trusted me with all you need to know." He opened his hand on the bench between us to show me a tiny white pouch. "He has obtained this for you. He trusts you will approve. A little of this, mixed with wine, will cause death, but not soon. There will not even be symptom of death for several weeks, and then it comes as a lethargy that gradually increases. The man does not suffer," he added, as if this were my primary concern. I racked my brains. Is this Kex gum? I had heard of such a poison, but never seen it. If Regal had a source, Shade would want to know. "I do not know its name, nor does it matter, only this. Prince Regal says you will have a use for it tonight. You will make an opportunity." What does he expect of me? That I will go to his chambers, knock, and enter with poisoned wine for him? Isn't that a bit obvious? Done that way, of course it is. But surely your training has given you more finesse than that. My training tells me that things like this are not discussed with a valet. I must hear this from Regal or I do not act. Severin sighed. My master foresaw this. This is his message. By the pin you carry and the crest on your breast, he commands this. Refuse it, and you refuse your king. You will be committing treason, and he will see you hang for it. But take it and go. The longer you wait, the later it is, and the more contrived will seem your visit to his chambers. Severins rose abruptly and left me. Raud sat like a toad in the corner, eyeing me and smiling. I would have to kill both of them before we returned to Buckkeep if I were to preserve my usefulness as an assassin. I wondered if they knew that. I smiled back at Raud, tasting smoke in the back of my throat. I took my poison and left. Once at the base of Regal's staircase, I retreated to the wall where it was most shadowed and clambered as swiftly as I could up one of the supports of Regal's chamber. Clinging like a cat, I snugged myself up to the supports of the chamber floor and waited. And waited. Until between the smoke whirling in my head and my own weariness and the lingering effects of Ketrikan's herbs, I wondered if I were dreaming all of it. I wondered if my clumsy trap would yield me nothing. I considered, finally, that Regal had told me he had specifically requested Lady Time. But Shrewd had sent me instead. I recalled how Shade had puzzled over that. And finally, I recalled his words to me. Had my king given me up to Regal? And if he had, what did I owe to any of them? Eventually I saw Roud depart, and after what seemed a very long time, return with Cobb. I could hear little through the floor, but enough to know Regal's voice. My evening's plans were being divulged to Cobb. When I was certain of it, I wriggled out of my hiding place, clambered down, and retreated to my own room. There I made certain of some specialized supplies. I reminded myself, firmly, that I was a king's man. I had told Verity so. I left my chamber and walked softly through the palace. In the great hall, the common folk slept on mats on the floor, in concentric circles around the dais, to have reserved the best viewing of their princess's pledging tomorrow. I walked among them, and they did not stir. So much trust, so ill-placed. The chambers of the royals were at the extreme rear of the palace, farthest from the main entry. There were no guards. I walked past the door that led to the bedroom of the reclusive king, past Rurisk's door, and to Ketrican's. Her door was decorated with hummingbirds and honeysuckle. I thought how much the fool would have liked it. I tapped lightly and waited. Slow moments passed. I tapped again. I heard the scuff of bare feet on wood, and the painted screen slid open. Ketrican's hair had been freshly braided, but fine strands had already pulled free around her face. Her long white nightrobe accented her fairness, so that she seemed as pale as the fool. "Did you need something?" she asked sleepily. Only the answer to a question. The smoke still twined through my thoughts. I wanted to smile, to be witty and clever before her. Pale beauty, I thought. I pushed the impulse aside. She was waiting. "If I killed your brother tonight," I said carefully, "what would you do?" She did not even draw back from me. "I would kill you, of course. At least, I would demand it done in justice. As I am pledged to your family now, I could not take your blood myself. But would you go on with the wedding? Would you still marry Verity? Would you like to come in? I haven't time. Would you marry Verity? I am pledged to the Six Duchies to be their queen. I am pledged to their people. Tomorrow I pledge to the king-in-waiting, not to a man named Verity. But even were it otherwise, ask yourself, which is the most binding? I am bound already. It is not just my word, but my father's and my brother's. I would not want to marry a man who had ordered my brother's death. But it is not the man I am pledged to. It is the Six Duchies. I am given there, in the hopes of it benefiting my people. There I must go." I nodded. "Thank you, my lady. Forgive my disturbing your rest." "Where do you go now?" "To your brother." She remained standing in her door as I turned and walked to her brother's chamber. I tapped and waited. Rurisk must have been restive, for he opened the door much more quickly. "May I come in?" "Certainly." Gracious as I had expected. The edge of a giggle teased at my resolve. Shade would not be proud of you just now, I counselled myself, and refused to smile. I entered, and he closed the door behind me. "Shall we have wine?" I asked him. "If you wish it," he said, puzzled but polite. I seated myself on a chair while he unstoppered a carafe and poured for us. There was a censer on his table too, still warm. I had not seen him indulge earlier. He probably had thought it more safe to wait until he was alone in his chamber. But you never can tell when an assassin will come calling with a pocket full of death. I pushed down a silly smile. He filled 2 glasses. I leaned forward and showed him my twist of paper. Painstakingly, I tipped it into his wine, picked up the glass, and swirled it to see it well dissolved. I handed it to him. "I've come to poison you, you see. You die, then Ketrican kills me, Then she marries Verity. I lifted my glass and sipped from it. Apple wine, from Farrow, I guessed. Probably part of the wedding gifts. So what does Regal gain? Rurisk eyed his wine with distaste and set it aside. He took my glass from my hand. He drank from it. There was no shock in his voice as he said, "He's rid of you. I gather he does not value your company. He has been very gracious to me, extending many gifts to me as well as to my kingdom. But if I were dead, Kettrican would be left sole heir to the mountain kingdom. That would benefit the Six Duchies, would it not? We cannot protect the land we already have. And I think Regal would see it as benefiting Verity, not the kingdom." I heard a noise outside the door. "That will be Cobb, coming to catch me in the act of poisoning you," I surmised. I rose, went to the door, and opened it. Kettrican pushed past me into the room. I closed the screen quickly behind her. "He's come to poison you," she warned Rurisk. "I know," he said gravely. "He put it in my wine. That's why I'm drinking his." He refilled the glass from the carafe and offered it to her. "It's apple," he cajoled when she shook her head. "I don't see any humour in this," she snapped. Rurisk and I looked at one another and grinned foolishly. Smoke. Her brother smiled benignly. "It's like this. Fitz chivalry realized tonight he is a dead man. Too many people have been told he is an assassin. If he kills me, you kill him. If he doesn't kill me, how can he go home and face his king? Even if his king forgives him, half the court will know he's an assassin. That makes him useless. Useless bastards are a liability to royalty." Rurisk finished his lecture by draining the rest of the glass. "Kettrican told me that even if I killed you tonight, she would still pledge to Verity tomorrow." Again, he was not surprised. "What would she gain by refusing? Only the enmity of the Six Duchies. She would be forsworn to your people, a great shame to our people. She would become outcast to the good of no one. It would not bring me back." "And would not your people rise up at the thought of giving her to such a man?" "We would protect them from such knowledge. Aod and my sister would anyway. Shall a whole kingdom rise to war over the death of one man? Remember, I am sacrifice here." For the first time, I dimly understood what that meant. "I may soon be an embarrassment to you," I warned him. "I was told it was a slow poison, but I looked at it, it is not. It is a simple extract of deadroot, and actually rather swift, if given in sufficient quantity. First, it gives a man tremors." Rurisk extended his hands on the table, and they trembled. Kettrican looked furious with both of us. "Death follows swiftly, and I expect I am supposed to be caught in the act and disposed of along with you." Rurisk clutched at his throat, then let his head loll forward on his chest. "I am poisoned," he intoned theatrically. "I've had enough of this," Kettrican spat, just as Cobb tore the door open. "Where treachery?" he cried. He went white at the sight of Kettrican. "My lady princess, tell me you have not drunk of the wine. This traitorous bastard has poisoned it." I think his drama was rather spoiled by the lack of response. Kettrican and I exchanged looks. Rurisk rolled from his chair onto the floor. "Oh, stop it!" she hissed at him. "I put the poison in the wine," I told Cobb genially, "just as I was charged to do." And then Rurisk's back arched in his first convulsion. The blinding realization of how I had been duped took but an instant. Poison in the wine. A gift of Farrow apple wine, probably given this very evening. Regal had not trusted me to put it there, but it was easy enough to accomplish in this trusting place. I watched Rurisk arch again, knowing there was nothing I could do. Already there was the spreading numbness in my own mouth. I wondered almost idly how strong the dose had been. I had only had a sip. Would I die here or on a scaffold? Kettrican herself understood a moment later that her brother was truly dying. "You soulless filth!" she spat at me, and then sank down at Rurisk's side. "To lull him with jests and smoke! To smile with him as he dies!" Her eyes flashed to Cobb. "I demand his death! Tell Regal to come here, now! I was moving for the door, but Cobb was faster, of course. No smoke for Cobb this night. He was faster and more muscular than I, clearer of head. His arms closed around me and he bore me down to the floor. His face was close to mine as he drove his fist into my belly. I knew this breath, this scent of sweat. Smithy had scented this before he died. But this time, the knife was in my sleeve, and very sharp, and treated with the swiftest poison Shade knew. After I put it into him, he managed to hit me twice, good, solid punches, before he fell back, dying. Goodbye, Cobb. As he fell, I suddenly saw a freckle stable boy saying, "Come along now, there's some good fellows." It could have gone so many different ways. I had known this man. Killing him killed a part of my own life. Burrick was going to be very upset with me. All those thoughts had taken but a fraction of a second. Cobb's outflung hand had not struck the floor before I was moving for the door. Ketchikan was even faster. I think it was a brass water ewer. I saw it as a white burst of light. When I came to myself, everything hurt. The most immediate pain was in my wrists, for the cords that knotted them together behind my back were unbearably tight. I was being carried, sort of. Neither Roud nor Severin seemed to care much if parts of me dragged. Regal was there with a torch, and a Chiurda I didn't know leading the way with another. I didn't know where I was either, except that we were outdoors. "Is there nowhere else we can put him? No place especially secure?" Regal was demanding. There was a muttered reply, and Regal said, "No, you are right. We do not want to raise a great outcry right now. Tomorrow is soon enough. Not that I think he will live that long." A door was opened, and I was flung headlong to an earthen floor barely cushioned by straw. I breathed dust and chaff. I could not cough. Regal gestured with his torch. "Go to the princess," he instructed Severance. "Tell her I will be there shortly. See if there is anything we can do to make the prince more comfortable. You, Roud, summon August from his chambers. We will need his skill, so that King Shrewd may know how he has succoured a scorpion. I will need his approval before the bastard dies. If he lives long enough to be condemned. Go on now, go." And they left, the Chiurda lighting their way for them. Regal remained, looking down on me. He waited until their footfalls were distant before he kicked me savagely in the ribs. I cried out wordlessly, for my mouth and throat were numb. "It seems to me we have been here before, have we not? You wallowing in straw, and me looking down on you, wondering what misfortune had brought you into my life. Odd, how so many things end as they begin. And so much of justice is a circle also. Consider how you fall to poison and treachery, just as my mother did. Ah, you start. Did you think I did not know? I knew. I know much you do not think I know. Everything from the stench of Lady Time to how you lost your skill when Burrick would no longer let you tap his strength. He was swift enough to abandon you, when he saw it might otherwise cost him his life." A tremor shook me. Regal threw back his head and laughed. Then he gave a sigh and turned. "A pity I cannot stay and watch. But I have a princess to console. Poor thing. Pledged to a man she already hates." Either Regal left then or I did, I am not clear. It was as if the sky opened up and I flowed out into it. Being open, Verity told me, is simply not being closed. Then I dreamed, I think, of the fool. And of Verity, sleeping with his arms wrapped around his head as if to keep his thoughts in. And of Galen's voice echoing in a dark, cold chamber. "Tomorrow is better. When he skills now, he scarce has any sense of the room he sits in. We do not have enough bond for me to do this from a distance. A touch will be required." There was a squeaking in the dark, a disagreeable mouse of a mind that I did not know. "Do it now," it insisted. "Do not be foolish," Galen rebuked it. "Shall we lose it all now for the sake of haste? Tomorrow is soon enough. Let me worry about that part. You must tidy things here. Raud and Severance know too much, and the stable-master has annoyed us too long." "You leave me standing in a bloodbath," the mouse squeaked angrily. "Wade through it to a throne," Galen suggested. "And Cobb is dead. Who will see to my horses on the way home?" "Leave the stable-master, then," Galen said in disgust, and then, considering, "I will do him myself. When you get home, I shall not mind. But the others were better done quickly. Perhaps the bastard poisoned other wine in your quarters. A pity your servants got into it." "I suppose. You must find me a new valet." "We will have your wife do that for you. You should be with her now. She has just lost her brother. You must be horrified at what has come to pass. Try to blame the bastard rather than Verity, but not too convincingly. And tomorrow, when you are as bereaved as she, well, we shall see what mutual sympathy leads to." "She is big as a cow and pale as a fish. But with the mountain lands you will have a defensible inland kingdom. You know the coastal duchies will not stand for you, and Farrow and Tilth cannot stand alone between the mountains and the coastal duchies. Besides, she need not live longer than her first child's birth." "For chivalry farcier," Verity said in his sleep. King Shrewd and Shade played at dice bones together. Patience stirred in her sleep. "Chivalry?" she asked softly. "Is that you?" "No," I said. "It's no one at all." She nodded and slept on. When my eyes focused again, it was dark and I was alone. My jaws trembled, and my chin and shirt front were wet with my own saliva. The numbness seemed less. I wondered if that meant the poison wouldn't kill me. I doubted that it mattered. I would have small chance to speak on my own behalf. My hands had gone numb. At least they didn't hurt anymore. I was horribly thirsty. I wondered if Rurisk was dead yet. He had taken a lot more of the wine than I had, and Shade had said it was quick. As if in answer to my question, a cry of purest pain rose to the moon. The ululation seemed to hang there, and to pull my heart out with it as it rose. Nosy's master was dead. I flung myself toward him, wrapped the wit around him. I know, and we shivered together as one he had loved passed beyond reach. The great aloneness wrapped us together. "Boy?" Faint but true, a paw and a nose and a door edged open. He padded toward me, his nose telling me how bad I smelled. Smoke and blood and fear sweat. When he reached me, he lay down beside me and put his head on my back. With the touch came the bond again, stronger now that Rurisk was gone. "He left me. It hurts." "I know." A long time passed. "Free me?" The old dog lifted his head. Men cannot grieve as dogs do. We should be grateful for that. But from the depths of his anguish he still rose and set worn teeth to my bonds. I felt them loosen, a strand at a time, but had not even the strength to pull them apart. Nosy turned his head to set his back teeth to them. At last the thongs parted. I pulled my arms forward. That made everything hurt differently. I still could not feel my hands, but I could roll over and get my face out of the straw. Nosy and I sighed together. He put his head on my chest, and I wrapped a stiff arm around him. Another tremor shook me. My muscles clenched and unclenched themselves so violently that I saw dots of light. But it passed, and I still breathed. I opened my eyes again. Light blinded me, but I did not know if it was real. Beside me, Nosy's tail thumped the straw. Burrick slowly sank down beside us. He put a gentle hand on Nosy's back. As my eyes adjusted to his lantern, I could see the grief in his face. "Are you dying?" he asked me. His voice was so neutral, it was like hearing a stone speak. "I'm not sure." That was what I tried to say. My mouth still wasn't working very well. He rose and walked away. He took the lantern with him. I lay alone in the dark. Then the light came back, and Burrick with a bucket of water. He lifted my head and sloshed some into my mouth. "Don't swallow it," he cautioned me, but I couldn't have made those muscles work anyway. He washed out my mouth twice more, and then half drowned me trying to get me to drink some. I fended off the bucket with a wooden hand. "No," I managed. After a bit, my head seemed to clear. I moved my tongue against my teeth and could feel them. "I killed Cobb," I told him.
"I know. They brought his body out of the stables. No one wanted to tell me anything."
"How did you know to find me?" He sighed.
"I just had a feeling."
"You heard Nosy?"
"Yes, the howling."
"That isn't what I meant." He was quiet a long time.
"Sensing a thing isn't the same as using a thing."
I couldn't think of anything to say back to that. After a while I said, "Cobb is the one who knifed you on the stairs."
"Was he?"
Burrick considered.
I had wondered why the dogs barked so little. They knew him. Only Smithy reacted.
My hands screamed suddenly to life. I folded them to my chest and rocked over them. Nosy whined.
"Stop it,"
Burrick hissed. "Just now I can't help it," I replied. "It all hurts so badly. I'm spilling out all over." Burrick was silent. "Are you going to help me?" I asked finally.
"I don't know,"
he said softly, and then, almost pleadingly,
"Fitz, what are you? What have you become?"
"I am what you are," I told him honestly. "A king's man. Burrick, they're going to kill Verity. If they do, Regal will become king."
"What are you talking about?"
"If we stay here while I explain it all, it will happen. Help me get out of here." He seemed to take a very long time to think about it. But in the end, he helped me to stand, and I held onto his sleeve as I staggered out of the stables and into the night. Chapter 23. The Wedding. The art of diplomacy is the luck of knowing more of your rival's secrets than he knows of yours. Always deal from a position of power. These were Shrewd's maxims, and Verity abided by them. "You have to get August. He's the only hope Verity has." We were sitting in the greyness before dawn on a hillside above the palace. We had not gone far. The terrain was steep, and I was in no condition for hiking. I was beginning to suspect that Regal's kick had renewed Galen's old damage to my ribs. Every deep breath stabbed me. Regal's poison still sent tremors through me, and my legs buckled often and unpredictably. Alone I could not stand, for my legs would not support me. I could not even cling to a tree trunk and hold myself upright. There was no strength in my arms. Around us, in the dawn forest, birds called, squirrels were gathering stores for the winter, and insects chirred. It was hard, in the midst of all that life, to wonder how much of this damage was permanent. Were the days and strength of my youth already spent, and nothing left to me but trembling and weakness? I tried to push the question from my mind, to concentrate on the greater problems facing the Six Duchies. I stilled myself, as Shade had taught me. Around us, the trees were immense, with a presence like peace. I understood why Aod would not cut them for timber. Their needles were soft beneath us, the fragrance soothing. I wished I could just lie back and sleep, like Nosy at my side. Our pains still mingled together, but at least Nosy could escape his in sleep.
"What makes you think August would help us?" Burrick asked. "If I could get him out here."
I pulled my thoughts back to our dilemma. I don't think he's involved with the rest of it. I think he is still loyal to the king. I had presented my information to Burrick as my own careful conclusions. He was not a man likely to be convinced by phantom voices overheard in my head, so I could not tell him that Galen had not suggested killing August, and therefore he was probably ignorant of the plot. I was still not sure myself of what I had experienced. Regal could not skill. Even if he could, how could I have overheard skilling between two others? No, it had to be something else, some other magic. Of Galen's devising? Was he capable of a magic that strong? I did not know. So much I did not know. I forced myself to set it all aside, for now it fitted the facts I had, better than any other supposition I could imagine.
If he's loyal to the king and has no suspicions of Regal, then he is loyal to Regal as well, Burrick pointed out, as if I were a witling.
Then we'll have to force him. Somehow, Verity must be warned.
Of course, I'll just walk in, put a knife to August's back, and march him out of there. No one will bother us.
I floundered for ideas. Bribe someone to lure him out here, then jump him.
Even if I knew someone bribable, what would we use?
I have this. I touched the earring in my ear. Burrick looked at it and almost jumped.
Where did you get that?
Patience gave it to me just before I left.
She had no right.
And then, more quietly,
I thought it went to his grave with him.
I was silent, waiting. Burrick looked aside.
It was your father's. I gave it to him.
He spoke quietly. Why?
Because I wanted to, obviously.
He closed the topic. I reached up and began to unfasten it.
No,
he said gruffly.
Keep it where it is. But it is not a thing to be spent in a bribe. These Tyurda can't be bribed anyway.
I knew he was right about that. I tried to think of other plans. The sun was coming up, morning, when Galen would act. Perhaps had already acted. I wished I knew what was going on in the palace below. Did they know I was missing? Was Kettrican preparing to pledge herself to a man she would hate? Were Severance and Roud dead yet? If not, could I turn them against Regal by warning them?
Someone's coming.
Burrick flattened himself. I lay back, resigned to whatever happened. I had no physical fight left in me.
Did you know her?
Burrick breathed. I turned my head. Jonqui, preceded by a little dog that would never climb a tree for Rurisk again. The king's sister. I didn't bother whispering. She was carrying one of my nightshirts, and an instant later the tiny dog was leaping joyously around us. He romped invitingly at Nosy, but Nosy just looked at him mournfully. An instant later, Jonqui strode up to us. "You must come back," she said to me without preamble, "and you must hurry." "Hard enough to come back," I told her, "without hurrying to my death." I was watching behind her for other trackers. Burrick had risen and taken a defensive posture over me. "No death," she promised me calmly. "Kettrican has forgiven you. I have been counselling her since last night, but only lately convinced her. She has invoked her kin right to forgive kin for injury to kin. By our law, if kin forgive kin, no other can do otherwise. Your Regal sought to dissuade her, but only made her angry. Here, while I am in this palace, I can still invoke the law of the mountain people, she told him. King Aod agreed, not because he does not mourn Rurisk, but because the strength and wisdom of Jampé law must be respected by all. So you must come back." I considered, "And have you forgiven me?" "No," she snorted. "I do not forgive my nephew's murderer. But I cannot forgive you for what you did not do. I do not believe you would drink wine you had poisoned, not even a little. Those of us who know best the dangers of poisons tempt them least. You would have just pretended to drink and never spoken of poison at all. No, this was done by someone who believes himself very clever and believes others are very stupid." I felt rather than saw Burrick lower his guard, but I couldn't completely relax. Why can't Kettrican just forgive me and let me go away? Why must I come back?" "There is no time for this," Jonqui hissed, and it was the closest I had seen to an angry Chiurda. "Shall I take months and years to teach you all I know about balances? For a pull, a push, for a breath, a sigh. Do you think no one can feel how power slews and tilts just now? A princess must endure being bartered away like a cow. But my niece is not a playing piece to be won in a dice game. Whoever killed my nephew clearly wished you to die also. Shall I let him win that toss? I think not. I do not know whom I wish to win. Until I do, I will let no player be eliminated."
"That logic I understand," Burrick said approvingly.
He stooped and hauled me suddenly to my feet. The world rocked alarmingly. Jonqui came to put her shoulder under my other arm. They walked, and my feet marionetted across the ground between them. Nosy heaved himself to his feet and followed. And so we returned to the palace at Jampe. Burrick and Jonqui took me right through the people gathered throughout the grounds and palace to my room. Actually, I excited little interest. I was just an outlander who had had too much wine and smoke last night. People were too absorbed in finding good places from which to view the dais to worry about me. There was no air of mourning, so I assumed the word of Rurisk's death had not been released. When we finally entered my room, Jonqui's placid face darkened. "I did not do this. I only took a nightshirt to give Ruta a scent." This was the disassembly of my room. It had been thoroughly, if not discreetly, done. Jonqui immediately set to putting things right, and after a moment Burrick helped her. I sat in a chair and tried to make sense of the situation. Nosy, unnoticed, curled up in a corner. Unthinkingly, I extended comfort to him. Burrick immediately glanced at me, then at the woebegone dog. He looked away. When Jonqui left to fetch washwater and food for me, I asked Burrick, "Have you found a tiny wooden chest, carved with acorns?" He shook his head. So they had taken my poison cache. I would have liked to prepare another dagger, or even a powder to fling. Burrick could not always be beside me to protect me, and I certainly couldn't fend off an attacker or run away in my present condition. But my trade tools were gone. I would have to hope I wouldn't need them. I suspected Raud was the one who had been here, and wondered if this had been his last act. Jonqui returned with water and food, and then excused herself. Burrick and I shared washwater, and with some help I managed to change into clean, if simple, clothes. Burrick ate an apple. My stomach quailed at the mere thought of food, but I drank the water, cold from the well that Jonqui had brought me. Getting my throat muscles to swallow still took conscious effort, and I felt as if the water sloshed unpleasantly inside me. But I suspected it was good for me. I felt each moment ticking by, and wondered when Galen would make his move. The screen slid aside. I looked up expecting Jonqui again, but August entered on a wave of contempt. He spoke immediately, anxious to do his errand and depart. "I do not come here of my own volition. I come at the bidding of the king-in-waiting, Verity, to speak his words for him. This is his message exactly. He is grieved beyond telling by— You skilled to him today. Was he well?" August seethed at my question. "He was scarcely well. He is grieved beyond telling at Rurisk's death and at your betrayal. He bids you draw strength from those around you loyal to you, for you will need it to face him." "Is that all?" I asked. "From the king-in-waiting, Verity it is. Prince Regal bids you attend upon him and swiftly, for the time of the ceremony is only hours away, and he must be attired for it. And your cowardly poison, no doubt meant for Regal, has found poor Severance and Raud. Now Regal must do with an untrained valet. It will take him longer to dress, so do not keep him waiting. He is in the steams to try to restore himself. You may find him there."
"How tragic for him, an untrained valet," Burrick said acidly.
August puffed up like a toad. "It is scarcely humorous. Have not you lost Cobb as well to this scoundrel? How can you bear to aid him?"
"If your ignorance were not protecting you, August, I might dispel it." Berwick stood, looking dangerous.
"You too will face charges," August warned him as he retreated. "I am to say to you, Berwick, that King-in-Waiting Verity is not unaware of how you attempted to help the bastard escape, serving him as if he were your king instead of Verity. You will be judged."
"Did Verity say so?"
Berwick asked curiously. "He did. He said you were once the best of king's men to chivalry, but apparently you had forgotten how to aid those who truly serve the king. Recall it, he bids you, and assures you of his great wrath if you do not return to stand before him and receive what your deeds merit."
"I recall it only too well. I will bring Fitz to Regal."
"Now?"
"As soon as he has eaten."
August glowered at him and left. Screens cannot be effectively slammed, but he tried. "I have no stomach to eat, Berwick," I protested.
"I know that, but we need time for this. I marked Verity's choice of words and found more in them than August did. Did you?"
I nodded, feeling defeated. I understood also, but it is beyond me.
"Are you sure? Verity does not think so, and he knows of such things. And you told me that was why Cobb tried to kill me, because they suspected you of drawing on my strength. So Galen believes you can do it too."
Berwick crossed to me and went down stiffly on one knee. His bad legs stretched awkwardly behind him. He took my lax hand and placed it on his shoulder.
"I was king's man to chivalry," he told me quietly. "Verity knew it. I have no skill myself, you understand. But chivalry gave me to understand that for such a taking, it was not as important as the friendship between us. I have strength, and there were some few times that he needed it, and I gave it willingly. So I have withstood this before, in worse circumstances. Try, boy. If we fail, we fail. But at least we will have tried."
"I don't know how. I don't know how to skill, and I certainly don't know how to tap someone else's strength to do it. And even if I did, if I succeeded, I might kill you."
"If you succeed, our king may live. That is what I am sworn to. And you?"
He made it all seem so simple. So I tried. I opened my mind. I reached for Verity. I tried with no idea how to draw strength from Berwick. But all I heard was the twittering of birds outside the palace walls, and Berwick's shoulder was only a place to rest my hand. I opened my eyes. I didn't have to tell him I'd failed, he knew. He sighed heavily.
"Well, I suppose I take you to Regal," he said.
"If we did not go, we would be forever curious as to what he wanted," I added. Berwick did not smile.
"You have a fey mood on you," he said. "You sound more like the fool than yourself."
"Does the fool talk to you?" I asked curiously.
"Sometimes,"
he said, and took my arm to help me up. "It seems as if the closer I walk to death," I told him, "the funnier everything seems."
"To you, perhaps," he said crossly. "I wonder what he wants."
"To bargain. There can be nothing else. And if he wants to bargain, we may be able to gain something."
"You speak as if Regal follows the same rules of common sense as the rest of us. I've never known him to do that. And I've always hated court intrigue," Berwick complained. "I'd rather clean stalls." He pulled me again to my feet. If I had ever wondered how Deadroot felt to its victim, I knew it now. I did not think I would die of it, but I did not know how much of a life it would leave me either. My legs trembled under me and my grip was uncertain. I could feel random muscle twitches throughout my body. Neither my breath nor the beating of my heart was predictable.
I longed to be still, where I could listen to my own body and decide what had been done to it. But Burrick guided my steps patiently, and Nosy drooped along behind us. I had not been to the steams before, but Burrick had. A separate tulip bud enclosed a bubbling hot spring, tamed to use as a bath. A chiairda stood outside it. I recognized him as the torchbearer from the night before. If he thought anything odd about my reappearance, he did not show it. He stepped aside, as if expecting us, and Burrick dragged me up the steps to enter. Clouds of steam fogged the air, carrying a mineral scent with them. We passed a stone bench or two. Burrick walked carefully on the smooth tile floor as we approached the source of the steam. The water rose in a central spring, with bricked sides built up around it to contain it. From there, it was channeled in troughs to other, smaller baths, varying the heat by the length of the trough and the depth of the pond. The steam and the noise of the falling water filled the air. I did not find it pleasant. I laboured just to breathe already. My eyes adjusted to the dimness, and I saw Regal soaking in one of the larger baths. He looked up at our approach. "Ah," he said, as if well pleased. "August told me Burrick would bring you. Well, I suppose you know the princess has forgiven your murder of her brother. And in this place, at least, by doing so, she preserves you from justice. I think it a waste of time, but local customs must be honoured. She says she considers you part of her kin group now, and so I must treat you as kin. She fails to understand you are not born of a lawful union, and hence have no kin rights at all. Ah well. Will you dismiss Burrick, and join me in the springs? It might ease you. You look very uncomfortable, held up like a shirt on the washing line." He spoke so genially, so affably, as if unaware of my hatred. "What do you wish to tell me, Regal?" I kept my voice flat. "Will not you send Burrick away?" he asked again. "I am not a fool." "One could argue that, but very well. I suppose I must send him away then." The steam and the noise of the waters had cloaked the chiairda well. He was taller than Burrick, and his cudgel was already in motion as Burrick turned. If he hadn't been supporting my weight, he could have avoided it. Burrick turned his head, but the cudgel hit his skull with a terrible, sharp sound, like an axe biting wood. Burrick fell, and I with him. I landed half in one of the smaller ponds. It was not scalding, but nearly so. I managed to roll out of it, but could not regain my feet. My legs would not obey me. Burrick beside me lay very still. I reached a hand toward him, but could not touch him. Regal stood up and motioned to the chiairda. "Dead?" The chiairda stirred Burrick with a foot, gave a curt nod. "Good." Regal was briefly pleased. "Drag him back behind that deep tank in the corner. Then you may go." To me, he said, "It's unlikely anyone will be coming in here until after the ceremony. They're too busy, jostling for positions. And back in that corner, well, I doubt if he'll be found before you are." I could make no response. The chiairda stooped and seized Burrick by the ankles. As he dragged him away, the dark brush of his hair feathered a trail of blood on the tiles. A dizzying mixture of hatred and despair rolled with the poison through my blood. A cold purpose rose and set in me. I could not hope to live now, but it did not seem important. Warning Verity did. And avenging Burrick. I had no plans, no weapons, no possibilities. So, play for time, Shade's counsels advised me. The more time you create for yourself, the better the chance that something will present itself. Delay him. Perhaps someone will come to see why the prince is not dressing for the wedding. Perhaps someone else will want to use the steams before the ceremony. Engage him somehow. "The princess," I began. "Is not a problem," Regal finished for me. "The princess did not forgive Burrick, only you." What I have done to him is well within my rights. He is a traitor. He must pay. And the man disposing of him was most fond of his Prince Rurisk. He has no objections to any of this." The Chiarda left the steams without a glance back. My hands scrabbled weakly on the smooth tile floor but found no purchase. Regal busily dried himself all the while. When the man was gone, he came to stand over me. "Aren't you going to call for help?" he asked brightly. I took a breath, pushed down my fear. I mustered as much contempt for Regal as I could find. To whom? Who would hear me over the water? So, you save your strength. Wise. Pointless, but wise. Do you think Kettrican will not know what happened? She will know you went to the steams unwisely in your condition. You slipped beneath the hot water. Such a shame. Regal, this is madness. How many bodies do you think you can leave in your wake? How will you explain Burrick's death? To your first question, quite a few, as long as they are not people of consequence. He stooped over me and gripped my shirt. He dragged me while I thrashed weakly, a fish out of water. And to your second, well, the same. How much fuss do you think anyone will raise over a dead stableman? You are so obsessed with your plebeian self-importance that you extend it to your servants. He dumped me carelessly half on top of Burrick. His still warm body sprawled face down on the floor. Blood was congealing on the tiles around his face and still dripping from his nose. A slow bubble of blood formed on his lips, broke with his faint exhalation. He lived yet. I shifted to conceal it from Regal. If I could survive, Burrick might have a chance also. Regal noticed nothing. He tugged my boots off and set them aside. "You see, bastard," he said, as he paused to catch his breath, "ruthlessness creates its own rules. So my mother taught me. People are intimidated by a man who acts with no apparent regard for consequences. Behave as if you cannot be touched, and no one will dare to touch you. Look at the whole situation. Your death will anger some people, yes, but enough to make them take actions that would affect the security of the whole Six Duchies? I think not. Besides, your death will be eclipsed by other things. I'd be a fool not to take this opportunity to remove you." Regal was so damnably calm and superior. I fought him, but he was surprisingly strong for the indulgent life he led. I felt like a kitten as he shook me out of my shirt. He folded my clothes neatly and set them aside. Minimal alibis will work. If I made too much effort to appear guiltless, people might think I cared. They might start then to pay attention themselves. So I simply know nothing. My man saw you enter with Burrick after I had left, and I go now to complain to August that you never came to talk with me, so that I might forgive you, as I had promised Princess Kettrican. I will reprimand August most severely for not bringing you himself." He looked around. "Let's see, a nice deep hot one, right here." I clutched at his throat as he levered me up to the edge, but he shook me off easily. "Goodbye, bastard," he said calmly. "Pardon my haste, but you have quite delayed me. I must rush to dress myself, or I shall be late for the wedding." And he tumbled me in. The pool was deeper than I was tall, designed to be neck-high on a tall Chiarda. It was painfully hot to my unprepared body. It drove the air from my lungs and I sank. I pushed feebly off the bottom and managed to get my face above water. "Burrick!" I wasted my breath on a shout to someone who could not aid me. The water closed on me again. My arms and legs would not work together. I blundered into a wall and pushed myself under before I could once again surface and gasp in some air. The hot water was loosening my already flaccid muscles. I think I would still have been drowning even if the water had been only knee-deep. I lost count of how many times I floundered to the surface to gasp a breath. The smooth, worked stone of the walls eluded my palsied grip, and my ribs stabbed with pain each time I tried for a deep breath. My strength was flowing out of me, lassitude flowing in. So warm, so deep. Drowned like a puppy, I thought to myself as I felt the darkness closing. "Boy?" someone queried, but all was black. So much water, so hot and so deep, I could not find a bottom anymore, let alone a side. I struggled feebly against the water, but there was no resistance. No up, no down. No use fighting to stay alive inside my body. Nothing left to protect. So drop the walls, and see if there is one last service you can render your king. The walls of my world fell away from me, and I sped forth like an arrow finally released. Galen had been right. There was no distance in Skilling, no distance at all. Buckkeep was right here. And shrewd, I shrieked in desperation. But my king was intent upon other things. He was closed and walled to me, no matter how I stormed around him. No help there. My body was failing, my thread to it was tenuous. One last chance. "Verity, Verity," I cried. I found him, flailed at him, but could find no purchase, no grip. He was elsewhere, open to someone else, closed to me. "Verity," I wailed, drowning in despair. And suddenly, it was as if strong hands gripped mine as I scrabbled up a slippery cliff, gripped and held tight, and drew me in when I would have slipped away. Chivalry. No, it can't be. It's the boy. Fitz? You imagine things, my prince. There is no one there. Attend to what we do now. Galen, calm and insidious as poison, as he pushed me aside. I could not withstand him, he was too strong. Fitz? Verity, unsure now as I grew weaker. From I knew not where I found strength. Something gave way before me, and I was strong. I clung to Verity like a hawk on his wrist. I was there with him. I saw with Verity's eyes. The freshly decked throne room. The book of events on the great table before him, laid open to receive the recording of Verity's marriage. Around him, in their best finery and most costly jewels, the few honoured ones who had been invited to witness Verity witnessing his bride's pledge through August's eyes. And Galen, who was supposed to be offering his strength as a king's man, was poised beside and slightly behind Verity, waiting to drain him dry. Shrewd, in crown and robe upon his throne, was all unknowing. His skill burned and dulled away years ago by misuse, and him too proud to admit it. Like an echo, I saw through August's eyes as Ketrican stood, pale as a wax candle on a dais before all her people. She was telling them, simply and kindly, that last night Rurisk had finally succumbed to the arrow wound he had taken on the ice fields. She hoped to please his memory by pledging herself as he had helped arrange to the king-in-waiting of the Six Duchies. She turned to face Regal. In Buckkeep, Galen's claw of a hand settled on Verity's shoulder. I broke into his link with Verity, pushed him aside. Beware Galen, Verity. Beware a traitor, come to drain you dry. Touch him not. Galen's hand tightened on Verity's shoulder. Suddenly all was a sucking vortex, draining, trying to pull everything out of Verity, and there was not much left to take. His skill was so strong because he let it take so much from him so fast. Self-preservation would have made another man hold back some of his strength, but Verity had been spending his recklessly every day to keep the red ships from his shores. So little left now for this ceremony, and Galen was absorbing it, and growing stronger as he did so. I clung to Verity, fighting desperately to reduce the loss. "Verity!" I cried to him. "My prince!" I sensed a brief rallying in him, but all was growing dim before his eyes. I heard a stirring of alarm as he sagged and caught at the table. Faithless Galen kept his grip on him, bent over him as he went to one knee, murmuring solicitously, "My prince, are you quite all right?" I flung my strength to Verity, reserves I had not suspected in myself. I opened up and let go of them, just as Verity did when he skilled. Take it all. I would die anyway. And you were always good to me when I was young. I heard the words as clearly as if I had spoken them, and felt the breaking of a mortal bond as strength flowed into Verity through me. He waxed suddenly strong, beast strong and angry. Verity's hand rose to grip Galen's. He opened his eyes. "I shall be fine," he said to Galen, aloud. He looked around the room as he rose to his feet again. "I but worried about you. You seemed to tremble. Are you sure you are strong enough for this? You must not attempt a challenge that is beyond you. Think what might happen." And as a gardener pulls a weed from the earth, Verity smiled and pulled from the traitor all that was in him. Galen fell, clutching his chest, an empty, man-shaped thing. The onlookers rushed to attend him, but Verity, replete now, lifted his eyes to the window and focused his mind afar. "August, attend me well. Warn Regal his half-brother is dead." Verity boomed like the sea, and I felt August quail at the strength of the skilling. "Galen was too ambitious. He attempted that which was beyond his skill. A pity the Queen's bastard could not be content with the position she gave him. A pity my younger brother could not dissuade his half-brother from his misplaced ambitions. Galen overstepped his position. My younger brother should take heed of what comes of such recklessness. And August, be sure you tell Regal privately. Not many knew Galen was the Queen's bastard and his half-brother. I am sure he would not want scandal to soil his mother's name or his. Such family secrets should be well guarded." And then, with a force that put August on his knees, Verity pushed through him to stand before Kettrican in her mind. I sensed his effort to be gentle. "I await you, my queen-in-waiting, and by my name I swear to you, I had naught to do with your brother's death. I knew nothing of it, and I grieve with you. I would not want you to come to me, thinking his blood on my hands." Like a jewel opening was the light in Verity's heart, as he exposed it to her that she might know she had not been given to a murderer. Selflessly, he made himself vulnerable to her, giving trust to build trust. She swayed, but stood. August fainted. That contact was gone. And then Verity was shoving at me. "Back! Get back, Fitz! That's too much! You'll die! Back! Let go!" And he cuffed me like a bear, and I slammed back into my silent, sightless body. Chapter 24. The Aftermath. In the great library at Jampé, there is a tapestry that is rumoured to contain a map through the mountains to the rain wilds. Like many Jampé maps and books, the information contained was considered so valuable that it was encoded in the form of riddles and visual puzzles. Figured on the tapestry, among many images, are the forms of a dark-haired, dark man, stout and muscular and bearing a red shield, and in the opposite corner, a golden-skinned being. The golden-skinned creature had been the victim of moths and fraying, but it is still possible to see that in the scale of the tapestry, it is much larger than a human and possibly winged. Buckkeep legend has it that King Wisdom sought and found the Elderling's homeland by a secret path through the mountain kingdom. Could these figures represent an Elderling and King Wisdom? Does this tapestry record the path through the mountain kingdom to the elderling's homeland in the rain wilds. Much later I learned how I had been found, leaning against Beric's body on the tile floor of the steams. I was shaking as with an ague and could not be roused. Jonqui found us, though how she knew to look in the steams I will never know. I will always suspect that she was to Aod as Shade was to Shrewd, not an assassin perhaps, but as one who had ways of knowing or finding out almost anything that happened within the palace. However it was, she took command of the situation. Beric and I were isolated in a chamber separate from the palace, and I suspect that for a while no one from Buckkeep knew where we were or if we lived. She tended us herself, with the aid of one old manservant. I awoke some 2 days after the wedding. 4 of the most miserable days of my life were spent lying in bed, limbs a-twitch but not at my command. I dozed often, in a deadened way that was not pleasant, and either dreamed vividly of Verity or sensed him trying to skill to me. The skill dreams conveyed no sense to me, other than that he was concerned for me. I grasped only isolated bits of knowledge from them, such as the colour of the curtains in the room he skilled from, or the feel of a ring on his finger that he absently twisted as he tried to reach me. Some more violent jerk of my muscles would shake me from my dreams, and my spasming would torment me until exhausted, I dozed again. My periods of alertness were as bad, for Beric lay on a pallet in the same room, breathing hoarsely, but doing little more than that. His features were swollen and discoloured, such that he was barely recognisable. From the beginning, Jonqui gave me little hope for him, either that he would live, or that he would be himself if he did survive. But Beric had cheated death before. The swelling gradually subsided, the purpling faded, and when he did awaken, he proceeded to recover himself swiftly. He had no memories of anything that occurred after he took me from the stable. I told him only what he needed to know. It was more than it was safe for him to know, but I owed it to him. He was up and about before I was, though at first he had times of dizziness and headaches. But before long, Beric was getting to know the Jampé stables and exploring the town at his leisure. In the evenings he would return, and we had many long, quiet conversations. We both avoided topics where we knew we would disagree, and there were areas, such as Shade's teachings, where I could not be open with him. Mostly, though, we talked about dogs he had known and horses he'd trained, and sometimes he spoke a little of his early days with chivalry. One evening I told him about Molly. He was quiet for a time, and then told me that he'd heard the owner of the bee-balm chandlery had died in debt, and that his daughter, who had expected to inherit it, had gone to live with relatives in a village instead. He did not remember which village, but knew someone who would know. He did not mock me, but told me seriously that I should know my own mind before I saw her again. August never skilled again. He was carried from the dais that day, but as soon as he recovered from his faint, he demanded to see Regal immediately. I trust he delivered Verity's message. For while Regal did not come to visit either Beric or me during our convalescence, Ketrican did, and she mentioned that Regal was most concerned that we recover quickly and completely from our accidents, for as he had promised her, he had forgiven me completely. She told me how Beric had slipped and struck his head trying to pull me from the pool when I went into a seizure. I do not know who concocted that tale. Jonqui herself, perhaps. I doubt if even Shade could have come up with a better one. But Verity's message was the end of August's leadership of the coterie, and all skilling as far as I know. I do not know if he was too afraid after that day, or if the talent was blasted out of him by that force. He left court and went to Withywood's, where chivalry and patience had once ruled. I believe he became wise. Following her wedding, Ketrican joined with all of Jampé in a month of mourning for her brother, From my sick bed, I was aware of it mostly as chimes, chantings, and great burnings of incense. All Rurisk's possessions were given away. To me, Aod himself came, and brought a simple silver ring his son had worn, and the head of the arrow that had pierced his chest. He did not say much to me, except to tell me what the objects were, and that I should cherish these reminders of an exceptional man. He left me to wonder why these items had been selected for me. At the end of a month, Kettrican set her mourning aside. She came to bid Burrick and me a swift recovery, and to bid us farewell until she saw us at Buckkeep. The brief moment of skilling from Verity had eliminated all her reservations about him. She spoke of her husband with a quiet pride, and went willingly to Buckkeep, knowing herself given to an honourable man. It was not for me to ride alongside her at the head of that homeward procession, or to enter Buckkeep preceded by horns and tumblers and children ringing bells. That was Regal's place, and he put a gracious face on it. Regal appeared to take Verity's warning to heart. I do not think Verity ever completely forgave him, but he dismissed Regal's plottings as if they were nasty, boyish tricks, and I think that cowed Regal more than any public reprimand could have. The poisoning was eventually blamed on Raud and Severance by those who knew of it. Severance had, after all, obtained the poison, and Raud had delivered the gift of apple wine. Kettrican pretended to be convinced that it was a misplaced ambition by servants on behalf of an unknowing master, and Rurisk's death was never openly spoken of as a poisoning. Nor did I become known as an assassin. Whatever was in Regal's heart, his outward demeanour was that of a younger prince graciously escorting his brother's bride home. I had a long convalescence. Jonqui treated me with herbs she said would rebuild what had been damaged. I should have tried to learn her herbs and techniques, but my mind could not seem to hold things any better than my hands could. I remember little of that time. My recovery from the poisoning was frustratingly slow. Jonqui sought to make it less tedious by arranging time for me in the great library, but my eyes wearied quickly and seemed as prone to trembling disorders as my hands. I spent most days lying in my bed, thinking. For a time I wondered if I wanted to return to Buckkeep. I wondered if I could still be Shrewd's assassin. I knew that if I returned, I would have to sit down the table from Regal and look up to see him at my king's left hand. I would have to treat him as if he had never tried to kill me, nor used me in the poisoning of a man I had admired. I spoke of it frankly one evening to Burrick. He sat and listened quietly. Then he said, "I cannot imagine it will be easier for Kettrican than it would be for you, nor for me, to look at a man who has tried to kill me twice and call him my prince. You must decide. I should hate to have him think he had frightened us away. But if you decide we are going elsewhere, then we shall." I think I finally guessed then what the earring signified. Winter was no longer a threat, but a reality when we left the mountains. Burrick, Hans, and I returned much later to Buckkeep than the others, for we took our time on the journey. I tired easily, and my strength was still very unpredictable. I would crumple at odd moments, falling from the saddle like a sack of grain. Then they would stop to help me remount, and I would force myself to go on. Many nights I awoke shaking, without even the strength to call out. These lapses were slow to pass. Worst, I think, were the nights when I could not waken, but dreamed only of endlessly drowning. From one such dream I woke to Verity standing over me. "You're enough to wake the dead," he told me genially. "We must find a master for you, to teach you some control, if nothing else. Kettrican finds it a bit peculiar that I dream so often of drowning. I suppose I should be grateful you slept well on my wedding night, at least." Verity? I said groggily.
Go back to sleep, he told me. Galen is dead, and I've put Regal on a shorter leash. You've nothing to fear. Go to sleep, and stop dreaming so loudly.
Verity, wait! But my act of groping after him broke the tenuous skill contact, and I had no choice but to do as he had advised. We travelled on, through increasingly unpleasant weather. We all looked forward to getting home long before we arrived there. Berwick had, I believe, overlooked Hans' abilities until that trip. Hans had a quiet competence that inspired trust in horses as well as dogs. Eventually, he easily replaced both Cobb and me in the Buckkeep stables, and the friendship that grew between Berwick and Hans caused me to be more aware of my aloneness than I care to admit. Galen's death was considered a tragic thing at Buckkeep Court. Those who had known him least spoke most kindly about him. Obviously, the man had overstrained himself for his heart to fail him so young. There was some talk of naming a warship after him, as if he were a fallen hero, but Verity never recognized the idea, and it never came to pass. His body was sent back to Farrow for burial, with all honour. If Shrewd suspected anything of what had gone on between Verity and Galen, he kept it well hidden. Neither he nor even Shade ever mentioned it to me. The loss of our skillmaster with not even an apprentice to replace him was no trivial thing, especially with the red ships on our horizons. That was what was openly discussed, but Verity flatly refused to consider Serene or any of the others Galen had trained. I never found out if Shrewd had given me over to Regal. I never asked him, nor even mentioned my suspicions to Shade. I suppose I didn't want to know. I tried not to let it affect my loyalties, but in my heart, when I said my king, I meant Verity. The timbers Rurisk had promised came to Buckkeep even more slowly than I did, for they had to be dragged overland to the Vin River before they could be rafted down to Turlake, and thence down the Buck River to Buckkeep. They arrived by midwinter, and were all Rurisk had said they would be. The first completed warship was named after him. I think he would have understood that, but not quite approved of it. King Shrewd's plan had succeeded. It had been many years since Buckkeep had had a queen of any kind, and Kettrican's arrival stirred interest in court life. The tragic death of her brother on her wedding eve, and the brave way she had continued despite it, captured the imagination of the people. Her unmistakable admiration for her new husband made Verity a romantic hero even to his own folk. They were a striking couple, her youth and pale beauty setting off Verity's quiet strength. Shrewd displayed them at balls that attracted every minor noble from every duchy, and Kettrican spoke with intense eloquence of the need for all to band together to defeat the Red Ship raiders. So Shrewd raised his moneys, and even in the storms of winter, the fortification of the Six Duchies began. More towers were constructed, and folk volunteered to man them. Shipwrights vied for the honour of working on the warships, and Buckkeep town was swollen with volunteers to man the ships. For a brief time that winter, folk believed in the legends they created, and it seemed the red ships could be defeated by sheer will alone. I mistrusted that mood, but watched as Shrewd promoted it, and wondered how he would sustain it when the realities of the forgings began again. Of one other I must speak. One dragged into that conflict and intrigue only by his loyalty to me. To the end of my days I will bear the scars he gave me. His worn teeth sank deeply into my hand several times before he managed to drag me from that pool. How he did it I will never know. But his head still rested on my chest when they found us, his mortal bonds to this world broken. Nosy was dead. I believe he gave his life freely. recalling that we had been good to one another when we were puppies. Men cannot grieve as dogs do, but we grieve for many years. Epilogue. You were wearied, my boy says. He is standing at my elbow, and I do not know how long he has been there. He reaches forward slowly to lift the pen from my lax grip. Wearily, I regard the faltering tail of ink it has tracked down my page. I have seen that shape before, I think, but it was not ink then. A trickle of drying blood on the deck of a red ship, and mine the hand that spilled it? Or was it a tendril of smoke rising black against a blue sky as I rode too late to warn a village of a red ship raid? Or poison swirling and unfurling yellowly in a simple glass of water? Poison I had handed someone, smiling all the while. The artless curl of a strand of woman's hair left upon my pillow, or the trail a man's heels left in the sand as we dragged the bodies from the smouldering tower at Seal Bay. The track of a tear down a mother's cheek as she clutched her forged infant to her despite his angry cries. Like red ships, the memories come without warning, without mercy. You should rest, the boy says again, and I realize I am sitting, staring at a line of ink on a page. It makes no sense. Here is another sheet spoiled, another effort to set aside. Put them away, I tell him, and do not object as he gathers all the sheets and stacks them haphazardly together. Herbery and history, maps and musings, all a hodgepodge in his hands as they are in my mind. I can no longer recall what it was I set out to do. The pain is back, and it would be so easy to quiet it. But that way lies madness, as has been proven so many times before me. So instead I send the boy to find 2 leaves of carry me, and ginger root and peppermint to make a tea for me. I wonder if one day I will ask him to fetch 3 leaves of that Chiardan herb. Somewhere, a friend says softly,